Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are gonna see an amazing what-if story, but before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now without any further delay, let's start. What if Naruto relived his past to build Harem? Part 2. Damn, that was easier said than done. Well, if he kept his focus on the genin and ignored the part of his mind that kept trying to replace the boy's face with a bloodied adult version, he would be fine. He would have to be. There was no way he was going to just avoid Shikamaru from now on. That would be more than unfair to him. So, mind made up, Haruki leapt to the rooftops and headed to the Nara compound. He would apologize and make sure the boy didn't do anything stupid like skip out on tomorrow's practice. Haruki-san. Haruki glanced up from his position against the walls of the compound, focusing on the features of the young genin. There, he could see this Shikamaru if he concentrated. Sorry to bother you so late at night, Shikamaru-kun, Haruki started, straightening from where his place against the wall. I wanted to apologize for earlier, at Ichiraku's. Shikamaru blinked before rubbing the back of his head. Of all the things he had expected, it wasn't this. He had been prepared to agree if Haruki came to ask him not to go to training tomorrow, or something of the sort. He hadn't been expecting an apology, and the sorrow he had seen before was gone from the redhead's eyes. Are carefully tucked away. So, I'm sorry. Haruki sounded awkward and Shikamaru realized, with a mildly embarrassed start, that he had simply been staring at the redhead without responding. He quickly shook his head. It's all right. No harm done. They stood there for a moment in stilted silence, and Shikamaru frantically tried to think of something to say. Should he offer to skip out on tomorrow's practice? Maybe he should just wait for the Junin to say something first. Or should he invite the man in? God, this whole situation was troublesome to begin with. You will come to practice tomorrow, then. Haruki finally spoke, taking the decision out of Shikamaru's hands. And the Nara heir was startled when he heard the hopeful note in the Junin's voice. Are you sure? He stuffed his hands into his pockets for lack of anything better to do with them. I mean, I don't have to. It's just for a day, and I'm sure. Haruki cut in firmly, blue eyes still holding his own. Shikamaru absently wondered how hard the redhead was trying right now. What happened earlier didn't have anything to do with you. It was just my own mind being stupid. I have nothing against you, Shikamaru-kun. Well, I definitely hope not. A Junin having something against me is just really troublesome. He responded automatically, and then paused to study the redhead's expression. Maybe he shouldn't have said that. But Haruki surprised him again with a slight smile. The first genuine one Shikamaru had seen on the Junin. Then you'll be there, tomorrow. The redhead continued lightly. Shikamaru sighed but nodded. I'm not sure if Asuma-sensei told you, but we usually meet up at Ino's. She's one of my teammates, at her family's flower shop before going to train. Haruki nodded an affirmation. He did. I'll be there at 10. Shikamaru nodded again and the A.W.K. ward silence descended around them once more. He could swear he heard his father snicker from somewhere out of sight and mentally scowled at the man. Eavesdropping. If only his mother was here at the moment. She'd have him cowering in a second for being so troublesome. Then I'll see you tomorrow, Shikamaru-kun. The redhead finally offered, and then raised his voice a little after Shikamaru muttered a good night. Good night, Shikaku-san. Shikamaru blinked and then spun around. He knew it. From the shadows of the compound walls, his father stepped into the dimly lit street, already nodding cordially at Haruki. Good night, Haruki-san. Shikamaru expected his father to mention the earlier shogi match, but Shikaku stayed silent as the redhead disappeared into the night. Why didn't you say anything? Shikamaru fell into step beside his father as they headed back indoors. Shikaku shrugged. He came all this way to apologize. I'll give him a break for now. There's always next time. Uru rolled his eyes and idly wondered if he would be pushing too far if he asked Haruki for a shogi match tomorrow. Then he sighed. Why did even asking for a shogi game have to be so troublesome? At 6 in the morning, Haruki was up and dressed for the day, leaping over the rooftops towards the Hokage Tower. An Anbu had swung by earlier and informed him that the Hokage wanted to see him. Haruki S. You expected that Sarutobi had more questions about yesterday. You wanted to see me. Sarutobi glanced up as a familiar redhead leapt in through the window. His Anbu guards didn't even straighten at Haruki's appearance anymore, letting him pass without comment. He mentally shook his head. Was that a good thing or not? Yes. Sarutobi briskly activated the privacy seals again before turning his full attention on Haruki. I've sent out a message to Jiraiya and his reply just came back earlier this morning. He's on his way to track down Tsunade. In the meantime, I wanted to know more about your abilities in Fuinjutsu. Jiraiya couldn't find a way to permanently counter Orochimaru's cursed seal. You mentioned that you could. Haruki nodded, already sensing where this was going. If you can make Anko-san believe that I could get rid of her seal, easily. Sarutobi frowned faintly. Haruki had said he could, but only in passing. Now the redhead was confirming it, but surely there would be some complications. But what would you need? Sarutobi had to be certain of all the aspects of this counter seal. How much time, and what would be the side effects? Haruki tilted his head, observing him with careful cerulean. Old man, you don't have much confidence in my Fuinjutsu skills, do you? He asked mildly, ignoring the immediate protest that surfaced on the Sandame's face. There aren't any side effects. I need some of Anko-san's blood, her patience, her strength of will, her high pain tolerance, and a blank scroll. As for time, he paused to consider this, noting the Hokage's astonished face with some amusement. 2 hours. You're serious? Sarutobi asked with some disbelief. You can really get that seal off with only those things? Haruki nodded, eyes grave. Yes, especially since Anko-san doesn't even have the full cursed seal. And I've done it before. I got rid of Anko-san's seal in my timeline. Sarutobi relaxed at this. If Haruki had already done it once, then that was a different matter. Very well, I've actually already summoned her and she's on her way. Is it possible to do it now? You said 2 hours would suffice. Haruki nodded and reached into his coat to pull out a scroll. It was a good thing he was always prepared. A quick knock at the door made them both refocus their attention and Sarutobi temporarily pulled down the privacy seals to call the person in. Anko swept into the room, a good-natured grin on her lips and a stick of dango in one hand. Morning, Hokage-sama, she greeted, her gaze sweeping the room before landing on Haruki. What's this about? Making sure the privacy seals were up again, Sarutobi motioned to a chair as he spoke. Good morning, Anko. A bit early for sweets, isn't it? Anko waved a dismissive hand in the air, as she took a bite of her makeshift breakfast and made her way over to the chair. It's never too early for sweets. You should really get some too. Now seriously, what's the problem? You never get me this early in the morning. Sarutobi nodded and waved a hand at Haruki. Anko, this is Kazama Haruki. He paused when Haruki nodded briefly at the kunoichi in greeting. He's a Fuinjutsu master. He can get rid of that cursed seal. A moment later, Anko was on her feet again, chair clattering back on the floor, glaring furiously at the redhead. That's impossible. No one's been able to do anything but hold it back. Even Jiraiya-sama's tried and failed. How could some damn Junin be able to? Haruki didn't so much as blink at Anko's tirade. I'm better than Jiraiya-sama. Anko froze, mouth opening but not finding any words to say. Better than Jiraiya? Impossible. Yet here was this pretty boy openly claiming it without any sort of arrogance. Stating it as if it was a simple fact. She shouldn't believe this. Getting her long-dead hopes up now would be pointless when the redhead failed later on. And yet, he was still staring at her patiently, a scroll in one hand, the other still stuffed in his coat pocket. Waiting for her to decide. Fuck you. Her mind snapped. What would you have to do? She said aloud, eyes narrowing. She noticed the dango stick clutched in her right hand and made an effort to relax her grip. Haruki waved the scroll. I'll need some of your blood to write out the seal. I'll be using my own chakra to make it. Then you'll activate it with your own chakra. You won. Need to put a lot into it to start the process. The first bit of your chakra's just to let the seal identify you as the owner of the cursed seal we want to remove. Then my seal will do the rest, but while it's working, It will keep drawing on your chakra. Not enough to kill you, but you will feel tired afterwards. Anko stared in disbelief. Just like that. No after effects. You just make this seal, I activate it, and boom. My fucking cursed seal's gone. Haruki shrugged. I'll need an hour and a half to get this seal ready, and it'll take about half an hour for it to do its job. He paused, and then warned, and it'll hurt. A lot. Like I said, you'll feel drained afterwards and you'll be suffering from chakra depletion, but that'll come back soon enough. Anko dismissed this easily. Chakra depletion was the least of her concerns. But nothing else. She pressed insistently. I'll still be able to continue as a kunoichi, and all my skill would be just as good as it is now. Haruki gave her an odd look. Of course not. She stiffened immediately and opened her mouth to curse the redhead out, but the Junin continued before she could. Without the cursed seal, you'll be better. How much better is up to you. But the cursed seal won't be hindering you anymore. If Anko hadn't been so stunned, she would have swore at him when she detected amusement floating just underneath the redhead's features. As it was, she scowled fiercely at him before turning to the Hokage who, now that she thought about it, she had honestly forgotten up. Until this point, is this guy for real? She demanded. He's a Konoha Junin, but I've never seen him before. Where has he been? Sarutobi chuckled. He's been away on a mission, and yes, I do believe he is telling the truth. Anko frowned. How long was this mission that she had never seen him before? He looked around her age. Turning back to Haruki, she debated the pros and cons of the situation. If she believed him, then there really weren't any cons. Yeah, from what he had told her, it would hurt like a bitch, but she was a ninja, she could take it. Besides, she would put up with any pain if it meant getting her former sensei's seal off of her. But should she trust him? How often was it that some shinobi popped out of nowhere claiming to be able to break one of the strongest cursed seals known to mankind? And yet, Sarutobi obviously trusted him, and Anko could sense no malice coming from the redhead. Despite her reservations, she could feel a faint stirring of hope inside her. If this worked, Orochimaru's mark would no longer be on her. She wouldn't ever have to worry about the seal being activated again. She would be free again. How much blood do you need? Her mind made up, Anko barreled forward as usual, gaze steel-like as she pulled out a kunai. Haruki nodded and withdrew another scroll, unsealing a small empty ink jar. Half of this would be enough. Anko nodded briskly, finishing off her dango before dropping down onto the floor with the ink jar to start her part of the process. Haruki glanced over at the Hokage before motioning at the privacy seals. You should probably strengthen those if you don't want anyone ring screaming or feeling bursts of chakra coming from your office. Sarutobi blinked but nodded, rising to fully activate the privacy seals. He told the Anbu at his door that, short of the announcement of the apocalypse, no one was to enter. He locked the office door for extra measure and closed the windows as well. There, Anko held up the ink jar, now half filled with her own blood, and Haruki accepted it with a nod. Taking a seat on the ground as well with the blank scroll open in front of him. Anko eyed his empty hands curiously as she quickly bandaged her palm. Don't you need a brush or something? Haruki smiled faintly at her before holding up one hand. Blue-white chakra immediately began glowing around it, and Anko gasped as she felt the power extend from that hand. A hum of raw strength edged it. But the pure energy emitting from that hand, down to its very core, was soothingly warm, like sunlight. And Anko was sure she had never felt any chakra like it in her entire life. Before anyone could say anything, Haruki moved his hand over the ink jar, letting his chakra draw out the blood. With deft control, he coated the blood with chakra and brought it over the scroll. Tuning everything else out, he started drawing out the seal, each crimson stroke he depicted on the paper glowing in his wake. Anko was staring at the redhead's work with open interest. She had never seen anyone perform fuinjutsu this way. Weren't seals written with blood or ink and then activated with chakra afterwards? Sarutobi had drawn closer and, after a short undecided moment, sat down next to the other two shinobi as well. It wasn't as if anyone else was around to see him act un-Hokage-like. And he had never seen anyone, not even Jiraiya, draw seals with chakra like Haruki was doing. I'm better than Jiraiya-sama. Haruki had sounded certain, but it wasn't until now that Sarutobi fully believed the redhead. After all, Minato had been the only one to ever surpass Jiraiya in Fuinjutsu. But, each precise stroke of crimson against white proved Haruki's skill, and Sarutobi could only watch with a sense of proud awe as an intricate seal slowly formed under the time traveler's steady hand. For the next hour and a half, the only sounds in the Hokage's office were the near-silent hum of chakra and the whisper of liquid on paper. Haruki worked out each part of the seal without hesitation. He had already done this seal 3 times, once for practice, once for his times Anko, and once again for his times Sasuke. Sasuke's seal had been no picnic to remove, being the most powerful of Orochimaru's cursed seals. But the snake Sannin had finally died, so that at least had made the process that much easier. Finished, Haruki glanced up, releasing the chakra he had gathered to his right jaw. As he used up the last of Anko's blood, he blinked, somewhat startled when he realized that both the room's other occupants were still staring avidly at his seal. "That's it." Anko's voice was subbed, UED for once, as her eyes traced the design Haruki had made. Only the center, depicted with a sun-like pattern, looked simple. "That will remove Orochimaru's cursed seal." Haruki nodded, scanning the scroll for any mistakes. "We can start anytime." Anko took a deep breath before nodding firmly. "What do I do?" The Junin placed the scroll back on the ground in front of Anko, spreading it open as he motioned for the Sandaime to move back. Sarutobi rose to his feet and retreated to his desk, still studying the seal. He had never seen anything like it. He could pick out pieces of designs, a few swirls for foreign chakra removal and some strokes twisted together for stability, but it was the intricate kanji on either side of the center that interested him. All the kanji were tied into the wind element. The kanji for wind served as the base before spreading out from there. Airstreams, breezes, and gales, all the way up to monsoons, squalls, even storms, and tied together again with zephyrs. "Haruki-kun," Sarutobi interrupted. "Why is this seal based on so much wind element? How would this be able to remove the cursed seal? The only part of this that relates back to the actual seal is the center. And it is only a basic design for curse removal." Haruki offered a half-smile as he settled on the opposite side of the scroll. "My elemental affinity is wind, old man. This seal will be the support for me. I'll be the one removing the cursed seal through this." Anko straightened, looking mildly alarmed. "Wait a minute, I thought the seal would be doing the work. You didn't mention anything about yourself." Haruki frowned at her. "I won't hurt you." Anko snorted derisively. "If I was worried about you hurting me, Red, I wouldn't have agreed to this in the first place. The seal could just as easily kill me. I'm asking what will happen to you." The redhead's brow cleared, taking the sudden nickname in stride as he smiled again. "Ah, I see. I'll just be a little tired afterwards. Like I said, no after effects." The kunoichi eyed him suspiciously before shrugging grudgingly. Sarutobi quickly cut in again before they could start. "But I still do not understand how so many wind elements could help in this process." Haruki pointed at the hollow center. "This is where the cursed seal will end up afterwards. I'll be drawing it away from Anko-san and into the scroll. Orochimaru's seal is strong, yes, but in the end, when broken down, it is still built up from any other basic seal. The wind elements I've put into this seal will help me break the curse down. By the time it leaves Anko-san, only the most basic component will be left, which will be easy to lock away with a simple curse removal. Seal." He paused and glanced up at the Hokage. "Trust me, old man. I know what I'm doing." When put like that, and explained so thoroughly, Sarutobi could hardly find fault with it. He nodded and settled against his desk, watching as Haruki directed Anko to place her hand on the center design. "This'll hurt," the redhead warned once more, extending a kunai. "Bite down, though that'll probably shatter in the process anyway." Anko rolled his eyes but complied, placing her uncut and on the center of the seal and biting down on the kunai. "When you're ready," she heard the other Junin say as both the redhead's hands moved to hover over the wind kanji. "Send a little of your chakra into the seal." Anko sucked in a bracing breath and then shot a small flare of her chakra into the scroll. Almost immediately, pain spiked through her body as the seal lit up in front of her. Biting down on the kunai, She tried to hold back the scream threatening to tear from her throat, but as her neck burned, her vocal cords reacted and the kunai shattered as chakra rushed through her and her voice rang out in the room. Opposite her, Haruki clenched his jaw and concentrated on the cursed seal that he had connected to with his own chakra as soon as the process began. Closing his eyes, he used his chakra to close in around the seal. Cage it, with the winds of a monsoon. Lock it down, with the everyday winds that seemed so insignificant apart, yet held so much power together. Then fight it, with the howling power of a tempestuous squall. And finally, destroy it, with the untamed strength of a raging storm. The half-finished cursed seal stood no chance, and Haruki could almost hear its frustrated shriek as its power broke, snapping under his hands as it yielded to his control. Drawing it away from Anko's body was much easier now that its power had been reduced. Opening his eyes, Haruki watched the fading patterns of the cursed seal of heaven run down Anko's arm and spill onto the scroll. The kunoichi had stopped screaming at this point, but the hand still pressed against the seal was near white and shaking. Haruki waited until the last of the cursed seal left Anko's skin and then reached out to wrap a gentle hand against the kunoichi's. "We're done, Anko-san. You can rest now." Anko could barely keep her eyes open, but she still managed to rasp out, "It's gone." The cursed seal. She managed to catch the smile Haruki offered her as he confirmed, "Yes, it's gone. Completely." The relief and gratitude that crashed into her at this reassurance was enough to knock her out, and she slumped sideways, not even feeling the strong arm that wrapped around her shoulders and carefully lowered her to the ground. Haruki made sure Anko was no longer touching the scroll before focusing on his task again and performing a set of seals. Instantly, the center sun pattern flared red as he pushed some of the Kyuubi's chakra into the seal. Orochimaru's cursed seal immediately disappeared within the crimson light, and Haruki finally released his chakra, shoulders slumping with mild exhaustion as he snapped the scroll shut. "Haruki-kun." Haruki glanced up, blinking when he realized that the Hokage had dropped down across from him beside Anko and was currently checking her pulse. He released a short sigh and mustered a small smile. "She'll be fine. Just let her sleep it off." And he waved the scroll. "Orochimaru's cursed seal is locked away. We just need to burn the scroll and it'll be completely destroyed." Sarutobi easily picked up the unconscious kunoichi but kept a concerned eye on the redhead as he moved her to the couch in his private office. "And you?" "I'll be fine," Haruki assured, rising to his feet as well without showing any fatigue. "I just need some rest. Do you want me to get rid of this, or shall I?" Sarutobi extended a hand. "I'll take it, if you don't mind. I'd like to show it to Jiraiya when he comes home." Haruki frowned, glancing down at the scroll before handing it over with a shrug. He planned for both Jiraiya and Tsunade to know the truth about him anyway. Letting him see some of his seals wouldn't be that big a deal. "I should get going, old man." Haruki straightened completely, walking over to give Anko a once-over before turning back to the Hokage. "I have training later with Asuma's team." Sarutobi smiled at this. "Ah, he asked you then?" Haruki immediately stiffened in suspicion. "You did something." It was not a question. "I knew he didn't ask me just because of my jutsu." The Sandame's smile widened a little. "I thought about what you said, about Asuma." He paused and a thoughtful frown drifted onto his brow. "I had a chat with him a few days ago. We went to the Hokage monument and I tried to show him a little of what I saw in Konoha." He shook his head ruefully. "He really is quite detached from this village. But he didn't refuse when I invited him to dinner with me and Konohamaru afterwards. And let me guess," Haruki rubbed a hand over his eyes. "He wanted to know why you were acting out of character." Sarutobi chuckled. "Well, we haven't eaten together since before he left Konoha, so of course, he wanted to know why. But I told him it was because of something you said. Nothing specific, but he seemed to take an interest in you." Haruki heaved a sigh. Not only did he have to deal with Shikaku, now he had a curious Asuma on his hands as well. Team 10's sensei was usually laid back and easygoing, but once something caught his attention, nothing would deter the man until his interest was sated. "Did the dinner go all right then?" the redhead finally asked. Sarutobi nodded cheerfully. "It went better than I hoped. Konohamaru being there helped too." Haruki grunted but said nothing more as he stifled a yawn. He barely got any sleep at night, and removing Orochimaru's cursed seal didn't help keep him awake. Nodding an abrupt goodbye to the Hokage, he headed for the window. He still had a few hours before he had to meet up with Team 10. The convenience store should be open. He could grab a few popsicles and kill some time on top of the Hokage monument. It was funny, he mused as he leapt out of the window. Once upon a time, ramen would have been the first food to come to mind. But he didn't eat anywhere near as much as he used to nowadays, and frozen ice creams had become something of a habit. Because his stupid old sensei always loved sharing them with him. "Good morning, Asuma. Ino should be out in a few minutes." Asuma turned at the greeting, nodding cordially at the Yamanka clan head as Inoichi stepped outside the flower shop. "Good morning, Inoichi." The two fell into a comfortable silence as Inoichi watered the plants outside the shop and Asuma continued smoking, keeping an eye on his other two students several feet away across the street. Choji was munching on chips as usual. Asuma made a mental note to suggest dieting, and Shikamaru was slumped against a pole next to him, not bothering to hide a wide yawn. He sighed inwardly. There was a reason he started their training so late in the morning. He had a feeling that Shikamaru wouldn't even be able to stay vertical if he called them out at 7. And then there was Ino, who had to help her mother set up shop for the day at 9 in the morning. Asuma didn't particularly mind though. If they were going to meet late, then they might as well meet at a time that was suitable for everyone. His thoughts turned to the Junin, who would be joining them today. As he glanced up and down the street, Haruki seemed to spend a lot of time with Kakashi. Would the redhead have picked up the copy nin's habit? It was already 5 minutes to 10. And Asuma couldn't really blame the man if he was late. He knew Haruki had been very reluctant to join them in the first place, and while he had been willing to insist until the redhead capitulated, why Haruki had agreed after only a few minutes of persuasion from him was still a mystery. And he was curious to see who this Junin was. As far as he knew, Kakashi never willingly spent much time with other people. He wasn't a loner, and he socialized when he joined them for a few drinks at the bars, but the man never went out of his way to seek out company, preferring to stay to the side and read those damn books of his. Yet Kakashi had invited Haruki to train with his team, and the short interaction he had seen between them after they had been given their missions by the Sandaime had been relaxed and comfortable. The copy nin obviously considered the redhead a friend, even though they had only just met. This fact only served to mystify him even more. And of course, there was his father too. Asuma could barely remember the last time he had sat through a dinner with Sarutobi without getting into an argument or sitting in stilted silence, much less actually enjoyed one. His father had clearly been deliberately cautious whenever he spoke, careful not to come on too strongly when voicing his opinions as he had in the past, but Asuma couldn't ever recall his father trying to hold a conversation and not attempt to make Asuma see things his way. He had appreciated it, and they had somehow managed to get through dinner with only friendly exchanges between them. And afterwards, once Konohamaru had gone home and he had walked his father back to the Hokage Tower, his curiosity had gotten the better of him, and he had asked, just before they had gone their own ways for the night, why. Imagine his surprise when Haruki's name had come up. Sarutobi hadn't said much more than that, and Asuma had left, mulling over the mysterious Junin no one seemed to know. The very next day, he had checked the mission registry and noted the day that the redhead would be returning from his intel mission, which, now that he thought about it, suspiciously coincided with Hyuga Hazashi's miraculous return. He would have to think more on that later and had sought out the redhead as soon as he could. He had remembered Haruki's promise to Guy and had wondered whether the other Junin would keep it or not. He knew when and where Guy's team trained there wasn't a single shinobi who didn't, what with Guy's youthful rants, and had swung by the training grounds on his way to the Hokage Tower. He had only been mildly surprised when he had seen the redhead training with one of Guy's students. He had been much more stunned by the jutsu he had witnessed Haruki execute. The lightning jutsu, at least an A- class, had been flawless, but from what he had managed to overhear without being detected, lightning wasn't even Haruki's natural affinity. Wind was. Same as him. Asuma could count on one hand the number of ninja that had a wind affinity in Konoha and still have fingers left over, and most of them hadn't even completely mastered it. Wind was the hardest element to control after all. But if Haruki could pull off such a powerful jutsu with an element that wasn't even his main affinity, he had no doubt that the redhead could do some serious damage with wind chakra. A couple of approaching Chunin came into view and distracted him from his thoughts when they drew level with his students. He didn't have time to do more than frown in their direction when he saw the sneers on their faces before Inoichi spoke up. Ino tells me that you invited Kazama-san to your training session today. Asuma turned his head to take in his female student's father. Inoichi had a broom in hand and D was sweeping up some of the stray leaves and petals littering the ground even as he pinned Asuma with that piercing blue-green gaze. He mentally shook his head. Sometimes, he still couldn't wrap his mind around the fact that Konoha's greatest interrogator had retired and become a florist. Yes, he replied, removing his cigarette and putting it out first. Inoichi didn't mind that he smoked as long as he didn't do it while they were having a conversation or when he was within a few feet of his daughter for an extended period of time. He caught my attention when he was training with Guys Tae. And I invited him to train with my team for a day. He glanced up and down the street again. He should be here soon. Inoichi's thoughtful frown made him think back to the clan head's words. Kazama-san, Inoichi had called him. But there had been an underlying edge of something that pinged on Asuma's radar. Do you know him? The man may have been retired but he hadn't lost any of his famed impulsivity that hid his emotions from the world and made enemy Nin quiver in the interrogation rooms. We have met, Inoichi acknowledged without pause. In passing only though, which really didn't give away anything, but Asuma was willing to bet that Inoichi was interested in the red-haired Junin as well. Suddenly raised voices caught both their attentions and they turned simultaneously to watch. The obvious argument between the two Chunin and Asuma's students. Neither Chunin had seen Asuma or Inoichi or they would have probably had second thoughts about picking on the two genin. Fatty like you could never become a shinobi. Asuma visibly winced. Choji hated being called fat and Shikamaru could be fiercely protective of the Akamichi heir when the occasion called for it. As it was, Choji had flushed deep red. Hands curling into fists, his bag of chips crumpling in one angry grip, and Shikamaru had straightened from his lazy slouch, eyes narrowed. Shut up, I'm just big-boned, Choji snapped back. What's your problem anyway? Don't you have anything better to do? One of the Chunin's lips curled up mockingly. What, can't even stop for a chat? You're not very nice. Guess you inherited bad manners as well as your figure from your folks. Asuma's jaw tightened and he made to move forward to stop the altercation, feeling more than seeing Inoichi tense up beside him even as Shikamaru took a step forward and snapped, "Oi, back off." But the damage had been done and Choji moved to lunge forward, face twisted into a rage. Only to pull up short when both Chunin were, quite suddenly, yanked off the ground and into the air by some invisible force, hanging upside down from one ankle as their other limbs flailed and startled yelps slipped from their mouths. Asuma watched with growing astonishment when, a fraction of a second later, a familiar figure leapt down from the flower shop's roof and landed beside the group, crimson hair and long trench coat trailing behind him. Wind, Asuma realized, eyes picking out the faint traces of wind currents wrapped neatly around both Chunin's right ankles before moving to the motionless hands stuffed in the redhead's coat pockets. Haruki is manipulating the wind itself without using any hand signs. Good morning, Shikamaru-kun. Haruki had turned to the Nara heir, who now looked slightly wide-eyed, and now greeted him with a small smile. Blue eyes then flickered to the still red-faced Choji and offered a similar greeting. And you must be Akamichi Choji. Good morning. I'm joining your team for practice today. Asuma's students blinked before glancing at each other, and Asuma found himself relaxing again when the red started to seep out of Choji's features and Shikamaru's slouch returned. Beside him, Inoichi made no move to stop this new exchange. It seemed like they both wanted to see how Haruki would handle this situation. Morning, Haruki-san. Shikamaru's lazy drawl had returned and Asuma made a mental note. Taita asked the boy about the note of familiarity in his voice when he addressed the redhead. Good morning, Choji echoed, peering almost hesitantly between Haruki and the two Chunin hanging in the air. Hey, one of the Chunin, the same one that had spoken last, snapped. Are you doing this? Haruki turned to face the upside-down shinobi, head tilting to observe them with a thoughtful air. Yes, I suppose I am. The redhead agreed after a moment, and Asuma had to suppress a snicker at the bug-eyed looks Haruki received after the nonchalant concession. He heard a quiet snort of amusement his right and was quick enough to catch a shadow of a smile on the clan head's lips. Both Chunins flushed darker, their faces already red from the blood rushing to their heads, before the other Chunin snarled, "Well, put us down. Who are you anyway? Are you even a Konoha nin?" It was then that Asuma noticed that Haruki did not wear the Konoha headband anywhere on his body, at least not visible to public eyes. Nor was he wearing the flak jacket issued to Junin underneath his coat, only a simple black long-sleeved shirt. "Yes, I am," Haruki replied easily, not at all perturbed that he was talking down at the Chunin, whose heads were hanging about a foot off the ground. "I just don't carry the headband around with me." The first Chunin just glared back at the redhead, struggling in vain against the wind holding him in the air. "You're attacking a fellow shinobi then. That could get you demoted. Let us go." Haruki gave them a thin smile that didn't come close to reaching his eyes. "No." The Chunin all but growled, one arm swinging out in a heated attempt to hit the red-haired Junin, but a gentle gust of wind rushed by and his coat flapped out of the way of the flailing fist. Uma wondered if that breeze was natural or not. "Why the fuck not?" the Chunin demanded angrily, humiliation lining his face. All at once, Haruki's features froze over and mercilessly cold eyes drilled into the Chunin's brown ones. The teen immediately recoiled. Out of the corner of his eye, Asuma saw Inoichi take a step forward, one eyebrow raised in interest. "I don't know." The redhead's voice was still deceivingly light. "You tell me." The other Chunin seemed a bit smarter and his eyes darted between Haruki and Choji before glancing up at the wind still wrapped tightly around his ankle. Finally, the teen cut his losses and relented, eyes on Choji as he forced out through clenched teeth, "Sorry, Akamichi-san." The first Chunin glared, arms folding in front of him with some difficulty. Ly and Asuma scoffed at how ridiculous the teen looked. "I ain't apologizing," he sneered. "Why should I when everyone knows that the Akamichis are just a bunch of FAA?" His words tapered off into a screech of alarm when he dropped abruptly towards the ground, arms shooting out to flounder wildly around him as he came dangerously close to face-planting into the earth before Haruki's wind yanked him back up again. Asuma hadn't even seen the Junin's hands twitch. "Come again?" Haruki asked coldly. The Chunin seethed for a long moment, eyes taking in the unforgiving cerulean gaze piercing him before self-preservation instincts finally kicked in. "Sorry, Akamichi-san," the teen spat out at last. Haruki shrugged and turned back to Choji, the previous coldness leaking out of his features as he focused on the Akamichi heir. "Well, Choji-kun, personally, I've heard more sincere apologies from my enemies, but I think that's the best we're going to get out of these two right now." Choji looked downright baffled, but the anger had died and the genin only observed the two Chunin with a somber air before announcing firmly, "Okay then. Let them go." Haruki smiled a little before turning back to the two Chunin. The first one just had to open his mouth one last time. "We fucking apologized," he bit out. "Now let us down." Without a word, the redhead blinked once and both teens found themselves released and free-falling for all of 2 seconds before crashing face first onto the dusty ground. Muttered curses cut the air, but they jumped up soon enough, hands nursing their noses as they backed away, their entire focus on Haruki. Haruki only smiled at them again, his expression hard and icy. "You should watch what you say in the future, boys. It might come back to bite you in the ass one day." Both Chunin tried glaring at the redhead, but Asuma could detect visible fear in the way they scrambled out of sight, hurrying away from Haruki's frigid stare. As soon as they were gone, Haruki's expression warmed again, features falling back to their typical neutrality as he turned back to the two genin. The three stared at each other for a moment before Haruki sighed and reached a hand up to tuck a lock of hair behind one ear. "Interesting way to start off our training session," the Junin finally commented, before adding somewhat hurriedly, "And what I just did. I don't think you should do that. That was a pretty bad example considering I'm supposed to help teach you today." "So, Haruki rubbed the back of his head, and Asuma could suddenly see a softer side to the redhead. And he wondered if this was the side Kakashi knew, because the man didn't seem so unapproachable anymore. "Just pretend you didn't see that, okay?" A few seconds of silence ticked by before Shikamaru broke out into snickers. hands stuffing themselves back into his pockets as an amused smirk tilted his lips. Choji joined in after a moment, chuckling along as Haruki blinked down at them almost uncertainly. No way, Haruki-san. Your method's effective. I'm pretty sure they were about to wet themselves near the end, Shikamaru observed lazily. Choji laughed outright at this, noticeably warmy. To Haruki as the Junin stared down at them with a wry grin. Still smiling, Choji glanced at Shikamaru and then up at the redhead before asking almost hesitantly, "What would you have done if I didn't want you to let them go?" Haruki cocked his head in contemplation before his gaze swept the street and landed on the 2 garbage cans Inoichi had dragged out earlier. Well, he gestured towards the trash cans. They probably would have fitted in those. Choji grinned and Shikamaru huffed out a laugh, and Asuma knew neither of them would have any problems interacting with Haruki. The Junin was good with kids. A moment later, he found himself staring into steady cerulean as all three made their way over in unspoken agreement. "Good morning, Asuma, Inoichi-sama," Haruki greeted quietly as the group reached the flower shop. "Morning," Asuma grinned a little as he nodded in the direction that the 2 Chunin had disappeared in. "Nice entrance." Haruki actually looked faintly embarrassed. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that." He paused before amending, "At least not in front of your students." Asuma chuckled. "You didn't do anything to hurt them, except their pride anyway. And it was a nice display of your wind affinity." Quote. The redhead stiffened briefly and Asuma found himself on the receiving end of a sharp searching gaze for a fraction of a second before nodding briefly in acknowledgement. Asuma blinked. Had he imagined that? "You were very proficient at manipulating the wind," Inoichi cut in thoughtfully. "Can you travel long distances in a shorter amount of time that way?" Asuma found this question somewhat strange, but Haruki took it in stride and nodded. Inoichi seemed satisfied with the answer and offered a slight smile instead. "You're standing outside my home. No need to be so formal." Haruki blinked before dipping his head in acquiescence. "Inoichi-san then. Now you just have to meet Choji's old man and you'll have met the whole set." All eyes turned to the slouching Shikamaru and Asuma raised a questioning eyebrow at him. Shikamaru just shrugged a little before glancing up at Haruki. "He's already met my dad." Inoichi switched his gaze back to Haruki. "You've met Shikaku." Haruki looked mildly uncomfortable but nodded somewhat warily. "Yes, I met him a few days ago." He paused, a small amount of irritation surfacing on his face. "We played shogi." Inoichi chuckled and Asuma felt his lips quirk up again. Most of the village knew of the Nara clan head's prowess in shogi. "Well," Inoichi grinned a little, "no one's beaten Shikaku in decades." "Don't feel too bad." Shikamaru spoke up before Haruki could get a word in edgewise, scoffing, "My dad lost." "Haruki-san won." "Shikamaru-kun." The redhead had probably been aiming for annoyed, but the warning G came out more exasperated than anything else. For his part, Shikamaru didn't look all that concerned. Inoichi's eyes widened. "You beat Shikaku." Haruki grimaced, shifting in his coat. Asuma had no idea why the other Junin seemed to think beating the Sandame's chief strategist at his own game was a bad thing. "Yes," Haruki finally admitted, glancing reproachfully down at Shikamaru, who shrugged unrepentantly. "I suppose so." The interest in Inoichi's eyes was visible now and Asuma guessed that this was why Haruki seemed uncomfortable with the whole situation, though why the redhead dislike. The attention of a clan head was still a mystery. Behind them, the door to the flower shop suddenly swung open and Asuma arched an eyebrow at the relief that flooded Haruki's features for a moment. The red-haired Junin really didn't like attention. "Morning, sensei." Asuma turned to smile down at his third student as she finished pulling on her elbow warmers. "Morning, Ino." He turned to nod at the redhead beside him. "This is Haruki. He's the one training with us today." Ino turned her attention on the redhead and smiled up at him. "Hi." She jabbed a finger at Shikamaru and Choji. "Those 2 idiots probably didn't bother introducing me before. I'm Yamanaka Ino. Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too, Ino-chan," Haruki replied with a half smile, but Asuma frowned when he detected a trace of wistfulness in the upward tilt of his lips. He glanced sideways at Inoichi and noticed that the blonde had also caught the emotion and was frowning attentively once again. "All right then." Asuma clapped a hand on Haruki's shoulder. "I was thinking that we could start on chakra control today." He glanced at the redhead. We're probably starting that a bit late, but I've been seeing what they could do with their clan techniques. Haruki nodded. Not that late. Kakashi's team only started about a week ago. You trained with 4 Sakura's team. Ino piped up. Yeah, Haruki shrugged. Kakashi invited me. Sakura's got near perfect chakra control. Asuma speculated whether or not the Junin had said that on purpose when Ino turned on him and demanded, "We have to start practicing chakra control now." Asuma sighed and nodded before glancing at Haruki again. I guess I'll let you take over today. I was planning to do the tree walking exercise and then get them started on their D-rank mission. A strange glint entered the redhead's eyes. What mission is it? Asuma withdrew a mission scroll from his hip pouch. They're going to be retrieving the daimyo's wife's cat today. Simultan. EOUS groans erupted from all 3 genin and even Inoichi chuckled at them. Haruki on the other hand brightened visibly and Asuma wondered if he should worry for his team. Great. Haruki turned an most evil grin on the 3 genin who all promptly took a step back. I know exactly what to do today. Shikamaru eyed their temporary sensei. This really didn't bode well. The smile Haruki was wearing. G reminded him of the one Naruto always wore just before one of his pranks blew up in someone's face. Troublesome, he muttered, stifling a yawn at the thought of training. But at least the Junin was looking at him today. Shikamaru couldn't detect any shadows in the man's eyes and he even seemed a bit more open. And defending Choji was definitely a bonus in his book. Choji only smoothed out his crumpled bag of chips, shaking it rather forlornly before tossing it away in a nearby trash can. He didn't really mind training, and he was curious to see what this Junin would come up with. Besides, Haruki was nice. He didn't look at him with that amused indulgence that most people looked at him with when they found out he was training to become a shinobi. Ino was somewhat nervous about the GL. In the Junin's eyes, but she hid it well. She hoped whatever training he had in mind wouldn't mess up her hair too much. She might see Sasuke today and she really didn't want to be a sweaty mess if that happened. If you don't mind, Asuma, Inoichi suddenly spoke up. I'd like to come as well. Ino whirled, eyes wide with surprise and a small amount of apprehension, but it was Haruki's face Asuma automatically checked. The redhead looked as impassive as Inoichi on a bad day and he couldn't pick out any emotions at all. He turned back to the Yamanaka clan head and agreed with an easy nod, but he suddenly had a feeling that if Inoichi wasn't present, he'd probably have been blistered by a death glare from the Junin standing next to him. Asuma sighed as Inoichi disappeared back into shop to grab a coat and drop a word to his wife. Glancing sidelong at Haruki, he abruptly felt a bit like an ass when he caught the restless frown marring the redhead's brow. Now that he looked closer, Haruki seemed a little on the tired side as well. The Junin was already training with them per his request. He could at least cut the man some slack if he really didn't want Inoichi tagging along. If you want, Asuma voiced quietly so that only Haruki could hear. I could tell him I changed my mind. Refusing a clan head could be a little daunting, refusing Yamanaka Inoichi even more so, but he would manage. Haruki was already shaking his head, withdrawing a hair tie and pulling back his hair into a simple ponytail. It's fine, Asuma, don't worry about it. The redhead offered him a reassuring smile before moving away to talk to his students, asking them about their training up until now. All 3 kids answered easily enough and Asuma was surprised to see that even Shikamaru, who ally couldn't be bothered to join in on a conversation, was responding to Haruki's questions. With another sigh, he lit a new cigarette. Training hadn't even started yet and he was already thinking too hard for his liking. Wasn't being a sensei supposed to be easier? 20 minutes later, they were in the more forested part of the training grounds and all 3 genin were making half-hearted attempts at climbing their respective trees. Asuma, Inoichi, and Haruki stood to the side, watching as Ino managed to make it about a third of the way before the wood crunched under her foot and gravity dumped her back to the ground. Choji managed a few running steps to about a quarter of the tree before tumbling back down as well, and Shikamaru took a few steps upwards, only reaching about 3 feet above the ground before he too had to jump back to the forest floor. Asuma said nothing, content to let Haruki run the show today. He wanted to see what kind of sensei Haruki would make. Beside him, Inoichi was leaning against the trunk of a tree, arms folded in front of him as he kept an idle gaze on the genin. They're exactly the same, the little brats. At Haruki's irritated mutter, Asuma and Inoichi both glanced at him before following his line of sight. Surprisingly, his gaze was settled firmly on Shikamaru. Who was the Nara heir similar to? One of Kakashi's students perhaps. Haruki, for his part, was mentally comparing Shikamaru to one of his own former students, a Nara as well and one of the Nara heir's younger cousins. Akio had been just as lazy as Shikamaru and had also pretended not to know the tree-walking exercise. A Nara needed to learn chakra control to be able to control shadows effectively. Heaving a sigh, he moved forward until he was staring down at Shikamaru. Ho was lying flat on his back at the moment. When it came to a Nara, bribery was the only way to go. Shikamaru-kun, Haruki smiled pleasantly down at him as Ino and Choji also paused and he felt Asuma and Inoichi's attention focused on his back. If you make it up this tree using only your chakra in the next 5 seconds, I'll play a game of shogi with you. Haruki had noticed the familiar calculating glint in Shikamaru's eyes during the few times the boy had brought yesterday's game up and, knowing his times Shikamaru's love of a challenge when it came to shogi, he knew the genin would take his offer up in a flash. Indeed, a moment later, the brown-haired genin was standing again, pausing only long enough to gather chakra into the soles of his feet before taking off for his tree. 5 seconds later, Shikamaru was standing sideways at the very top, obviously knowing he had just been bribed but smirking triumphantly anyway. Haruki snorted, shaking his head in exasperation before jerking his head at the ground to prompt the boy back down again. What amazing progress, he deadpanned dryly. Now get back down. Here. Shikamaru just grinned a little and scampered back down as able as any squirrel. Do I get my shogi game? He asked as he came to a stop in front of Haruki again. Rolling his eyes, the redhead nodded. After practice, or later, whenever you're up for it. Now go sleep or something. You'll need your energy later. Shikamaru's grin widened as he sauntered away and settled at the base of his tree for a morning nap. Haruki hid a smirk of his own. There would be no shogi game today. After the training he was going to put these three through, they would be dying on their feet. Turning, he caught sight of Ino and Choji gaping at Shikamaru. Catching their attention, Haruki stared pointedly at their own trees. Well, what are you waiting for? The longer you two take, the more free time Shikamaru-kun gets. Immediately, Ino scowled but her face flooded with determination and she took off for her tree again. Choji glanced enviously at his best friend but straightened and continued the exercise, redoubling his efforts as he concentrated on his chakra. Making his way back to Asuma and Inoichi, Haruki found himself on the receiving end of twin stares of disbelief. He mustered an innocent look that almost always worked to get him out of doing paperwork when Sasuke or Neji hunted him down to complete it. Both shinobi blinked in surprise before Inoichi released a startled laugh and Asuma shook his head. You just bribed one of my students, Asuma pointed out, voice mildly amused. Haruki scoffed. All three of them are unmotivated right now. Trust me, you'll be resorting to bribery in no time. Asuma sighed and glanced at his students. I don't think Shikamaru would agree to shogi matches with me. Kid's a genius. No. Asuma's eyebrows shot up at the redhead's certain tone. He'll enjoy playing against you. Blinking, Asuma glanced at Inoichi who had been silently observing their exchange. The blonde shrugged a little even as Haruki continued, oblivious to their confusion. But you could always bribe him with cloud watching or something, Haruki continued easily. And you could treat Choji-kun to lunch. Though not too often, he added with a slight grin. Asuma just sighed, scratching his head. He really should go on a diet. Haruki tilted his head thoughtfully. Perhaps a small one, he conceded. But he'll grow into himself. Inoichi glanced curiously at him. What do you mean? Haruki hemmed absently, eyes focused on Choji. He's an Akamichi. Can you imagine what would happen if he had the body size of, say, Shikamaru-kun? He'd never be able to handle his clan's techniques. He shoved his hands into his coat pockets. He'll be fine. In a couple years, he'll be all muscle. Turning to give them a sharp, fierce smile, he added darkly, and then we'll see what other people say about him when he can put them through the floor. Asuma looked between the redhead and Choji, not quite able to hide a smile. He knew not many people saw Choji as shinobi material. It was nice to hear someone speak about him with so much faith. Inoichi remained focused on Haruki. He remembered, back in his genin days, that Shuza had the same problem. His size and love of food had made it difficult for the other kids their age to accept him. But Shuza had grown up to become a powerful shinobi, and Inoichi had never had any doubts that his son would be the same. But it wasn't every day that he heard someone else say something similar with so much conviction. And what about Ino? Inoichi spoke up again, glancing at his daughter. He was curious to see if Haruki would speak as bluntly about her as he did the others while he was around. How would you get her to work? Haruki didn't even hesitate, turning his head to look at him. Her rivalry with Sakura. Ino-chan wouldn't want her to get ahead. Inoichi nodded in agreement as Asuma listened on. He knew of Ino's rivalry with Haruno Sakura, but didn't really know the details. It's too bad, really. Inoichi eyed his daughter with a small frown. They used to be pretty good friends. Haruki surprised them by actually laughing out loud. It was soft and didn't last very long, but it was genuine and the first one either had ever heard. The best kind of friends can be rivals as well, Inoichi-san. Haruki commented lightly. They'll make up sooner or later. Asuma cocked his head, fiddling with the pack of cigarettes in his jacket but not pulling it out. There was a ring of familiarity in the redhead's voice when he said this. Did you have one then? A rival? Immediately, the cheerful light died in Haruki's cerulean gaze and something dark and ugly and haunted replaced it, making both shinobi freeze. And then the redhead blinked and they found themselves staring at ice, blank and impassive as Haruki replied curtly, everyone has rivals. Before Asuma or Inoichi could ask further, Ino called out from the base of her tree, panting for breath, Haruki-san, how did you know Shikamaru could climb the tree? The redhead turned his attention back to the three genin, forcing himself to relax. Choji was looking over as well and Shikamaru had opened his eyes to peer at him. Haruki nodded at Shikamaru's tree. What's the difference between Shikamaru-kun's tree and yours and Choji-kun's? As Ino drew closer to Shikamaru's tree, Haruki glanced at Inoichi. You knew Shikamaru-kun could already do this exercise, didn't you? Inoichi shrugged, smiling slightly. Hikaku did the same thing when we first started, though, he glanced sharply at the red-haired Junin. Our sensei couldn't tell. Shikamaru's tree doesn't have any dents or scuff marks. Ino exclaimed, turning to Haruki again. Haruki's mouth twitched up at the dawning realization on both Asuma and Inoichi's faces. Exactly, he nodded. I knew someone who had near-perfect chakra control, even as a genin. But even she left small dents and scratches up and down her tree when she did this exercise. Shikamaru-kun's tree is unmarked, even though he was dropping back down to the ground at around the same height for 10 minutes. He eyed the lazy Nara with some amusement. You may not want to work much Shikamaru-kun, but what you did only showed that you already knew how to regulate chakra properly and it was actually more work than if you hadn't been able to climb the tree. Shikamaru stared at him before thumping his head back down onto the arms folded neatly behind his head, grumbling under his breath. Haruki grinned before nodding at Ino. That's how I knew. Now back to work. Haruki settled back against a tree again as Ino made a face and trotted back to her tree. Beside him, Inoichi had arched an eyebrow. Good observation. I never really paid attention to that. Asuma nodded in agreement. How'd you realize something like that? Most senseis wouldn't point something like that out. Haruki shrugged. The one I mentioned, the one with good chakra control, she was my teammate. She managed to get up to one of the higher branches on her first try and only improved from there. I wasn't very good. I put too little chakra into my feet so I couldn't really get that far. I asked her for some tips and noticed it when I was bugging her. Who was your teammate? Was on the tip of Asuma's tongue, but a warning glance from Inoichi was enough to keep the question to himself. The clan head was right. Haruki probably wouldn't take the question well. With a mournful sigh, Asuma id down the length of the tree and settled on the ground. If he couldn't smoke, then he could at least make himself comfortable. He was probably in for a long wait. 3 hours later, Asuma jolted ache when a sandaled foot prodded his ribs. Blinking, he stared blearily up at Haruki, who looked rather annoyed. Yawning, he stretched and got to his feet, noting the amused glint in Inoichi's eyes as he took in his surroundings. His 3 students were gathered in front of him, munching on sandwiches and drinking from water bottles while staring at him with varied expressions of irritation and, on Ino and Choji's part, exhaustion. Had a nice nap, Asuma-sensei. Ino scowled at him. Asuma stifled another yawn and mustered up a sheepish look for them. How are the exercises coming along? Ino and Choji both brightened at this question. We got to the top of the tree, Choji announced proudly, and Ino grinned beside him. Asuma blinked in surprise before smiling broadly at them. Great, you both got it in only a few hours. That's amazing. What's amazing is your need for sleep, old man, Haruki grumbled from beside him. Not even Kakashi slept during his team's exercises. I'm not an old man, Asuma protested, holding back a grin at the easy banter. Haruki was good company when he opened up a little. With that beard, you look like you could be in your late 30s, Haruki shot back. I'm your age. This time, there was real offense in Asuma's voice as he reached up to rub at his beard. It did not make him look old. Laughter rang out and all 3 adults turned to look at the genin on the ground. Ino bounded to her feet, having finished her lunch, and reached out to tug at Haruki's sleeve. Yeah, but Haruki-san doesn't have a beard, Asuma-sensei, Ino teased. And, she turned to glance pointedly between the 2 junin. He's better looking. Asuma was somewhat surprised that Ino had said something so bold and guessed that they had gotten more comfortable in each other's company while he had been asleep. Ino may be outspoken and confident, but Asuma had come to realize that she only spoke about people so playfully when she was at ease in their presence. For his part, Haruki blinked down at the blonde, feeling rather thrown at the comment but chuckled good-naturedly after a moment. Exactly, Asuma, even Ino-chan says so, and she's the only one here who's got an eye for that sort of thing. Which means I'm right, Asuma scoffed, rolling his eyes as his female student beamed. He shot Inoichi a reproachful look when the man laughed and then turned a small SCOWL on the 2 boys still sitting on the ground. Both had amused grins on their faces as they finished up their lunches. From his spot a few steps away, Inoichi surveyed Team 10 and the red-haired junin, and decided that accompanying the group today was one of the best decisions he had ever made. He eyed his daughter's hand tucked in a friendly manner in the crook of Haruki's arm as she continued to tease Asuma and debated the likelihood of the redhead shaking her off. Earlier, while Asuma had slept, Haruki had simply heaved a resigned sigh and left him to it. Instead, he had moved away to help his daughter and Choji as they continued their attempts at chakra control. Choji had steadily gotten better and better, inching his way up the tree as the minutes ticked by, but Ino had only managed to get about halfway and no further. 2 hours into the exercise and Inoichi had almost seen her frustration manifest a physical form when Choji finally reached the top and flopped down on the ground for a breather. In this, he and his daughter were the same, at least when he had been her age. He had been every bit as impatient and easily frustrated as Ino was now, and that usually made itself known through an explosive temper. Inoichi had tensed when, after dozens of attempts and even more dents in the wood, his daughter had finally whirled on the sleeping figure of Shikamaru, mouth opening to vent her pent-up anger. He had often blown up at Shikaku and Shuza as well whenever he had failed at something multiple times, and he knew Ino was no different. But to his surprise, Haruki had cut in before Ino could say a word, and had asked the strangest thing. Azalea, what does it mean? Inoichi had had a hard time keeping the confusion off his face, and his daughter hadn't even bothered trying. What? She had snapped, her ire obvious in the tone of her voice, and Inoichi had inwardly winced at the rude attitude directed at Haruki. But the redhead hadn't even seemed to notice, and me. Relai cocked his head as he repeated his question. What does an azalea mean? You work in a flower shop. You should know, right? Ino had pushed away a few sweaty bangs before snapping irritably, Temperance. Or to take care of yourself for me. What does that have to do with anything? Haruki had only shrugged and nodded at the tree. One step. Go on. Ino's brow had furrowed even further but had obeyed after a moment of hesitation. taking a step onto the tree so that she was standing sideways at the very base of the tree trunk. She wobbled a little and her arms flailed, and Inoichi had been sure she would fall again. But Haruki had quickly continued with another question. Bluebells. Meaning, Ino had automatically answered, having been drilled on the many different types of flowers since she was a little girl by her mother. And she had steadied against the wood as her mind focused on something else. Humility and constancy. Haruki had nodded and motioned for her to take another step. Tiger lilies. Wealth and pride. Another step. Magnolias. Perseverance. Dignity and nobility. And another. Buttercups. Childishness or cheerfulness. And yet another. And so they went. Haruki would toss out the name of a flower and Ino would counter with its meaning, and Inoichi could only watch in amazement as the red-haired Junin talked his daughter down from her rage and up the trunk of the tree. Her two teammates had sat up at this point, watching her progress with quiet astonishment. Finally, just before she had reached the top branch, Haruki had paused in his long list of flowers. Head tilted back to maintain eye contact, and offered a small smile up at Ino. One more then. A solidago. Ino had grinned, sweaty and smudged with dirt from all her failed attempts but had crowed triumphantly, success. And had taken the final step, bringing her level to the highest branch of the tree. Haruki's face had relaxed into a wide grin, hands still stuffed into his oat pockets as he rocked back on his heels. Well, look at that. It seems like you can do it after all. Inoichi had found himself smiling as well as his daughter's grin threatened to split her face. She had carefully made her way down the tree again, her steps much more sure and steady than before, and then she had bounced over to the redhead and thrown her arms around the Junin in a grateful hug. Haruki had frozen, flinching minutely in surprise, and Inoichi had almost frowned when the redhead glanced over at him with something akin to uncertainty. He would have thought that Haruki had been worried about his reaction if it wasn't for the fact that his long years as an interrogator had helped him pick up the confusion and discomfort and distress in the man's stance, as well as the silent scream for help in his eyes. Inoichi had seen those emotions in some shinobi, not many, but enough to recognize it. He usually saw it in ninja that had been out on the field for too long and had forgo what friendly human contact was like. Inoichi had seen it before, but only ever in the war veterans after the Third Shinobi War. He had straightened, mouth opening to tell his daughter to let go. Now because he had gone into the minds of some of those veterans and had seen a wrecked and ravaged world, desolate and dying, and if they weren't reintroduced to human contact in slow steps, it would cause a breakdown or worse. But Haruki had surprised him again when his body had forced itself to relax and an arm had circled around Ino's shoulders in an awkward hug, one hand patting her back before pulling away. Thanks, Ino had exclaimed brightly, none the wiser as Haruki had smiled easily down at her, all the anxiety or panic hidden safely away from prying eyes. Don't think too hard, was all the redhead had told her. You were just concentrating too much chakra before, and it was dragging you down. And then, 15 minutes later, Haruki had settled the 3 genin down water and sandwiches and a soldier pill each. The redhead had made his way back to the tree he had originally been leaning against and Inoichi had found an apology at the tip of his tongue. It hadn't been his fault and it certainly hadn't been his daughter's fault, but the haunted, lost expression Haruki had directed at him had hit him hard, had brought him back to his days on the battlefield. And he had figured that someone should be sorry for putting that look on the Junin's face, if only because Inoichi wasn't sure how to fix it. He barely knew anything about Kazama Haruki. At least with the war veterans. He had been ordered by the Hokage to mend the shinobi's mental stability as best he could. Somehow, he doubted Haruki would want him poking around inside his head. But Haruki had only smiled at him. A little weary and a little grateful at the same time, as though Inoichi had already helped just by recognizing some of what the Junin was going through. In the face of that smile, words had somehow seemed inadequate and Inoichi had remained silent in the end. Blinking out of his thoughts, Inoichi studied the subtle tension currently lining Haruki's shoulders. Body language was something every interrogator had to know inside out and he detected the way the redhead would stiffen ever so slightly when his daughter or her teammates crowded too close. Yet Haruki was still bantering effortlessly with Asuma. Actions relaxed and easy to the untrained eye. Haruki was good, Inoichi approved. Even he probably wouldn't have noticed if not for Ino's hug earlier. But right now, to him, Haruki was clearly uncomfortable, and it was even clearer that he wouldn't say anything to push the genin away. Inoichi interrupted smoothly when the conversation paused for a second. Did you take your soldier pill? Oh. Her hand slipped away from Haruki's arm and Inoichi waited until he saw the redhead relax again before turning to watch his daughter gulp down the military ration. Her two teammates followed her example before turning back to Haruki. Haruki glanced at Inoichi out of the corner of his eye. The clan head wasn't even looking at him, but he knew the interrogator well. Enough that he was sure Inoichi had called his daughter's attention away from him on purpose. Still, the man wasn't showing any signs of it, so he put it to the back of his mind. Now then, Haruki be gone once he had all three genins' attention again. You're D rank. Like Asuma said, you'll have to catch Tora for the daimyo's wife. Here, a smile bordering on sadistic curled his lips up as he handed out wireless radios for the genin. All three students eyed him warily as they accepted them. But, instead of just running around anywhere you want, you'll be putting today's lesson to good use. Until this mission is completed, all three of you are only allowed to walk sideways or even upside down. Buildings, trees, whatever, just so long as you don't walk upright. Understand? A horrified silence descended on the group. Asuma looked half amused, half appalled. Are you trying to kill my students? Haruki attempted a reassuring smile that, in Asuma's opinion, wasn't all that reassuring. I lie with the evil glint in the redhead's eyes. Of course not. It's good practice. I've seen genin do it before and they survived. Of course, they were his genin, and his students had been downright awesome in his opinion. Nevertheless, after the exercise Haruki had put them through, all three probably would have cursed him out if it hadn't been for the fact that they had been too tired to do so. Inoichi frowned, glancing sympathetically at his daughter. This would be tough, but if they succeeded, all three would never have to worry about chakra control again. Water walking would come that much easier as well. You heard him. He remained blank-faced when Ino shot him a betrayed look. Get moving. It's already past 1. At this rate, we'll still be here by dinner time. Shikamaru looked like he would rather be anywhere else in the world, and the doomed expression on Choji's face made it seem as if Haruki had sent them off to the gallows. Ino stayed silent for several seconds before rowing up her hands and marching forward, grabbing her two teammates by the arm and dragging them off to the nearest building. All right, let's do this. Come on Shikamaru, stop being so lazy. Choji, cut the mournful look. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner we get to rest. Move it. Haruki chuckled and called out one last time, we'll meet up with you once you complete the mission. Shikamaru glanced back at him briefly, and Haruki hoped that at least the Nara heir had caught his hint. Akio had, and had prevented his two teammates from failing the mission in the end. Well, Haruki Ned to the other two shinobi beside him and pulled out 3 more radios. Let's go see how they do. It was a rare sight for the former head of interrogation, the son of the Sandame, and a rather known red-haired Junin to be seen squatting on a rooftop together and snacking on dango while listening in on the curses and yells and troublesomes of a bunch of genin, but Team 10 had been at it for 4 hours already and all 3 adults had gotten hungry. It wasn't so bad, Inoichi mused as he listened to his daughter shout at the Nara heir for the umpteenth time since their mission had started. At the very least, he hadn't been this entertained in a long time. They got stuck again, Asuma observed from beside him, lying on his stomach as curses rang over their wirelesses. Where the heck had his students picked up some of those swear words anyway? Haruki just sighed and checked the sky. His own genin team had completed this mission in just under 5 hours. At the rate Team 10 was going, they probably wouldn't beat the record. Because they could only walk on the side of buildings and telephone poles and upside down under alcoves, all 3 students had to keep doubling back whenever they found that they couldn't keep going on the route they had taken without jumping back to the ground or clambering up to the top of the roofs. Shikamaru had the least problem with this, only getting stumped twice. But he had been too lazy to even try to give his teammates better directions, and it wasn't until Ino had caught on to this fact and had started yelling at him over the wireless that the Nara heir had started giving them instructions. Now they had their work cut out for them trying to catch Tora. While Haruki's rule restricted them, nothing restricted the cat from moving however she wished. Don't you think this is a bit hard for them? Asuma winced when yowling was picked up on the radios, followed by more swearing when Tora inevitably escaped again. Judging by the rather stern frown on Inoichi's face, Ino was going to get an earful tonight. Haruki shrugged, sitting with his legs dangling over the side of the roof on Inoichi's other side. They can handle it, and once Shikamaru-kun gets his act together and stops sighing over everything, maybe they'll get somewhere. You think Shikamaru can come up with a plan? Inoichi asked, somewhat curious to say. How Haruki thought this strange mission would pan out. Haoki hemmed an affirmation. Choji-kun's pretty good at sensing chakra signatures. He's the one who found Tora the last 5 times. Ino-chan is the fastest though, and she's already managed to get her hands on that cat 3 times. She just hasn't been able to hold on to her. If Shikamaru-kun can come up with a plan to utilize those 2 strengths, maybe we'll all be home in time for dinner. Inoichi nodded thoughtfully as Asuma dropped his head back down on his arms. This is going to take a while, he muttered gloomily as his stomach growled. Haruki rolled his eyes. Go get more food if you're hungry. Oh, here, he withdrew a few bills and thrust them at the Junin. Get me some gyoza while you're at it. Before Asuma could look more than a little indignant, Inoichi had also extended some money at him, nodding in agreement. Get me some yakisoba, Asuma. The chicken one, thanks. Asuma spluttered out something that sounded a bit like lazy asses, but heaved himself up anyway, taking the money before sunshining away. Inoichi and Haruki traded an amused look before settling into a companionable silence, listening to the lates. Generation of Inoshika Cho stumble around the village. How did you know all those flowers? Inoichi spoke up suddenly after a few minutes. Some of the ones you threw out aren't all that well known. Haruki shrugged, his face carefully blank. I had a friend who knew her flowers. Her family owned a flower shop as well. She'd talk about them sometimes when I dropped by. Inoichi glanced sidelong at the redhead. And the interrogator part of him wanted to continue asking, but a bigger part of him wanted to leave it alone. It wasn't any of his business what the Junin chose to say and not say. They fell silent again, and this time, it was Haruki who broke it. May I ask a question about your former job? Inoichi stiffened but nodded after a contemplative moment. The Junin could ask. It didn't mean he would answer. If the Hokage asked, not ordered, asked you to take up your position in TI again, would you? Inoichi arched an eyebrow. Most people would ask why I left in the first place. Haruki shrugged. He already knew why Inoichi had left. But he had always wanted to know if the feared interrogator would have refused to return if the Sandaime hadn't ordered him to. Well, I'm not most people. Inoichi fully agreed with that statement. He considered the question. It was a simple one, and it didn't require him to go into any details about his choice to retire. No, he voiced after a long moment. Probably not. If the Hokage doesn't order me to, it wouldn't be an emergency. Short of that, I won't ever return. Haruki nodded, quiet and unsurprised, and said no more. Sarutobi would order Inoichi back before the Chunin exams, but if the Yamanaka clan head didn't want to, then Haruki would put a stop to it. His times Inoichi had taught him a few interrogation techniques privy only to the Yamanaka clan just before he had infiltrated Iwa. He could do it now instead if he had to, although he shuddered at the thought of having to tear through another person's mind. He didn't know how interrogators could stand it day after day. Your food. Asuma appeared beside them again, looking mildly grouchy as he passed out their meals. The Junin sensei had a dish of gyoza as well, though it was a larger portion than Haruki's. Haruki accepted his with a grin and Inoichi nodded his thanks. All three dug in and almost choked when Shikamaru's voice finally rose to song. Eating above his typical lazy drawl and overrode Ino's ranting and Choji's complaints. All right, that's it. I can't stand this anymore. This is all so troublesome. Stop talking for a minute, woman, and listen to me. You're in charge of catching that stupid cat, but you'll come from the north. Choji, find the damn thing but don't charge in. You've pinpointed it. Good. Stay where you are until I get into position. We're going to catch it just as it's leaving the alleyway. Ino, Wait just around the corner. Catch it when Choji chases it out. I'll snag its shadow once you've got it. Ready. There was a slightly stilted silence over the wirelesses as all three adults paused and listened intently until they heard two confirmations. Finally, Haruki gulped down the rest of his gyoza before rising to his feet. Let's go watch. Inoichi quickly swallowed the last of his meal and tossed the plastic bowl away in a garbage can down below. Haruki swiftly did the same before they both turned to Asuma. The Junin blinked back at them, chewing slowly on a gyoza before shrugging as he swallowed. I like to actually taste what I eat. I'll take it with me. Where are we going? Haruki twitched a little before heaving a sigh and waving a hand. Follow me. We'll stay out of sight. 10 minutes later, they watched from a distance as Team 10 grappled with a wildly struggling cat, all three gathered read together on the side of a building as Tora's caterwauling rang throughout the street. Great. Asuma looked relieved. They're done. Let's go cash this one in and go home. He made to jump down but Haruki's hand on his arm stalled him. Wait, Haruki murmured, blue gaze steady as he watched the three genin. They're not done. Asuma and Inoichi shared a frown but stayed still and watched, ending to Team 10's conversation over the wirelesses. Finally, Ino huffed, all but smothering the squirming cat inside Choji's green jacket. We're done, right? Let's get down. My legs are killing me. Choji nodded in agreement, face red from exertion as they both made to step down. Wait a second. Shikamaru's hand shot out to snag Choji's shirt as he glanced up and down the street. What now? Ino snapped, frowning heavily as her feet slipped a little. Shikamaru stayed silent for a moment longer, looking hard in all directions before running a tired hand through his ponytail. I was afraid of this, he grumbled. Wasn't sure if this was what he meant, but it seems like it. What are you talking about, Shikamaru? Choji took a steadying step up the side of the wall as he felt his bottom foot slide. Shikamaru exhaled gustily, irritation warring with exhaustion on his face. What was the last thing Haruki-san said to us? His two teammates frowned before Choji spoke up. He said he'd meet up with us after we completed the mission. Yeah, Shikamaru nodded. So where is he? They both looked around. Ino scowled. You mean we're not finished? What else do we have to do? We caught the stupid cat. He said after we completed the mission, Choji recalled, tugging at his scarf. And to complete a mission, don't we have to report back to the client or the Hokage? Ino looked gobsmacked while Shikamaru just tipped his head back as best he could while standing sideways. He had better chakra control than the other two, but even he was ready to just give up. Actually, he had been ready to give up 20 minutes into the mission, but Ino would have never shut up if he had. Exactly. Shikamaru poked at the bundle Ino was still holding. We need to get this thing to the Hokage Tower while walking sideways. God, we're going to be the laughing stock of Konoha by the end of the day. My old man is never going to let me live this down. This is so damn troublesome. For once, both his teammates looked like they fully agreed with him. Shikamaru's shoulders slumped even further. Can't we just give up? We could. No way. Ino barked out, elbowing him so hard he almost tumbled to the ground. We just spent the last 5 hours chasing this stupid thing. Here, she shook the cat almost violently, jacket and all. Shikamaru wondered if it would be considered a failed missio. And if they returned a dead cat to the daimyo's wife. Then he wondered why he even cared. If it was dead, then they would never have to do this troublesome mission again. One failed mission was worth that, wasn't it? I am not going to give up now. We are going to complete this mission even if I have to drag you both all the way to the Hokage Tower. Shikamaru's sweat dropped and shared a weary look with Choji. His best friend shrugged, already resigned to their fate. They both knew better than to argue with their female teammate. All right then. Choji tugged off his scarf completely, too hot to keep it on. Let's get going. You're a sadist, Asuma muttered, watching his team straggle towards the Hokage Tower. Those three are never going to forgive me for inviting you. Inoichi was torn between laughing and sighing. He settled for the latter and eyed the red-haired Junin standing beside him. What would you have done if Shikamaru hadn't caught what you said? Haruki shrugged. They would have to do it all over again tomorrow. Inoichi shook his head as Asuma stared at him in uncomprehending disbelief. I am very glad you weren't my sensei. He spoke with feeling. I would have died. Haruki snorted. Oh, don't be so dramatic. Now go ahead to the Hokage Tower, will you? Tell all the shinobi on guard duty not to move, even if they're asked to. Asuma looked horrified. Those RDS stand on either side of almost every doorway. Yup. Haruki almost chirped. Your students will just have to go over instead of jumping across. Asuma's shoulders slumped in defeat. Fine. I hope you realize that my students are going to hate me for the rest of eternity. He shunshined off, leaving a satisfied Haruki and an utterly bemused Inoichi. You pushed them pretty hard. The smile on Haruki's face slipped a little as he turned to give Inoichi a fleeting look. They're good. They've got a lot of potential. Asuma might enter them into the Chunin exams. If he does, his eyes flashed back to the group of genin slowly making their way forward. They'll need as much training as they can get. Inoichi frowned. He was missing something here. Oh, he could see Team 10's potential as well. If they continued at this rate, he would approve of Asuma's decision to nominate them for the upcoming exams. But Haruki's words sounded almost like a warning. Come on, Haruki prompted, setting off after the genin. I want to see how they get through the Hokage Tower. Inoichi jumped after him, leaping to the next rooftop after the redhead. Haruki, he called out, eyes hard and voice completely serious for the first time since meeting the Junin this morning. Haruki paused, coat flapping around him as a gust of wind rushed by. Ino's my precious little girl. I wouldn't want anything happening to her. That goes for her two teammates as well. The wind around them picked up for a moment and Inoichi knew it was reacting to Haruki when the redhead tipped his head over his shoulder to meet his gaze head-on, and for once, that cerulean gaze was completely unveiled. And Inoichi read understanding there, and silent promises grimly made and fiercely kept, all tied together with the ant steel of a man who knew what it was like to lose something irreplaceable and cherished, if only because he had already suffered through it once. Haruki inclined his head, eyes grave and meaningful. They will be safe. 4 simple words, spoken quietly and without theatrics, and Inoichi, who had always been taught to look further, dig deeper, never stop until he hit rock bottom, believed him instantly. And then Haruki blinked and the spell was broken, and the redhead moved away again, following Team 10. Without saying anything more, Inoichi followed, and wondered, for just a moment, why follow felt right. You were told not to move, weren't you? Shikamaru accused through gritted teeth. At this point, he really couldn't have cared less that he was on the verge of strangling the Chunin on guard duty. The shinobi blinked blandly back at him. We cannot move, one said. It's our job to stand guard here. Swearing violently in his head, Shikamaru scooted around the guard, circling overhead to walk above the doorway. They had already passed several guards and Shikamaru had thought that maybe, if he asked nicely, then the guards would step aside so he could simply jump from one side of a doorway to the other. The width of the frame wasn't all that far and he would simply be able to move forward without taking detours. But the guards had refused to move, and Shikamaru swore he would make Haruki pay for this torture in shogi, even if it took him a decade to thrash the man in a match. Behind him, Ino was cursing under her breath almost maniacally as Choji trudged after them. Each step coming down probably harder than necessary. Shikamaru, what are you doing? Shikamaru froze, heart dropping when his father's voice sounded from somewhere below him. Stiffly, he turned his head to stare at his dad, and caught sight of Choji's father a step behind him, frowning in consternation. Shikaku looked completely bewildered as he stared back, a few files tucked loosely under one arm. Shikamaru felt for him. He was pretty damn bewildered himself. Why was he doing this again? He would have given up eons ago if Asuma had been the one to assign a mission like this to them. Granted, Asuma would never assign a mission like this, and even if he had, he wouldn't have cared much if Shikamaru did give up. But somehow, he thought maybe Haruki would be disappointed if he quit now. Later, he would have to think more on why he was actually bothered by that. Training, though dying is closer to the truth, he ground it out, before jabbing a finger over his shoulder. If you want to know more, ask our sadist of a sensei. He's probably having a good laugh right about now. What he said, 2-chan, Choji piped up from behind him. But we're almost done. Shikamaru grimaced visibly, eyeing the last flight of stairs that would lead up to the Hokage's office. If they walked on the ceiling and then went over the stairwell. See you later, Chu-san, Shikamaru muttered distractedly as a route panned out before him. It would work, he was sure of it. And without further ado, he hurried on, his teammates trailing behind him with dragging feet. This was so troublesome. Our sons claim that they're dying. Would any of you happen to have some idea as to what's going on? Shikaku's dry tone came from behind them, and the three shinobi, crouched in the shadowed doorway of an empty meeting room as they watched the Genin's progress, turned to blink at the approaching Junin commander and the Akamichi clan head beside him. Without hesitation, both Inoichi and Asuma pointed at Haruki. His idea. Haruki arched an eyebrow at the other two but turned a slightly strained smile in Shikaku's direction without calling them out. Their training. Their D rank was to catch the daimyo's wife's cat, and now they're returning it to her. While walking sideways inside the Hokage tower, Shikaku pointed out. Haruki shrugged. They just learned the tree walking exercise today, I told them that they could only walk sideways or upside down. He paused, and then added, by the way, your son should polish up his acting skills. He's not very good at pretending to have no chakra control. Shikaku shrugged, apparently not at all surprised that Haruki had caught on. He glanced at Shuza instead and gestured, Haruki-san, this is Akamichi Shuza, Choji's dad. You remember him? Haruki nodded politely. Hello again, Shuza-sama. Shuza actually made a face. Shuza is fine. No honorific please. It makes me feel older than I already am. Inoichi snickered and Shikaku's mouth twitched up. Haruki looked between them for a moment. Even in his own time, these three were always much more comfortable and relaxed in each other's company. Shuza then. Haruki blinked when Inoichi cut in. Then me too. Inoichi is fine. The blonde glanced at Shikaku with a smirk. And Shikaku's just Shikaku. He already acts like a grouchy old man. There's no need to add any more years to him. Shikaku frowned at him before shrugging casually at Haruki. Shikaku's fine. Haruki nodded silently, glancing over at Asuma, who was looking somewhat amused. With an inward sigh, he turned back towards the group of genin. They're almost out of sight. I want to see them get past the Hokage's door. Trading puzzled looks, the other shinobi trekked after the redhead as Team 10 disappeared to the top floor. Now what? Ino glared furiously at the two guards on either side of the Hokage's office door. If she hadn't been so angry and tired, she would have felt rather sorry that they both shrank back a little. Apparently, they saw her father's glare on her face. Shikamaru crouched on the wall, studying the doorway. On their way up, only the door at the entrance of the Hokage tower had given them any real trouble. But that door had been high enough that they could go above the guards' heads and cross the threshold sideways. The Hokage's door, on the other hand, wasn't high enough for that. There was only about half a foot above the guards, and that wasn't enough room for Ino, much less Choji. Which left the top, which also meant, unfortunately, that they would have to enter the Rue M by swinging down from a sideways position, standing upside down on the thin ledge that was the doorway, before yanking themselves back up to a sideways position again on the other side. This was beyond troublesome. All right. Let's get this over with, Shikamaru sighed, straightening. I'll go first. Cautiously, he inched his way to the edge of the doorway, took a deep breath, planted a foot as close as he could to the underside of the door, and let gravity do the rest. Shikamaru could swear his heart stopped when he saw the floor rush up towards him and he had to fight to not throw up his arms. Concentrating on keeping his feet stuck to the top of the doorway instead. It didn't help that Ino had yelped, Shikamaru. As soon as he had swung down. I'm fine. He snapped back, sharper than he had intended it. Grumbling wordlessly under his breath, he pulled himself up on the other side, gritting his teeth against the strain of his leg muscles. All right, next. Ino and Choji looked at each other, and it was Choji who spoke up first. I'll go first, he said firmly, clamping down on the embarrassed flush threatening to rise in his cheeks. I'm heavier. If I lose my footing, I'll have both of you to catch me. Ino blinked, obviously surprised, but nodded in agreement. She shuffled as close to the door as she could, glaring nastily at the guard below her when he glanced up. Choji gulped as he stared down at the floor. It seemed even farther than it had a moment ago. He took a deep breath, his grip on the scarf wrapped around his hand tightening. He had come this far. There were reloads of times during the afternoon that he had wanted to just give up, but Shikamaru hadn't, and Ino would have chewed his ear off, and he had figured he would eventually stumble and fall, and that would be the end of this strange mission. But that eventually had never really come. He would stumble and slip, but he had caught himself with his chakra every time in the end, and pushing himself a little more and a little more after that had ultimately brought him to the last obstacle of this mission. "Oi, Choji, come on," Shikamaru's voice sounded from the other side of the doorway. "If you slip, we'll catch you." A finger poked him in the shoulder and he blinked over at Ino. "You can do it, Choji," Ino grinned at him, and Choji thought back and honestly couldn't remember a time when Ino had encouraged him. He couldn't remember his female teammate ever looking so sweaty from training either and not seem to care about it. He took another deep breath and straightened. He had come this far, failing now would just be stupid. And Haruki had been the one who had assigned this mission. If the Junin didn't think he could do it, he would have stopped him by now. He paused for a moment at that thought. Thinking back, he remembered that Haruki had never looked at him like he couldn't. And during the tree walking exercise, the Junin had only smiled at him and nodded at his progress. Choji had ended up reaching the top before Ino, who was usually better when they trained. Choji straightened, frowning determinedly before sucking in a breath and letting himself fall. His eyes clenched instinctively even as he fought to keep chakra at his feet. He felt his left foot slip and panic immediately set in, his arms shooting out to grab at something. Two hands clasped his own, and above the roar of panic in his head, he heard his teammates' voices shouting at him. "Choji, stop kicking. Calm down and concentrate. Damn it, Choji, your foot." His left foot slammed against AF lat surface and he sent a surge of chakra down or up. A part of his mind provided somewhat detachedly and he was suddenly hanging upside down, as if he was back in the forest and sticking from a branch. Man, that was way too close. Choji slowly opened his eyes, meeting Shikamaru's gaze above him. He stared back for a moment before a weak chuckle left his mouth. There really wasn't anything fun. Why to laugh about, but the sound made Shikamaru grin and set Ino off as she laughed, a little amused at their situation but mostly relieved. "Come on, step up," Shikamaru ordered, extending a hand to pull him up. Choji accepted it without hesitation and pulled himself over to the other side of the door. "My turn then," Ino called from the other side. Choji blinked and then quickly spoke up. "Wait, Ino. Pass us the cat first." Shikamaru patted his shoulder. "Good thinking. If we lost the cat now, I think I'd go crazy." Muffled footsteps sounded before a bundle which had long since stopped moving. And Choji hoped rather half-heartedly that the cat was still alive. He didn't want it to die, of course, but he couldn't seem to muster up much sympathy for it right at the moment. Was passed over to them. Choji tucked the cat under one arm before shuffling over to the other side of the door, his other hand free to catch Ino in case she slipped. "Ready," Shikamaru sighed and leaned forward. "Ready, go." Ino grimaced at the floor before gathering every last bit of courage she had. She had two teammates on the other side, ready to catch her if she fell, and as lazy and gluttonous as they could be, they had always listened to her. Perhaps it was time to listen to them, just a little. "Ino, come on. Don't worry, we'll catch you," Ino huffed. They didn't have to say it as if she was going to fall for sure. "Come on, woman, don't be troublesome. We're right here," she scowled. She was not troublesome, stupid Shikamaru. "But, all right, I'm coming." She glared at the floor, daring gravity itself to pull her down. And then shut her eyes and dropped. For a fraction of a second during her freefall, Ino seriously considered chopping off her hair as soon as she got home. The extra weight did her no favors and only served to unbalance her as she swung down. Her arms jerked out, grasping at air as she fought against the downward pull and momentum. Hands suddenly clapped around her feet and he found herself hanging only by her ankles for a brief moment when her concentration faltered. And then sense rushed back into her mind and she circulated her chakra back down. To her feet, not breathing until she found herself firmly stuck to the top of the doorway. Almost laughing as her heart pounded in her chest, Ino reached out a shaky hand that was immediately grabbed by Shikamaru and she was hauled up onto the other side. Still slightly unsteady but slowly brightening as she realized they had done it. That was an impressive display of chakra control, the mild voice made all three of them freeze. They were in the Hokage's office. The Hokage's office, which would actually mean that the Hokage would be in here. Their heads snapped around and they stared in growing dread at the saw. ND Amy standing a few feet in front of them. Yes, they are amazing, aren't they? All three automatically looked down to meet a familiar blue gaze, a proud glint reflecting back at them. Haruki gestured at the floor. Come on down. You've done great. Shikamaru was the first to move, all but leaping away from the wall before sinking to the floor, sitting down with a thump. Apparently, he had chose to ignore the Sandame's presence for the moment. Choji was next, jumping down and then staggering a bit but extending the cat in the general direction of the Hokage. The Sandame chuckled and accepted the bundle, uncovering the jacket just enough so that one ear was revealed, twitching in irritation. Choji sighed and dropped down beside Shikamaru, shoulders slumping with exhaustion. Ino leapt down almost right after, legs giving out as she plopped down beside Shikamaru. Mission accomplished. Now she just wanted to sleep until the cows came home. A hand on her shoulder made her stiffen and look around. She blinked in surprise as she caught sight of her father. How had she forgotten he was here? Otu-san. Shikamaru and Choji looked around as well. Tu-san. Tu-chan. Shikaku and Shuza stepped into the office, smiling at their respective sons. Asuma entered behind them, shaking his head in a mixture of pride and disbelief. That was some training, Shikaku remarked, crouching down beside Shikamaru. Shuza nodded in agreement, placing an arm around Choji's shoulders. Unbelievable. I can't believe you all got into the office. The Hokage chuckled and moved to place Tora Nto a small cage by his desk before returning with Choji's jacket. I will have Tora delivered back to the daimyo's wife. And of course, this mission has been completed. I'll have your pay ready for you when you come in tomorrow morning. All three groaned simultaneously. They didn't even want to think about tomorrow. Foreign chuckles made them glance up as Haruki stepped in front of them, hands hidden in pockets again as he crouched down in front of them. Great job. He smiled softly at them and, despite their fatigue, they found themselves listening. That was awesome teamwork between you three. He paused before turning to Choji first. Choji-kun, good job at sensing Tora's chakra signature. Not many people your age can track chakra as well as you can, and you'll only get better as you practice more. Your chakra regulation is excellent. While you were chasing the cat, you were able to switch from one surface to the next. With barely any pause. Just work on your stamina. The only reason you didn't make that swing just now was because you were tired. The switch with your right foot was flawless. Choji flushed a little, straightening under the praise and nodded determinedly. Okay, Haruki-san, thanks. Haruki nodded before shifting his attention onto Shikamaru. The Nara heir stared back grumpily and Haruki arched an eyebrow. Perhaps we'll leave that shogi game for another day, Shikamaru-kun. Shikamaru scowled. You knew we'd be dead on our feet. Or our butts. That's why you promised me. Haruki smiled easily at him. I did say anytime later. Don't worry. I'll play you whenever you want. I don't go back on my promises. Shikamaru just huffed and slumped back against his father's knee. So, what do I need to work on? Haruki tilted his head thoughtfully. Great stamina, especially for someone who would like nothing more than to laze around all day. Good strategic thinking, although you could have thought up a plan earlier. I know you could have. He gave the boy a pointed look before continuing. Your Kageshibari no Jutsu could use some work. I'm no expert on your clan's techniques, but your target won't always stay in one spot for a long period of time. You need to up its speed. Your father can probably give you some tips. The redhead glanced briefly at Shikaku, who nodded. It was only at this point that Haruki realized that he had the entire room's attention. Clearing his throat uncomfortably, he tuned them out and turned back to Shikamaru. Other than that, there wasn't much else I saw today that you would need to pay special attention to. I'd suggest eating more though. He reached out to gently circle one of Shikamaru's wrists with forefinger and thumb. You're a bit skinny and I bet you're exhausted right now. Good stamina doesn't necessarily mean you'll still have energy after you slow down. Shikamaru blinked at his own wrist before nodding. He supposed eating more would probably be a good idea. And he knew his shadow technique was slow. Maybe he could practice catching leaves first. Lighter objects would be easier to work on. He didn't notice the veiled astonishment on his father's face as he accepted the redhead's advice. Thanks, Haruki-san. Haruki smiled again before turning to Ino. Well, your chakra controls improved quite a bit from this morning. Ino grinned tiredly. My legs are dead. Haruki chuckled. Ma, your stamina needs some work as well. But you've got excellent speed. When you ran across flat surfaces without having to turn a corner, even if you were just leaping from building to building, you didn't have to slow down at all. Unlike Choji-kun though, you do need to work on your chakra regulation. I think that's the biggest problem you'll have with chakra control. Water walking will be a bit of a challenge. Ino pouted before brightening hopefully. Will you come back to train us for that? Choji straightened as well and even Shikamaru glanced up attentively. Haruki arched an eyebrow. You want me to come back? Asuma's been convinced all afternoon that you'll be cursing me out by the end of the day. Asuma smothered a laugh with a cough, moving forward to stand beside Haruki. Choji looked up at Asuma with a small frown. I don't mind if Haruki-san comes back. Asuma scratched his head. Really? From all the swearing I heard today, I thought you'd be boycotting training sessions from now on. Choji looked a little flustered but shook his head anyway. It was hard, really hard, but... He glanced at Shikamaru and Ino who both had matching smiles on their faces, exultant and proud. We did it. I mean, how many other genin teams can say they learned chakra control and got through Haruki-san's mission all in one day? Asuma did laugh at that. I don't think anyone's gone through Haruki's mission before. Haruki shrugged in response as he rose to his full height again. Just doing the D-rank mission is boring. For you, Shikamaru griped. At least it's less troublesome for us. But it helped, yeah. Shikamaru blinked and then heaved a resigned sigh. Yeah, but it was still troublesome. Troublesome, but worth it in the long run. A lot of things in life are like that, Shikamaru-kun. Haruki stepped back glancing absently at the window. His times Shikaku had said that to him once, and he had never forgotten it. Checking the sun's position in the sky, he missed the startled look from Shikaku. But you will train with us again, right? Ino persisted. And next time, you can come earlier so I can show you around my family's flower shop. A bright grin, childish and innocent. And one that Haruki hadn't seen on Ino's face in a long time. We even have solidagos, though most people don't want them. Haruki smiled and looked over at Asuma. Well, if Asuma doesn't mind, I'll come back next week. Asuma nodded readily. If you can spare a few hours, come back anytime. He grinned. I had fun today. 3 glares were immediately shot at him. You didn't do anything, Ino protested. Asuma drew himself up in mocking indignity as he waved a hand at Haruki and Inoichi. That's not true. Those two made me their food runner today. The two aforementioned shinobi shared an amused look. He was a good food runner, Haruki commented. I agree, Inoichi nodded somberly. He was very quick about it. Asuma frowned at both of them while his students grinned. It was fun watching their sensei get picked on. A quiet clearing of someone's throat made all of them look around. They all straightened or scrambled to their feet in the genin's case when their attention fell on the sandame. Sorry, old man, Haruki apologized sheepishly, not seeing the startled looks behind him. I made all this part of their training. I gathered that. Sarutobi watched them with an amused air about him. It was rare for the senior Inoshika Cho generation to be so relaxed in the company of others nowadays, even when together. But I do have paperwork to complete, so, if you're done here. He glanced meaningfully at the door. All the adults sketched hasty bows or nods before ushering the genin towards the door. Sarutobi met Haruki's eyes briefly and nodded when Haruki glanced at his private office. With a nod in return, Haruki turned and left as well, closing the door behind him. And I don't care how tired you are, eat a full dinner before you go to bed. Understand? Much to the amusement of their fathers, all 3 students nodded obediently as Haruki lectured them. His eyes seemed to focus on Shikamaru as he finished, and the Nara heir rolled his eyes but nodded once more to show his agreement. Okay then. I guess that's it for today. Unless Asuma has something to add. Haruki glanced over at Team 10's actual sensei, but Asuma only shrugged good-naturedly. Nothing to add, the Junin said with a wry smile. Haruki covered everything. We'll meet for training tomorrow at 10 as usual. Groans immediately filled the air. But sensei, Ino protested, we're exhausted. I have never worked so hard in my entire life, Shikamaru complained. Give us a break, Asuma sensei. We're dying, Choji announced, rubbing at a thigh. Give us an extra hour at least. Asuma crossed his arms. No way. 10's late enough. Ino huffed. I have to get up early to help my mom set up shop. 10's not late. Asuma didn't even blink. Haruki shook his head and crouched down to whisper something in the blonde's ear. Ino's eyes widened and a gleeful light appeared in her eyes. Asuma watched her warily. Got it, Ino sang out before looking up at Asuma. Asuma sensei, please give us an extra hour to sleep in tomorrow. Asuma shook his head. I already said N. He trailed off when he caught sight of the big baby blue eyes staring teary-eyed up at him. Oh crap, Ino, he warned. The puppy dog eyes intensified. Asuma stared for a moment longer and then folded like wet paper. Fine, we'll meet at 11. Ino cheered while Choji and Shikamaru scoffed but didn't complain. Cool, that works. Ino beamed at the red-haired Junin. Thanks, Haruki-san. Haruki chuckled, ignoring the dirty look Asuma tossed his way. Ma, just don't use it too often or it might lose its effect. Ino nodded enthusiastically while Inoichi sighed behind her. He had a feeling that look would be turned on him sooner or later. He shot a glare at Shikaku when the man elbowed him with a smirk. See you later then. Haruki nodded at the six in general. He and Asuma were going the same way. Several good nights later and the two Junin were heading down a street away from the Hokage Tower. The setting sun casting an orange-red glow over everything. Asuma had quickly lit a cigarette as soon as the two groups went their own way. He hadn't smoked all day and it had been chafing on his nerves. Haruki didn't seem to mind and they walked in a companionable silence as they headed back to their respective homes. There was actually another reason I invited you today, Asuma admitted out of the blue. He wasn't sure how to post his question so he figured he might as well start with a confession. Beating around the bush never did any good. Haruki only turned a mildly curious look on him. He had pulled out the hair tie holding back his hair and the crimson locks now hung around his shoulders again. The Sandaime is my father, Asuma started, but forged on when he didn't detect any surprise. We had dinner a while back. We don't usually. I mean, we're not on the best of terms at the moment. Again, he paused, waiting for the shocked exclamation that usually followed this revelation. After all, who wouldn't want a good relationship with the Hokage? But he wasn't all that surprised either when he didn't receive it. He invited me for dinner though, and it was actually all right. He turned to study the redhead. He said he kept your advice in mind. What did you say to him? Haruki was silent for a while, gaze flickering from house to tree to shop. Ma, it wasn't anything special. He finally said, I just told him that, while he can have his own opinion on something, he should also try to understand the same issue from someone else's point of view. He paused a heartbeat before a small smile tilted his lips up. Hearing someone is easy, understanding them is much harder. The trick is to find the key. Some people use words and that works, while others trade blows. His smile grew a little wider. And that works too, but either way, you still have to really look and really listen to understand. Asuma frowned a little. He wasn't sure he completely grasped what Haruki meant, but he thought he might with some time. His father had prompted him to talk about some aspects of his life and the man had listened attentively the entire time, hung on to every one of his words as if they were important. But why? He finally asked. This had been bothering him the most. It didn't really surprise him that Haruki had already known about his familial connection to the Sandaime. The redhead always seemed to know more than he let on. But he didn't get why the other Junin would go out of his way to prod his stubborn father into action over something that really didn't impact Haruki in the slightest. Why did you tell my father all that? Again, Haruki was silent for a long while, and Asuma was starting to think that the Junin wouldn't answer as they reached the end of the street. And then Haruki smiled, sad and wistful and tired all at once. My parents died when I was a baby. Haruki didn't look at him, simply staring ahead with the glow of the sunset in his eyes, turning them to an almost purple. And I never had the opportunity to say goodbye to either of my godparents before they died too. The cerulean turned amethyst gaze finally met his own head on. I guess I told him because I think family is important. I think that if I ever had any family, even if I got into the mother of all arguments with them, I'd still want to do everything I could to make up with them. Asuma couldn't even blink if he wanted to as Haruki's gaze seemed to deepen for a second. Because you never know when that chance will be taken away. Then you'll be left with nothing but regrets. And I think that's the saddest thing of all, to know what you could have had and know what you should have done, but not have any way to fix it. Asuma stayed still and silent, not sure what to say as that mesmerizing gaze finally pulled away and the redhead seemed to burrow deeper into his coat as a gust of wind rippled by. Well, Haruki continued in a much lighter tone. I turn off here. I'll see you around, Asuma. Good night. Night, Asuma echoed, cigarette dangling absently from his right hand as he watched Haruki disappear down the street, crimson hair like a beacon of fire. He didn't move until Haruki was completely out of sight, the other Junin's words still ringing in his head. And then he turned and started making his way back to the Hokage Tower. He wondered how his father felt about Korean. He had heard that Yakiniku-Q had a discount tonight. Kagashibari no Jutsu, Shadow Bind Jutsu. Finished. Holy crap, 71 pages. I'm insane, but I just couldn't find a good place to stop. Review and tell me how it is. Next chapter will have the meeting between Konoha and Kumo, a meeting with Iruka, another meeting with Anko, and it'll end with the wave mission being assigned to Akira Stritter. Thanks for the review. Don't know what I'm going to do with Anko just yet, but she will get more FIC time later on. To Chihiro Namikaze. Thanks. Glad you're enjoying it so far. Yes, Haruki will meet Team 8 in this chapter. Yes, I will put him in as a proctor, though I don't want to expand on that too much here. You'll notice that most of the people who've noticed Haruki Naruto's expressions, reactions, etc., are the older generation of shinobi. People like Shikaku, Kakashi, and Inoichi should notice these things. I tried to tone it down a little for Shikamaru since, even though he's a genius, he's still 12. I'll try to make it more subtle from now on though, since it does seem a bit like all the people that meet him are quick on the uptake. Thanks again for the huge review. To Penguin X. Hey, thanks for the review. Yugito and Killer Bee will show up in the next chapter. To Lidiosa. Yes, 71 pages. I can't believe it either. Glad you enjoyed it though. It was hellish for me to write. Nope, no psychology. Characterization in stories is just something I really like to do, so I pay extra attention to each person's details. Team 8 will be coming soon and Haruki Naruto will train them as well. To Thorian. Thanks. Team 8 will be coming up here. To DLF Favy. Glad you're enjoying it so far. I'll try to tone it down a bit, but Haruki Naruto seeing his old friends, especially as kids, does bring back memories. To Barrack 10. Thanks. Shikamaru will learn Kage Nui earlier. He's a little more focused now and his dad will see that and step up his training. To KM Chalk. The canon will deviate. Has to, what with the war and all. I can barely keep track of all the villains in the manga, so I'll only be focusing on a couple, Uchiha Madara being the biggest. To Naruto Fanficreator 13123. Hey, thanks for the review. Yes, Konohamaru will appear. I'll fit him in sooner or later. Not quite sure what you mean about Kurenai and Anko. I plan for them to already be friends in this FIC. Relationships should still be the same. Haruki Naruto won't want to do anything to disrupt that. For your last question, you'll just have to wait for the meeting between Konoha and Kumo in the next chapter. To Agoj. Thanks. Word about Anko's cursed seal being removed will spread soon enough. To John. Glad you like it so far. Yes, Naruto will get some solo training from Haruki Naruto soon. To Bub 23453, thanks. Glad you like it so far. Reread the first chapter, it should explain things there, but, basically, the seal Haruki Naruto used to send himself back is keeping the time paradox at bay. As soon as he finishes what he came back to do, he will cease to exist since two Narutos technically can't exist in the same time. To Jack. Thanks. I update as soon as I finish each chapter. Mostly. It's been about every 3 days for me to finish, but the last chapter took a bit longer since it was harder to write and real life took over for a while. This next chapter will be complicated to write as well, so there'll have been a long wait. To fire you. Glad you enjoyed it. Haruki Naruto did give them a soldier pill and lunch, so that should have made up their earlier loss of chakra. To Black Spirit Fire. Hey, thanks for the review. I will call chapters interludes when it only depicts 1 or 2 days of Haruki's life. You'll notice that the other chapters span across more time. To Flakeshake07. Thanks. I'm glad you're enjoying my FIC so far. Other people will see those scars eventually, and Haruki Naruto might explain them to certain people. To Wishing Wanderer. Hey. Thanks for the review. Glad you're enjoying my FIC so far. Yes, he'll be training Kurenai's team next. Danzo and his root won't make an appearance just yet, but they'll show up in a couple chapters. No replacing just yet. There's still got to be some conflict inside Konoha. To Unlimited Blade Works. Wow, I really didn't think about all the scientific aspects of it. That was unbelievably detailed. Anyway, I know the general gist of a time paradox, and since the future is still unclear as to what will happen, Haruki is still in danger of disappearing. To Romantisque. Thanks for reviewing. Yeah, I do have a tendency to lean towards Mary Sue's. It's a bad habit that I'm working on. That said, Haruki Naruto only beat Shikaku at shogi the first time since he already knows AKU's playing style really well, and he's had a decade to practice beating him at it, but it doesn't mean he'll win every time. And Haruki Naruto isn't a genius sensei or anything like that, more like He knows what each of his friends need to work on since he knows them so well. He is a Kage, so technically, only a few people can match him in terms of physical strength. Since he's masquerading as a Junin but does have the skills of a Kage, the people around him would naturally be impressed. Anyway, like I said, I've been trying to tone it down, and Haruki Naruto will get hurt eventually, or someone will save him, etc. Asuma calls the Hokage Sarutobi since he would be used to calling him Sarutobi-sama or Otu-san, so it's become a habit. Unfortunately, Iruka didn't want to come on in this chapter, but he's promised to show in the next. The next part will be posted within the week, hopefully. He frowned hard, almost glaring as he willed the shadow to move faster. The stupid leaf was going to hit the ground before he could. This is rare. You're up early. Shikamaru jerked up, his concentration breaking instantly, and he could only watch in glum dismay as the shadow he had been extending shrank back to normal size. A few feet away, the leaf fluttered to the ground to join several more, all sitting innocently on the damp spring grass. Shikamaru wanted to stomp on them. With a sigh, he flopped backwards. The cold grass under him coming as a relief to his skin while the morning dew soaked through his shirt. Tilting his head back to look at his father, he grumbled, "Chu-san, you couldn't have come a few seconds later." "I almost had it." Shikaku stared from his son to the small pile of leaves. He had woken up about an hour ago, getting ready for another day at work. It had been mere chance that he had glanced out a window and had seen his son perched on one of the compound's hills under the 6 o'clock sunrise. He had done a double take, wondering if his mind had been playing CKS on him as he had squinted against the morning light. Curious, because his son never rose before 8:30, he had gone out to investigate. "You were practicing?" he asked, mildly dumbfounded. Shikamaru scowled before switching his gaze to the sky above. The sunrise splashed streaks of soft orange across the gradually brightening blue, and lit up the clouds themselves. "Yeah, but it's troublesome. I've decreased the time for my jutsu by a couple seconds, but that's it." His scowl grew fiercer. "I'm getting beaten by leaves." Shikaku stayed silent for a moment longer, wondering if he was still in bed and actually dreaming. "How long have you been out here?" he asked carefully. "Oh, about half an hour." Shikaku breathed an inward sigh of relief. At least he had woken up before his son. Would have been longer, but making eggs is harder than it looks. Shoulda paid more attention when Ka-san was teaching me. Shikaku's jaw almost dropped open. What? He moved forward to look down at his son. "Then when did you wake up?" Shikamaru frowned up at him. What was wrong with his dad? Was the man always like this in the morning? 4:30. Stayed in bed for a while. Why? Shikaku looked around for a genjutsu. And then, finding none, pinched himself for good measure. God, this was real. This was surreal. Shikamaru, he finally asked faintly. Why aren't you still in bed? Shikamaru sat up, propping one knee up to rest his right arm on. I told you, I'm practicing. Haruki-san said my Kagashibari no jutsu needed to get faster. You were there yesterday, you heard him. Shikaku pinched the bridge of his nose before dropping down beside his son. I didn't hear you cooking, he glanced sidelong at Shikamaru. The Nara heir shrugged, dropping his arm to cross his legs. I used one of the kitchens in the guest houses. Didn't wanna wake Ka-san up. They both sat in silence for several seconds as Shikaku digested this. His son, who usually didn't want to get up before noon, had gotten up before 5. Cooked himself a breakfast, and was now training because Haruki said so. Shikaku prodded. Shikamaru frowned quizzically at him. What, you mean breakfast? He told me I should eat more. Your mother and I tell you to eat more. Shikaku pointed out indignantly. Shikamaru scowled again. Yeah, but you two didn't put me through a workout hard enough to almost kill me. I was exhausted yesterday, and I didn't even really feel it until after the mission was over. He raised a hand and absently studied the wrist Haruki had held yesterday, missing. The silent amazement on his father's face. I mean, you had to carry me halfway home. I couldn't even walk the entire way. But he said that eating would help so. He trailed off, shrugging, and Aku made a mental note to hunt down the red-haired Junin and thank him. Shikamaru usually preferred sleeping to eating, and his appetite had adjusted. Accordingly, dwindling down to something bordering on unhealthy. He and Yoshino had often worried when Shikamaru only ate small portions during meals, and that was only when the boy could be bothered to drag himself to the dinner table, usually after his wife had yelled at him. If he had known that putting his son through strenuous exercise would get him to change, he would have done it ages ago. And what are you doing now? Shikaku prompted, turning to look at the pile of leaves. Shikamaru scratched his cheek, smudging a bit of dirt there. Leaves are lighter, so I'm trying to catch their shadows before they hit the ground. But it's hard, and I'm already tired. He scratched his head and then sighed before heaving himself back on his feet. Well, whatever, I almost had it the last time. He shot his father a dark glower as he made his way over to the leaves again. Would have too if you had walked slower or something. Shikaku shrugged apologetically before remarking, I would have thought you'd sleep in today. Ino managed to squeeze an extra hour out of Asuma after all. Shikamaru frowned, scuffing at the grass around the leaves. That was the plan, but I woke up at 4:30 and couldn't get back to sleep. Kept thinking about this stupid jutsu, so I figured I'd just get up and do something about it. Stooping down, he picked up a handful of leaves and tossed them into the air. Scrambling back to his position a few feet away, he activated his jutsu and concentrated on the dancing shadows, extending his own as fast as he could without losing control. There, 2 leaves froze in midair as his shadow snagged theirs. Quickly, he redirected his shadow to several others, grinning in spite of himself as he caught 3 more. The others fluttered to the ground, but he congratulated himself on paralyzing 5. He had only been able to catch 4 10 minutes ago. Letting his hands drop back into his lap, he watched the leaves fall back onto the ground before turning to his father. See that? My time improved again. If I can just... Shikamaru trailed off as he noticed the odd expression on his father's face. Chu-san. Shikaku blinked and then reached out to pluck a stray leaf out of his son's hair. If you keep this up, I might have to invite Haruki to come live with us. Unfortunately, he was only half joking. The red-haired Junin was turning out to be a very good influence on his son, plus he was a great shogi player. And he had a feeling that his wife would instantly like the redhead as well when she found out about Shikamaru's new eating habits. Shikamaru flopped backwards again, blowing away a straw. End of hair that had escaped his ponytail. That would be troublesome. He'd probably have me out at the crack of dawn to train. That wasn't a... No. Shikaku snapped his gaze down, speculating on whether or not his son had realized what he had inadvertently said. Judging by the half-lidded eyes, probably not. Well, Shikaku rose to his feet, glancing up at the sky. He still had time to spare. All help. He moved to the pile of leaves and picked up a handful, noting the way Shikamaru hurried to an upright position again without complaint. He didn't think anything could motivate his son until after his first mission gone wrong. That was what had happened with him after all. His first botched mission had sent him home in frustrated tears and gut-clenching fear when he had been too weak to protect both Inoichi and Shuza. Both of his teammates had ended up in the hospital for 3 weeks, their sensei had ended up dead, and Shikaku had ended up with 2 knife wounds gouged into his face, a lifetime's reminder of his failure. After that, he had never skipped out on training again. But he hadn't counted on Kazama Haruki appearing, and as Shikamaru sent out his shadow again, Shikaku thought that maybe, because of this unexpected development, he could step up his son's training earlier than he had planned. Huffing as she stepped through the side door of her family's flower shop, shish. Wiped her brow and downed the rest of the water in her bottle. She almost choked when a familiar voice sounded behind her. Ino, what are you doing? Where have you been? Coughing, Ino spun around, frowning at her father. Otu-san, don't scare me like that. Inoichi held up his hands in a placating gesture. Sorry, but where have you been? It's 7:30 in the morning. Ino stretched, before reaching up to tug her hair tie holding her hair in a bun. Practicing. I can go up and down buildings with no problem. Now, and I'm getting faster at regulating my chakra so I won't have to stop whenever I turn a corner. Inoichi stared, barely registering the words as he stared at his daughter's hair. Ino, is your hair? Oh, you noticed. Ino beamed brightly at him. I cut it a little, earlier this morning. It actually looks pretty good like this, doesn't it? And it's still long, so Sasuke-kun will still like it. Inoichi ignored the reference to the last Uchiha he had been doing that for a few years now. Ever since his wife had reassured him, multiple times, that it was one of those crushes that would go away sooner or later, that it wasn't serious so he wouldn't have to and have a little chat with the boy and asked, somewhat bewildered, but why did you cut it? You love your hair, Ino scoffed, tossing her empty bottle in their recycling bin before rummaging through a cabinet for a clean towel. Don't be silly, Chu-san. It's not like I shaved it all off. I just shortened and thinned it a bit. When I swung down yesterday to get past the Hokage's door, my hair almost threw me to the ground. If it hadn't been for Shikamaru and Choji, I would have failed the mission. Oh, Inoichi said rather stupidly. Just last week, he had been yelled at for suggesting that Ino trim her hair. Teenage girls, he'd never understand them. He racked his mind for something other than what the hell is going on here. Quote. You woke up early to train. His daughter shot him an annoyed look. That's what I said, Otu-san. Mo, what's wrong with you this morning? Are you usually like this at this time? She checked the clock on the wall. It is kinda early. Do you need coffee? I need to see a doctor. Inoichi thought absently. Out loud, he voiced carefully, Ino, you're not usually up this early. What brought this on? Ino shrugged, wiping her face with the towel. I couldn't sleep. I mean I did sleep. But then I woke up early and couldn't get back to sleep again. A slightly embarrassed smile. I thought that maybe if I left it too long, I might forget what I learned yesterday, so I headed out to practice. Quote. She turned and moved deeper into the shop, making for the stairs that would lead up to the interior of their house. Inoichi followed, still feeling somewhat lost. Wait, you just asked Asuma yesterday for an extra hour to sleep in. Now, instead of doing that, you get up early and go out training. When did you get up anyway? Around 6. I didn't leave till 6:30 though since I had to eat breakfast first. And I told you, I couldn't sleep. I just kept thinking about that stupid door. Inoichi dragged a hand over his eyes. It was too early for this. He had woken up at 7. Since when did his daughter find the ability to wake up earlier than he did? But why? He asked, flabbergasted. What about all that stuff you said about beauty sleep and dieting and other stuff? He twitched when Ino turned an arched eyebrow at him. Sometimes, he hated the fact that his daughter was so much like him. Well, Ino's voice was generously patient as she entered the kitchen. Haruki-san said I needed to work on my stamina and chakra regulation. And if I really train like I did yesterday, I'll just burn away anything I don't need. And my hair's not going to look the same afterwards anyway, so I figured that I might as well be practical. A bun is much easier to work with. I can look good after training once I take a shower. Quote. So all this is because Haruki gave you some advice. Quote. Ino shrugged again as she broke out a bowl of cereal and took a seat at the dinner table. Well, it would be kinda embarrassing if I haven't improved at all when he comes to train us again. Inoichi stayed silent as he sat down across from Ino. This was very strange. Usually, his headstrong daughter didn't care about training. Granted, she had gone through the mother of all D ranks yesterday. But Inoichi had been more afraid that Ino would be put off of training after going through the difficulty of Haruki's training exercise. Obviously, his worries were completely unfounded. So you've improved then? He asked lightly. Ino grinned at him, bouncing to her feet again. Watch. A moment later, she had scurried up the side of the kitchen wall, pausing only for a few seconds before settling herself firmly on the ceiling. Ta-da, I'm pretty fast now, aren't I? It took me at least 10 seconds to switch surfaces yesterday. Inoichi stared in shocked silence. It was true. Ino had taken quite a while every time she had wanted to step onto another surface during the D rank. Quote. Haruki said he'll be coming again next week, right? Ino walked back on to flat ground and took a seat again. Yup, and I can show him our flowers then. She stopped talking, looking suddenly contemplative, and Inoichi frowned. Something wrong? Ino poked at her cereal. Not really, just. She paused again before glancing up at him, eyes unusually somber. Do you think we could ask him over for dinner next time we see him? Inoichi blinked, feeling rather taken aback. He hadn't been expecting that. I don't mind, I suppose, and your mother should be all right with it, but why? His daughter flushed a little, quickly finishing off her cereal before moving away to put it in the sink. I'm not sure, she said at last, turning back to him with a thoughtful frown marring her features, so like his own when his own thoughts fell on something important. But you know how you always tell me to try to look into a person and not just at whatever front they put up. Inoichi nodded. That was one of the top rules of a shinobi, and the top rule of an interrogator. Well, I don't always do that. Ino looked a little sheepish. But I tried to with Haruki-san yesterday. Because whenever he smiled at me, or at Shikamaru or Choji, she shifted a little when Inoichi abruptly leaned forward, interest piqued. He had learned, years ago, that sometimes, children saw things down to their very core far easier than adults. His smiles always seemed a little sad. I thou, GHT that maybe he had lost friends or children of his own or something, so I tried to look a little closer. You know, like I'd glance at him when he wasn't talking to anyone, when he was just listening to us. And what did you see, Ino? Inoichi asked quietly. He had done the same, and he wondered if Ino had arrived at the same conclusion. He had seen grief and sorrow, and thought, perhaps, that the red-haired Junin had lost quite a few people close to him. But his daughter tilted her head, blue-green eyes sad in a way that made Inoichi want to punch something to make it go away. Loneliness, Ino answered softly, rocking back on her heels. He looked really lonely, Chu-chan. Inoichi stilled, a little stunned as he thought back to Haruki's brilliant cerulean eyes. He remembered the way his daughter had gotten more affectionate near the end of the tree-walking exercise, and she had chattered on about everything and nothing throughout lunch, telling the red-haired Junin about her everyday life. Maybe that hadn't all been just gratitude and friendliness after all. Sure, he nodded briskly. I'll talk to your mother about it. When he comes by next week, invite him over for dinner. Ino brightened immediately, leaning forward to give him a kiss on the cheek. Thanks, Chu-san. She danced out of the kitchen. I'm going to take a shower now. Start on some breakfast. I'm still starved. Inoichi chuckled as he rose, absently putting on the kettle. A war veteran. That was what Haruki reminded him of. And even though he had retired, he still kept tabs on the TI division, but he hadn't heard anything about a shinobi getting therapy from anyone there. Haruki had just returned from an 8-year-long mission as a spy. Surely at least a mental checkup was necessary. All shinobi returning from extended infiltration missions had to go through it. He would go see the Sandaime later, Inoichi decided. Maybe. Sarutobi just hadn't noticed yet. If even the Yamanaka clan had brought it up, the Hokage would agree. And maybe Haruki could get some help. In the meantime, he'd make sure to insist when the redhead inevitably turned Ino's dinner invitation down. One more lap. That should be enough for today. Trying to keep his breathing steady, he jogged past the main gates again, ignoring the dubious looks the guards kept throwing at him. This is unexpected, Choji. Did something happen? Choji started, almost tripping before catching himself and slowing to a stop to watch his father approach. Oh, good morning, Chu-chan. I'm just running a few laps. I see. Shuza squinted at his son, noting the flush of exertion in his cheeks and just managing to stop himself when he made to check for a fever. Ah, why? Choji shrugged a little, still breathing hard. I need to work on my stamina. Oh, Shuza glanced at the guards standing by the main gates. Good. It wasn't just him. They looked as lost as he felt. Is this because of what Haruki said yesterday? His son nodded. Yeah, I promised I'd work on it. I see, he repeated, wincing inwardly when Choji gave him a strange look. But it was hardly Shuza's fault that he had somehow woken up in the twilight zone this morning. Shouldn't you eat breakfast first? Exercising without food is bad for you. Choji brightened a little. Oh, I already ate. I made my own breakfast this morning since Ka-chan was still asleep. You already? Shuza was starting to feel slightly alarmed. It's barely 8. When did you wake up? Choji frowned in thought, glancing up at the sky for a moment. Well, I woke up at around 6:30. But it took me a while to get breakfast ready, so I didn't start doing laps until around 7:10. And how many laps have you done? Shuza asked weakly. Well, this would be my 10th, his son shifted, looking embarrassed. I'm kinda slow at the moment, but the compound's pretty big and I don't think I'd make it if I went any faster. Shuza mentally traced the border of his compound, wondering if it had shrunk sometime in the night. 9 laps around the compound in less than an hour. He had no idea Choji had it in him at this age. It seemed that his son was pretty good when he actually put the effort in. All this because Haruki gave you some advice? Shuza asked incredulously. Choji nodded, oblivious. I promised I'd work on my stamina. He's coming back to train us next week, remember? I have to be better by then. Shuza had a hard time keeping his jaw off the ground. But why? Asuma's been training you for the last 2 weeks and you weren't out here training so early then. Choji scratched his head before swinging his arms a little. Yesterday's mission was really hard, Chu-chan, he admitted unexpectedly. I was exhausted after it was over. That's never happened when Asuma-sensei trained us. I'm not saying he's bad. Choji tacked on hastily. I wouldn't trade Asuma-sensei for anyone, but he's never pushed us like Haruki-san did. Shuza stared down at his son, recalling the lack of motivation in all 3 of the newest generation of Ino Shikacho. He had expected it. It had been the same with himself and Shikaku and Inoichi. Occasionally, he still felt a twinge of guilt whenever he caught sight of the scars on Shikaku's face, reminding him of a time when he had been too weak to protect his team and had had to fully depend on his teammate to get him home alive. When he had woken up in the hospital afterwards, he had been horrified when he had seen the price Shikaku had had to pay, and even more so at seeing the deep bags under the Nara's eyes and the guilt aging his friend's teenage face. After that, he had thrown himself into his training, determined to never place such a huge burden on someone else again. He had sworn to pull his own weight from then on, and he had never broken his word since. You could have given up any time yesterday. Shuza's expression turned thoughtful as he considered his son. Why didn't you? Like you said, the mission sounded pretty hard. It's not a requirement to do the mission Haruki's way. Choji surprised him by frowning fiercely up at him. I couldn't give up. Even Shikamaru didn't give up. But why not? Shuza persisted. Because Haruki-san never looked at me like he thought I couldn't. Shuza pulled back a little, blinking down at his son and feeling somewhat stunned. Choji's fists had balled instinctively as he barreled on. He showed us how to do the tree walking exercise and I reached the top before Ino did, and he knew I could work it out myself. And he wouldn't have given us that mission if he didn't think we could do it. The color in Choji's face deepened as he paused, before Continuing, I know what other people think about me. They all think I won't be able to become a shinobi. Shikamaru and Naruto and Kiba were the only ones who didn't care. Haruki-san doesn't care either, and he gave us the mission as a challenge to see if we could meet his expectations. His head tilted up defiantly. And we did. Shuza stood frozen for a long while, studying the way his son seemed to stand more firmly now, a little straighter even though he was undoubtedly tired. He had never thought his son couldn't, had always known that one day, Choji would become a great shinobi. But he had been content to let his son build his own confidence, guiding him with gentle reassurances that he would one day find real friends to stand beside, and Choji had found a great friend in Shikaku's own son, but was that really enough? What good were friends, if his son didn't have the strength to protect them when it mattered? Is this your last lap? Shuza finally asked, watching his son blink in confusion at the sudden change in topic. Yeah, I want to get some more food and a shower before I meet Shikamaru. Okay, Shuza nodded, gesturing to the path in front of them. Mind if I join you? His son brightened visibly, beaming up at him. Sure, Chu-chan. Shuza smiled back and slowed his pace to match Choji's as they moved forward. Maybe he could see how his son was doing with their clan techniques during his spare time. If he was good enough, Shuza could start him on something more advanced. His mind turned to the red-haired Junin he had finally met personally yesterday. Inoichi had been with Haruki all day, hadn't he? Shuza would locate his former teammate later and find out more about this man that had made such a huge impact on his son. Hokage-sama, with all due respect, what do you mean he's fine? I know a ninja's psyche better than anyone, and I am telling you that Haruki is anything but fine. Inoichi glared furiously at his Hokage, part of him wondering how he had gotten into a full-out, if rather one-sided argument with the Sandaime. He had skipped out on another day of work at the flower shop and made his way to the Hokage Tower instead, planning to drop a word to the Sandaime about Haruki so Sarutobi could do something about it. And that would be that. Said plan had been thrown out the proverbial window when the Sandaime had listened patiently to his concern and then promptly shut him down with an Inoichi, Haruki-kun is fine. He does not need help. Inoichi had blinked and thought maybe Sarutobi hadn't understood, so he had proceeded to list out the things he had seen in the red-haired Junin, rowing in the fact that Haruki had just returned from a long infiltration mission for good measure. But again, he had been assured, as if he didn't have eyes, that Haruki was fine, and that there was no need to worry. The entire conversation had quickly gone downhill from there, with Inoichi growing increasingly frustrated at the Hokage's adamant refusal to see sense. Inoichi respected and admired the Sandaime, he really did. But he did not appreciate someone else thinking that they could do a better job than he could when it came to the mind, when it was obvious, even to his daughter, that there was something wrong with the redhead. So what had started out as a pleasant request had quickly dwindled to a forced calm, through gritted teeth sort of dispute, with Inoichi doing most of the teeth gritting. Now he stared darkly at the man in front of him, unsympathetic even when Sarutobi heaved a tired sigh. Inoichi. Sarutobi started again, and if he said, "Fine," one more time, Inoichi would start shouting. The guards within hearing distance be damned. There is nothing we can do. I trained the TI division myself, Inoichi snapped in a low voice. I can pick someone out to at least guide Haruki through the first stage of therapy, someone who knows how to be discreet if need be. Give him at least that much. Inoichi, and this time, Sarutobi's voice was a mixture of warning and resignation, but not the resignation Inoichi was looking for. We cannot help him. Inoichi's mouth closed with a near-silent click, staring in utter disbelief at his Hokage. Even the shinobi had come out of the Third War so worse for wear that Inoichi had only needed to take one glimpse at the outer layer of their mind to know that they were beyond help, had gone through every stage of therapy. Sarutobi had ordered it back then, even when Inoichi had insisted that it would be futile, so why wouldn't the man at least let him try now? What made Haruki different? Why not? He finally grounded out tightly. What makes him different? Why can't we help him? Sarutobi released another heavy sigh, eyes somber under his hat. Because we could never understand what he is going through. Because all the people who could ever help him right now no longer exist. I am sorry, Inoichi, but in this matter, I ask you to trust me. Cease and desist from pursuing this issue any further. That is an order. Inoichi stared hard at the aging man. That was it. Some vague response about not understanding. Since when had that ever stopped the Sandame? He wanted to ask, to demand a real answer. The hard expression on Sarutobi's face told him that he would get nothing more out of the man. He had been ordered to stand down and was expected to do so. But this wasn't right. Since when did Konoha just give up on its shinobi? Since when did the Hokage just admit defeat and leave a man on his own to deal with his own problems? Inoichi closed his eyes. He knew, more than most, just how delicate the mind could be. But at the same time, it was a precious thing, with thoughts and memories and feelings all entangled together, and it was this very reason that had made him retire from active duty. Because no matter how many times he did it, he simply couldn't get used to tearing another human's mind apart for answers, intruding, raping, until he found what was needed. To see someone's mind suffering, especially when that someone had helped his daughter and had become something of a friend, was a kind of torture all on its own. Inoichi's lips thinned as he opened his eyes again, effortlessly pulling on the impenetrable mask that he had perfected over his long years as an interrogator, and met his Hokage's gaze again. As you wish, Hokage-sama, he nodded stiffly, trying to ignore the disgust curling in his gut. At Sarutobi, at himself, at the situation in general. Without a word, Inoichi spun on his heel and stalked out of the office, closing the door behind him with a quiet but sharp bang. He pulled up short when he turned and found a familiar figure leaning against the wall beside the office door, arms crossed and staring ahead without moving. Shikaku. Inoichi frowned a little when his former teammate tilted his head to give him a sidelong look, eyes brave and mouth a grim slash. Across his face, the Junin commander looked every bit his rank at the moment. Inoichi glanced around, spotting the two guards that Shikaku had most likely sent away when he had heard him talking to the Sandame rounding a corner. Wordlessly, they moved away from the Hokage's office, heading back downstairs in heavy silence. Neither said a word until they reached Shikaku's office, and Inoichi closed the door behind them as they walked inside. Glaring moodily out the window, as Shikaku stationed himself at the edge of his desk, arms folding together once more, Inoichi snapped, "That's bullshit. Haruki's still walking and talking. As far as I'm concerned, that's all the requirement a shinobi needs to start healing." Shikaku was much calmer as he watched the blonde pace and rant in his office. He had been on his way to the Hokage's office to pick up the day's paperwork. When he had caught Haruki's name and Inoichi's voice, the subtle undertone of anger clear only to himself and Shuza. Instinctively, he had sent away the two guards posted at the door, telling them to return in 5 minutes. Then he had settled himself beside the doorway and listened in on the conversation. Shikamaru was up at the crack of dawn this morning, Shikaku interrupted abruptly, stopping Inoichi in mid-tirade. The best way to head Inoichi off before his anger became a full-blown paroxysm was to change the topic to something lighter but still somewhat related. He was training. Inoichi blinked at him before sighing. You too, huh? Ino was up early as well. Went out to polish up her chakra control. He stopped, shooting Shikaku a half-hearted look of accusation. Stop trying to distract me. The Sandame's wrong. You're not really supposed to say that, Shikaku remarked. Unless he's wrong, Inoichi pointed out. And in this case, he is. Shikaku sighed. You are so troublesome. Ever thought that maybe the Sandame might have a good reason to think that Haruki can't be helped? So you agree with him? Inoichi scowled angrily. You think we should just leave Haruki? Hey, I didn't say that. Shikaku's voice came out uncharacteristically sharp and it silenced Inoichi immediately. Haruki got my son to start eating properly again. Yoshino and I have been trying to do that for years. And he succeeded in a day. If anything, I owe him. But I think you and I both know that there's something bigger going on here, and whatever it is, Haruki's right in the middle of it. Before we do anything else, we should find out more about this whole situation. First, they stared at each other for a moment, only stirring when a knock at the door sounded. Come in, Shikaku called out, wondering if he should at least look like he was working. He would have to make another trip up to the Hokage's office for his paperwork later. Inoichi, Shikaku, good morning, Shuza walked in, raising an eyebrow when he sensed the tension in the air. Not so good. Oh, close the door, Inoichi grumbled, taking a seat at the couch on one side of the office. It's been one hell of a morning. I have to agree. Shuza shut the door behind him, eyes focusing on Inoichi. Choji was up at 6:30 this morning, and he ran 10 laps around our entire compound in about an hour. Stamina training apparently. I thought I was still asleep. Join the club, Shikaku snorted. Shikamaru was the same, and he got up even earlier than that. And Inoichi's girl was practicing chakra control. So what's wrong with you two then? Shuza eyed them quizzically. I was surprised, but not in a bad way. Shikaku and Inoichi exchanged a look before the Nara head recounted the conversation with the Hokage. By the time he finished, Shuza was frowning, glancing at Inoichi from time to time. I don't know much about Haruki. Definitely not as much as you two, Shuza finally spoke. But even if it was just some random shinobi, shouldn't the Sandaime at least book them a checkup appointment at the hospital? That's usually a requirement for all of us. Exactly. Inoichi leapt to his feet again, ignoring Shikaku's warning look. But I already checked, before I went to see Sandaime-sama, just to make sure Haruki didn't already have an upcoming appointment. He doesn't, and I know the Hokage. He told us that he's destroyed all of Haruki's records, but how exactly does that account for the fact that no one knows him? I asked some of the older medics at the hospital to see if Haruki had dropped by and didn't bother signing in. But none of them even knew who I was talking about. They've never heard of him before. That's a good point, actually, Shuza gestured behind him at the door. They heard the other Junin and Chunin talking about Haruki. Some of them have seen him walking around and want to know who he is. They've been waiting for him to come to the station for days now, but he hasn't stopped by even once. He frowned again. Not very social, that one, except with our kids. Shikaku stayed silent as he watched his two friends debate back and forth. His mind called up the seal that had been briefly activated when Haruki had entered the Nara compound but said nothing of this. He had, indirectly, given his word that he wouldn't say anything about it, and he wasn't about to break it. Sighing quietly, he recalled his son's words the day before, after he had come back from Ichiraku's. Haruki had apologized, and hadn't seemed to have any problems interacting with Shikamaru yesterday. Oi, Shikaku. Inoichi's voice pulled him from his thoughts. What do we do about all this? Shikaku shrugged, straightening as he let his arms drop back to his sides. We keep doing what we're already doing. Talk to him when we see him, ask our kids about him. But leave him alone, Inoichi. He raised a hand when Inoichi opened his mouth to protest. I meant about therapy. Feel free to spend time with him. But I don't think Haruki would want anyone even bringing up the suggestion of someone poking around in his head. He paused, smiling grimly as his two former teammates exchanged glances. I think we can all agree that he's hiding something, and it looks like the Hokage is in on it. If Sandaime-sama is going out of his way to override even your request, Inoichi, just to help him, then whatever this secret is. It's big and it's important. We don't want to mess with something like that until we know what it's about. Makes sense, Shuza approved first. We keep this to ourselves. And from the rest of the council. He added, there are certain members who don't need to know. Shikaku inclined his head. They all knew the very real threat hiding in the darkness of Konoha. Fine, Shikaku. Inoichi relented grudgingly. But are we really going to just cool our heels and wait for, what? For the Hokage to bring us into the loop, if he ever does that? Shikaku smirked. Of course not. Give me a little time. One more shogi game with our mystery Junin should provide me with enough information to figure all this out. Inoichi snorted and rolled his eyes while Shuza chuckled. Shikaku glanced out the window as both accepted the plan. He would figure it out. An idea was already starting to form in his mind, especially after considering the demonic chakra sensory seal in his house. Exactly what he was going to do about it afterwards was the real question. 3 days after his training session with Team 10, Haruki was sitting in his favorite ramen stand, reclining against the counter and staring idly up at the sky outside Ichiraku's as Kakashi sped through a meal beside him. The copy nin had become something of a constant in Haruki's life, appearing without warning whenever the mood suited him. For the most part, Haruki didn't mind. Kakashi knew how to stay quiet, and usually just read his Ika as he accompanied Haruki around town. Oi, aren't you going to finish that? Haruki glanced at his companion and then at his half-finished ramen. God, had his appetite really diminished so much? He hadn't really noticed when he was living on the battlefield, subsisting on ration packs and adrenaline. No, he answered curtly, throwing some change on the counter as he rose to his feet. I'm finished. He didn't expect the firm hand on his shoulder pushing him back onto his seat. Finish it. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed at him. You can't tell Sakura to eat more and not do the same yourself. Haruki frowned at the copy nin before grudgingly picking up his chopsticks again. It didn't matter what time he was in, he knew better than to argue with Hitaki Kakashi unless it was a matter of life and death. Forcing down the noodles, Haruki thought back to the last 3 days. Kakashi hadn't asked questions when he had taken to walking circles around the village, even though Haruki was sure that the copy nin had drawn his own conclusions. He had been avoiding several people for a while now, and said people might find him if he stayed in one place for too long. Shikaku had almost cornered him several times already. Haruki knew a Junin calm. Onder didn't have that many reports to pass to different Junin while they were off duty, but the Nara clan head had started to scour the village with a stack of folders tucked under one arm. Haruki had witnessed the man personally demanding a late mission report from a mildly alarmed Genma only a few hours ago. If Shikaku was looking for him, then Haruki had no doubt that Inoichi was also, at the very least, keeping an eye out for him as well, so he had avoided the Yamanaka flower shop like the plague. The former interrogator would probably detain him until he managed to contact Shikaku. And then, of course, there was Anko, whom Haruki had been ducking and dodging from since the irritating woman had recovered from chakra depletion. He had no idea how she did it, there was no way she could sense his chakra signature. And yet she always managed to pop up when he least expected it. He supposed he should count himself lucky that Sarutobi hadn't given out his address yet. Anko's coming this way, Kakashi suddenly remarked. And Haruki stiffened, tuning back into reality and quickly pinpointing the Kunoichi's chakra signature. Speak of the devil, with an inaudible curse, Haruki leapt up, gave his nearly finished ramen a cursory glance before ducking out of the ramen stand, Kakashi a step behind him. What exactly did you do to piss Anko off? Kakashi asked idly as they hurried away from Ichiraku's. Haruki shot the copy nin a deadpan look. The man had had a good laugh when he had realized who Haruki was trying to avoid most of all, but he had helped once or twice by delaying her. When she got too close so he couldn't complain. Nothing, he muttered. Trust me, she's not angry with me. Or if she is, it'll be because she found out that I've been avoiding her. Kakashi looked contemplative as he glanced behind them to make sure they weren't being followed. Did you sleep with her? Haruki almost tripped over his feet as spluttered a little at the copy nin's question. What? No. What the hell gave you that idea? Quote. Kakashi shrugged, eye smiling at him in a way that made Haruki want to punch him. Ma, she's been stalking you for the past 3 days. Only 3 things can keep Anko that interested in someone. You've pissed her off so much that she can't get over it without doing some serious injury to your person. Good sex, and she wants another round. Or new sweets, in which case she'd go to Kurenai. Haruki looked horrified. I swear you just called her a whore. She's not that bad, and she likes to train. Kakashi nodded in agreement. But she doesn't have to talk. An interest in someone when she's training. And liking good sex doesn't necessarily make someone a whore. Just shows good taste. Haruki felt his face warm. Damn Kakashi. He had no problem reading the crap his godfather doled out. And even editing it was fine, but he usually drew the line when other people's sexual habits were brought up, especially for someone whom he had come to see as an older sister in his own time. So if you didn't piss her off and it's not sex, Kakashi continued languidly. Why is she chasing you? Haruki scowled. Because I did her a small favor and she's decided talking about it is the best course of action right now. Kakashi eyed the redhead thoughtfully. Must be quite a favor. Why don't you just let her buy you some dango or something and get it over with? Haruki huffed irritably. Because she'll ask questions, and I'll most likely not wanna answer them. Kakashi nodded without comment as they sped down another street. This was one of the reasons why Haruki didn't mind having the copy nin as a tagalong. The man simply took everything in stride without batting an eye. Of course, that didn't mean he wasn't nosy about other issues. Mind if I ask you a question then? Haruki glanced warily at Junin, now smiling disarmingly at him. What? When did you become Anbu? It took everything Haruki had not to let his sudden apprehensio surface on his face as he racked his memories of the last few days. What did Kakashi mean? He hadn't said anything about being Anbu. Kakashi's right hand reached out to brush briefly over his left shoulder. If you don't want people to find out, you should keep that hidden at all times. Haruki stopped walking, and Kakashi slowed to a halt a few feet in front of him, body half turning to face him. When the copy nin's dark eye, no longer half-lidded and lazy, studied him even as he answered, "Day before yesterday, when you joined us for training again. You weren't wearing your coat. And you got your shirt wet after you went to get Naruto and Sasuke out of the river. You took it off to dry it, and you only had a sleeveless underneath." He shrugged carelessly. It was only for a few minutes, the kids didn't see. But he trailed off and Haruki cursed violently inside his head. God damn it, what kind of amateur mistake was that? He had completely forgotten about his Anbu tattoo, and of course, Kakashi would see it because the man was always looking underneath the underneath, quite literally in this case, even when he looked like he was doing the complete opposite most of the time. I won't say anything. Kakashi looked stern all of a sudden, as if Haruki's silence was questioning the copy nin's integrity as a friend. I'm just curious. I know next to nothing about you. Haruki started walking again, slower this time as Kakashi fell into step beside him once more. He knew the copy nin wouldn't leave all the holes in his life alone for long. It was in the man's chair to puzzle out anything that piqued his interest. But could he afford to let Kakashi know some of his real past right now? Then again, he already knew about Haruki being in Anbu. The copy nin would have figured out that the edited version of his life so far was absolute crap. Absently, Haruki reached up to rub his shoulder. Anbu tattoos were normally placed on the right shoulder, and almost all shinobi had it drawn near the elbow so that arm guards or bandages up the arms or even just elbow warmers could cover it more easily if they ever needed to go undercover and henge wasn't an option. But he, being the stupid idiot that he was, had decided to copy a certain ex-Anbu and had asked Tsunade to place it high on his left shoulder for the whole damn world to see. He had thought it a good idea at the time though. Kakashi had been the first Anbu, albeit former, that he had ever met personally. And of course, now he was paying for it. He sighed and resigned himself to answering a few questions. At least he could hold the copy nin off for a while. 16, he finally replied, glancing to his left to meet Kakashi's interested gaze. But the Hokage had me work solo. That was true enough. Tsunade had put him on a few solo missions. Of course, they had mostly been on the battlefield, but his squad had technically been recalled to the village while he had stayed and flitted between the other teams, helping out as best he could. So, solo. Next to him, Kakashi nodded in acceptance and asked nothing more. The copy nin seemed content with the one truth, however simple, that the redhead had given him. It made Haruki feel just the slightest bit guilty, but he quickly shoved that sentiment away. It wasn't like he was lying, merely settling for half-truths. The Junin station's up ahead, Kakashi pointed out after a few minutes. Want to stop by? Haruki waved a hand, already turning to a different direction. You go. I don't really know anyone there. Yet again, he found a hand on his shoulder that pushed him firmly towards the station. Sorry, Kakashi said cheerfully, not sounding sorry at all. I didn't mean you actually had a choice. There are several people who've all seen you around and, even worse, have seen me walking around with you. Their curiosity got the better of them and they wouldn't stop bothering me yesterday until I agreed I'd bring you in today. Haruki spluttered indignantly, trying to tug himself away from the copy nin's grip. You don't have to walk around with me. Go hang out with Asuma or Kurenai or something. I'm sure Gai-san will be happy to see you. The mask Kakashi wore didn't do anything to hide the grimace that surfaced on his face. Don't even joke about that, he ordered with a shudder. That's just disturbing. I spend enough time with Guy on missions. Any more and he'll drive me over the edge. Haruki rolled his eyes, trying to dig in his heels. Then you should have found Asuma or Kurenai. You don't mind their company, do you? I don't mind your company, Kakashi pointed out bluntly. And I definitely don't mind spending my free time walking around town reading Ika Ika. But a quick introduction will get the others off my back, so that's what I'm doing. Before Haruki could protest any further, the copy nin had shoved him into the headquarters, almost plowing him straight into a startled Kotetsu. Catching himself just in time and dodging around the Chunin instead, Haruki straightened and shot a glare at Kakashi. He twitched when the man simply smiled at him and pulled out his book. With an irritated sigh, Haruki turned back to Kotetsu. Sorry about that, he's an asshole. Kotetsu released a startled laugh, glancing at the Junin behind the redhead. No worries, he blinked curiously at the man in FR. Onto of him before recalling the latest gossip around the station. Hey, you're that Junin nobody knows ow. Azumo came up behind his partner, ignoring the scowl being directed at him as Kotetsu rubbed his head and focusing on the newcomer instead. Ignore him, he's a bit slow when it comes to manners. I'm Azumo, the idiot's Kotetsu. Haruki smiled a little, hiding his discomfort at seeing the younger versions of two old friends. He had gotten to know many of the older generation of shinobi during the war. Kotetsu and Azumo, along with Genma, Raida, and Yugo, had made up Squad 14, and our tent had been stationed next to Haruki's. I'm Haruki, he offered. Nice to meet you. He glanced back sharply, suppressing his annoyance when he found Kakashi deeply immersed in his book. Hey, he swatted at the orange book. If you're gonna drag me here, at least have the decency to introduce me to whomever it is you wanted to introduce me to. Kakashi heaved a long-suffering sigh as if Uki was the one who had insisted on coming, the bastard, and lowered his book to look around. These were two of them, actually. He nodded at them. Kotetsu, Azumo. The two Chunin stared dubio. Sly at the lazy hand Kakashi waved in their direction. Last time they checked, the copy nin had gotten away before any of them had managed to force him to bring the red-haired Junin around. What was the man trying to pull? Noting the suspicious looks he was receiving from his two colleagues, Kakashi quickly ushered Haruki further inside the lounge. He hadn't exactly been planning to bring the redhead here. It had been more of a spur-of-the-moment thing. But after spending some time every day with Haruki, Kakashi had quickly realized that the other Junin didn't interact with anyone. Oh, he talked to Kakashi, of course. He didn't have much of a choice there, what with the copy nin accompanying him around town and all, and it wasn't as if Haruki was rude. If someone talked to him, Haruki always replied, and the redhead obviously talked to his students, helping him train them by giving advice and tips and holding conversations with them during their breaks. But that really was it. Kakashi. I had watched Haruki walk around the village, blue gaze darting here and there, soaking everything in with a hungry sort of desperation as if it was the last time he would ever see any of it, but never actually stopping to chat with anyone. Didn't the redhead have any friends he wanted to talk to after 8 years apart? He was sure Haruki was from Konoha though, the moving here from another town. Try idea had been dismissed after noting how Haruki never got lost no matter where he went. But so far, Kakashi hadn't seen anyone who recognized the former Anbu. After finding out about Haruki's previous rank, he had immediately gone to the Anbu headquarters and wheedled the roster out of the second-in-command. The man still owed him a favor and Kakashi didn't need to see his face to identify his confusion when the copy nin used it to get his hands on the register for a few minutes. To his great dissatisfaction, even after scanning all the names twice, including the Miyas and Kias, he had been unable to find Haruki amongst them. Beyond frustrated, Kakashi had reluctantly considered that the Hokage had had them destroyed in case Haruki had been caught, though something about that just didn't sit right with him. So he had gone back to spending his afternoons with the red-haired Junin, surprised at how content he was with simply walking around with one of his books and occasionally running away from the people Haruki was avoiding like the plague, which was another mystery Kakashi had to solve. Haruki really was something else to give Nara Shikaku enough cause to comb the villa for 3 days straight in an attempt to find him. Kakashi found it even more amazing that their commander was currently failing. Now, Kakashi was by no means a sociable person. He went out for drinks with Genma, Asuma, and Kurenai and Guy, if Kakashi was unfortunate enough on occasion, but he usually sat to the side with his book, half listening to his friends' easy chatter and perfectly content to fade into the background. He'd join in sometimes, and his friends always seemed glad to include him in their conversations, but sooner or later, he'd return to his Ika and they'd leave him to it. It was different with Haruki. With him, Kakashi usually found himself starting the conversations. And when they weren't talking, Haruki had never voiced a complaint as they walked through the streets of Konoha with Kakashi's nose in his adult literature. Most of his friends, even Genma, had, at one point or another, complained about his reading habit, either embarrassed or annoyed or both. But the redhead barely seemed to notice, as if he was used to hanging around someone who publicly flaunted a hobby that would make most people blush. And while Kakashi was half pleased, half sulky, that he had finally found someone who was immune to his quirks, he didn't think it was all that healthy for Haruki to simply cut himself off from the rest of the population. So, when he had seen the Junin headquarters, he had decided to use his colleagues as an excuse to at least introduce Haruki to the other shinobi their age. If the redhead didn't have friends, then Kakashi would simply have to make sure he got new ones. Once upon a time though, he never thought he would see the day when he would be voluntarily pushing someone else to make friends. Yo, Genma, Kakashi called out, and the Senbon wielder turned. The bored look on his face fading as his eyes flickered between them. You wanted to find out who this is. Haruki, Genma, Haruki. The redhead nodded politely. Nice to meet you. Genma eyed the Junin curiously for a moment, chewing on his Senbon. You sure you're just a Junin? He finally asked, face blank. Word has it that our commander's been running all over town looking for you. Didn't believe it myself, till he showed up at my front door demanding my report and asking if I had seen you. Haruki blinked, feeling a little taken aback at the question. Genma was usually more laid back than this. Was he annoyed that? Haruki stiffened and then relaxed when he caught a hint of a smile tilting up one corner of the man's mouth. Loosen up. Genma waved a hand. At the far end of the lounge where two other shinobi were seated. Come join us. Everyone's asking about you. We've never seen Shikaku-sama so active when there's nothing going on. A minute later, Haruki was settled between Genma and Kakashi, Katetsu and Izumo on the right across from him and Yugo and Gekko Hayate on the left. He sat stiffly in place, not quite comfortable being surrounded on all sides. There was no immediate way out if he had to run. You're not in a war anymore, he chastised himself firmly. You're among friends, or at least colleagues. So, instead, Haruki tried to relax and concentrated on the other two shinobi as they introduced themselves. Unflinching, loyal Yugo, whom Haruki had worked beside on more than one occasion, was smiling contentedly in a way that he had never seen before. His gaze drifted to the man sitting next to her and knew him to be the reason. Haruki had never known Gekko Hayate, only that he was the proctor during the final rounds of the Chunin exams and that he had been killed trying to take down Baki. He had also found out, later on, that the man had been skilled at kenjutsu but a chronic illness had held him back from his full potential. He frowned a little as Hayate coughed, rasping and harsh. In his time, Sakura would eventually develop a cure for the lung infection, something even Tsunade had been unable to do, but that had been years from now. And judging by Hayate's pallid features, he didn't have years. Sakura had once explained the process to Haruki, but he had never been very good at listening to scientific lectures and had inevitably fallen asleep. Still, Kurama had heard the same thing. The fox could tell him later and Haruki would send it on to the medics at the hospital. He would be able to save this man, in more ways than one. And Yugo would never lose that smile again. So why is the commander looking for you? Yugo asked, leaning forward. The red-haired Junin seemed nice enough, if a bit tense looking. Perhaps some casual conversation would put him more at ease. Haruki glanced at Kakashi, who was absolutely no help as he slouched against the couch, his porn out in the open again. He probably wants to play shogi with me again. They all looked surprised. Just a shogi game? Katetsu asked, puzzled. You must be pretty good. Haruki tried not to scowl at that, and then dropped the Attempt and scowled anyway when Kakashi spoke up from behind his book. He's excellent. Shikaku-sama wants a rematch after he lost last time. Feeling a tick develop over one eye, Haruki reached out and swiped the copy nin's book in retaliation. Oi! Give that back. Kakashi narrowed his eye in warning as he jolted upright. Haruki scoffed and tucked the book away inside his coat. No, you can have it back later. If you're going to talk, then you're not allowed to read. The other shinobi watched the exchange with wide eyes and dropped jaws. No one got their hands on Kakashi's precious books. The copy nin was usually too quick, and most people were smart enough not to try it anyway in case they incurred the man's wrath. They stared as Kakashi glowered for a moment longer before slumping back against the seat. Posture suspiciously sulky, but there was no sudden spike of killer intent and the copy nin made no attempt to take his book back from the red-haired Junin. Who was this man? Ma hastily closed his mouth before his senbon slipped out. Kakashi, if I had known that taking that book away from you was all it took for you to pay attention, I would have done it ages ago. The copy nin shot him a sour look. Why would I want to pay attention to you in your latest sexual escapades? Genma looked mildly offended but didn't have the chance to defend himself when Yugo kicked him. Oh, be quiet, you two. Haruki doesn't need to hear your crap. She turned a warm smile on the redhead. Well, now I know who to go to when Kakashi's being more of a pervert than usual. Haruki released a soft laugh at that. Glad to be of service. Don't think I can do much about him being late all the time though. They shared grins as they glanced at the copy nin. Kakashi had recovered his USUA. Lazy-eyed look that still somehow managed to convey his disdain. Hayate stifled another cough before enquiring, but it's true. You beat Shikaku-sama in a game of shogi. Haruki sighed but nodded. At the rate this news was being revealed, he was honestly surprised that it wasn't all over the village by now. Azumo whistled. Impressive. I think Genma played him once. The commander completely destroyed him in 15 minutes. Genma shot him a good-natured scowl. I didn't see you lining up to try. Besides, he said he'd give us an extra day off if one of us beat him. He turned to Haruki to explain. It was the day after New Year's and the party we had the night before was crazy. Someone spiked the alcohol so that painkillers wouldn't work the next day. Everyone came in with a hangover and no one wanted to work. You should have seen this place. Most people just stumbled in and went right back to sleep on the couches. Or the floor, wherever there was space. Then Shikaku-sama came in looking ridiculously not hungover. Guess all that alcohol he usually drinks on a daily basis is good for something. Yugo laughed as the others grinned in reminiscence. That was a hellish day. Even NBU just stood by the walls feeling sick. Anyway, he took one look at us and broke out a shogi board. That sadist enjoyed every minute of it. I mean, there we were, elite shinobi queuing up one after another across from Shikaku-sama trying to stave off the jackhammers in our heads while attempting to beat the greatest shogi player in existence at his own game. I don't know what we were thinking. Guess that day off didn't happen. Haruki remarked with a grin. Kotetsu grumbled. Hell no. Azumo and I were back on gate duty within the hour. It was torture. Azumo rolled his eyes, annoyance flashing across his face. What are you talking about? You fell asleep the moment we sat down. I was the only one working. Kotetsu waved a dismissive hand in the air. We're partners, Zumo. We share the pain. Azumo snorted but didn't have time to shoot back a retort as the door to the headquarters slammed open. Where is he? There is no way I can miss someone for 3 days straight, Kurenai. I'm no Kakashi, but I'm not that bad at tracking. I swear he's. Enko abruptly stopped talking as she found 7 pairs of eyes focused on her. And one of those belonged to the very person she had been searching for the last 3 days. You, she barked, striding forward and only dimly aware of Kurenai following close behind. The one time I'm not looking for you and I find you right away. Where have you been? Haruki heaved an inward sigh as he offered a weak smile in the kunoichi's direction, suddenly finding himself the center of attention again. Hello, Enko. I've been around. How are you? How am? Enko stalked forward, ignoring Kotetsu and Azumo even as they shrank away from her and stationing herself directly in front of the redhead. How do you think I am? Aren't you supposed to check up on your patients afterwards? And after removing my Anko, Haruki tried to interrupt, stiffening in alarm. Cursed seal, at least have the decency to stick around so I can repay you. EAD silence met her words and Haruki closed his eyes and willed the whole situation away. Needless to say, it didn't work. You call removing Orochimaru's cursed seal a small favor. Kakashi couldn't quite hide the mix of incredulity and amazement that seeped into his voice as he watched the redhead's shoulders slump in defeat. Why did finding things out about Haruki always have to be a battle? Most people would be boasting from the rooftops if they managed something of this magnitude. Anko, I told you to be careful about who you say that around, Kurenai cut in sharply, stepping up beside the irate Kunoichi who hadn't seemed to notice the tense atmosphere. Why'd I have to do that? Anko snapped back irritably. Let Orochimaru find out. I'll gut him when he comes to investigate. That's not the point, Kurenai chided, glancing with some concern at the fatigue aging the redhead's face all of a sudden. You should talk about it with Haruki first. For his part, Haruki was suddenly fighting an onslaught of pain and nausea. It felt like a headache, but even Anko wouldn't have caused something like this. Kurama, what the hell's going on? It's started. I was afraid of this. What's started? What's going on? You're fighting a paradox, Kit, against the laws of the universe itself. There are bound to be repercussions. Repercussions? I was fine a second ago. There's no way any consequences could just hit me like this. Kurama growled crossly, pacing in Haruki's mindscape. What do you think I've been doing all this time? My power has been holding back the backlash, but it's not enough anymore. Think of it as a sickness. You humans are full of those, aren't you? Well, if it's a sickness, then what are the symptoms? God, I feel like I'm going to throw up. Headaches, for one, like right now. You'll probably start coughing up blood later as the paradox attacks your physical state as well. The hell? And how exactly am I going to fight Madara if I belong in a damn hospital? I'm not finished, brat. These episodes won't happen often. Only once in a while. Outwardly, even if a medic does a scan of your vitals, nothing will look wrong. Your power level will be the same as usual too. I said to think of this as a sickness, but you're not really sick. These symptoms are just warnings. Warnings of me dying. You're still thinking of this as an illness. It's not. We are not going to die. We will disappear. There's a difference. Our existence in this timeline will be erased because we do not belong here. Because there's another version of you running around who could still be like you, so, time paradox. Understand? I guess, but I'll still be alright otherwise. There'll just be pain from time to time. Yes, I suppose you could say that. Though the episodes will get progressively worse as your time here shortens. That's fine, as long as I have enough strength to finish what I have to do. I think my headache's passing. Shit, I've been quiet too long. We'll talk more later. You really should have told me all this earlier. You've finally done it. Yelled someone to death. That's a first, even for you. Shut up. He's not dead, and it's not like you didn't say anything, Hataki. I didn't yell at him. I was only commenting on something he said earlier. Would both of you shut up? Neither of you are helping. Shouldn't we lay him down or something? Move over, Azumo. Not like that, Katetsu. Geez, you suck at taking care of sick people. Well, it's a good thing I'm not a medic nin then, isn't it? Damn, he's light. Doesn't he eat anything? Put him down. He doesn't like being touched too much. Calm down, Kakashi. He's just moving him to a more comfortable position. So now what? Do we dump water on him? No, Anko. And you men aren't helping matters by crowding him. Kurenai, help me out here. A hand brushed against his forehead and Haruki instinctively flinched away, trying to fight his way back to the outside world. He hadn't even felt himself lose consciousness. With a near inaudible groan, he forced his eyes open, blinking as his sight cleared and he found himself staring up at a worried-looking Yugo. Haruki smiled wistfully. The Kunoichi had always been a bit of a mother hen. She had definitely taken care of her squad and friends as fiercely as a mother would her children. Haruki. Kurenai appeared in his line of sight, a bottle of water in hand. Can you sit up? Haruki nodded tightly, mind racing as he tried to think up a good excuse for passing out. He accepted the water silently, remembering not to check for poison and thanking her with a nod as he avoided their gazes. Sorry, he finally offered, capping the bottle. I didn't mean to do that. Anko made a skeptical sound at the back of her throat. I doubt anyone would want to faint on purpose. She was still scowling fiercely, but her voice was carefully lowered, and she had backed up a few paces from where Haruki was currently sitting. Are you all right? Kakashi finally shuffled forward, pushing past Kurenai to crouch down in front of Haruki. Do you need to lie down some more? Haruki shook his head, mentally noting that his headache was gone and the nausea had receded. I'm fine. Just felt a bit lightheaded. He smiled reassuringly. Guess I should have eaten more ramen earlier. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed, obviously not buying it, but said no more, rising to his full height as Haruki stood up. I'm all right now. Haruki turned to Anko. And if you want to repay me, don't spread the fact that your cursed seal's gone any further. Please. Anko stared back for a long moment, studying the redhead carefully. Fine, she consented at last, before glaring around the room. Pretend you didn't hear me, she ordered. Everyone's sweat dropped but nodded without reluctance. Anko turned back to Haruki, frowning at him. Why though? Orochimaru will find out eventually. Yes, Haruki agreed, allowing his expression to darken. And it'll be one hell of a surprise for him then. He glanced around before deciding to expand a little. They all looked far too curious for anyone's good. You all know about Hyuga Hazashi's return. There was a round of general nods. The news had spread like wildfire amongst the shinobi and most had already seen the Hyuga clan head's brother walking around at one point or another. Then you should know that there will be a meeting between the Hokage and the Raikage sometime soon. Haruki paused, considering his words. And after what happened the last time Kumo was invited into Konoha. The Sandaime won't allow them entry again, but neither will he want to meet on their home turf. The meeting will probably take place on neutral ground, in either Yu no Kuni or Shimo no Kuni. During that time, the Hokage will be out of the village, along with quite a few of Konoha's top shinobi. If Orochimaru were to find out something like this, he would take that opportunity to strike. Since he knows his cursed seals won't work long-term anymore. Haruki stopped, glancing between his colleagues as they all stared back at him with something bordering on thoughtful surprise. I can see why you beat Shikaku-sama, Genma finally acknowledged, twirling his senbon in one hand. I haven't even thought about the meeting yet, but you're right. If this gets out, that snake will become a problem. We'll keep it to ourselves, Hayate agreed before peering at Haruki with open concern. But are you sure you're all right? Katetsu said you were really light. He was cut off with a few rough coughs. And people don't just pass out if they skip a meal. Ah, I'm fine. There's really no need to worry. And I've always been light, ever since I was a kid. Haruki smiled in a hopefully convincing manner. Why were they so worried anyway? They had just met him not an hour ago. If you're sure, Katetsu was scrutinizing him closely as if staring hard enough might give him a real reason why the redhead was so light. Haruki wasn't about to indulge him and he quickly turned back Anko. You feel all right though? His gaze flickered to her neck. No sluggishness, no sudden bouts of dizziness. Anko shook her head. I feel perfectly fine. Lighter, actually. She brought a hand to her face, clenching and unclenching it thoughtfully. My chakra feels like my own for the first time since that bastard bit me. Haruki nodded. Good. You should be fine then. In the silence that followed, Anko suddenly looked awkward, glancing almost nervously at Kurenai. When the woman gave her a pointed look, the violet-haired Kunoichi flushed a little but turned back and stared squarely into Haruki's eyes. Thanks, Anko said gruffly. I didn't think anyone could get it off me. I appreciate it. If y'all ever need anything, just ask. It was with some effort that Haruki held back a fond smile. In his time, Anko had become something of an older sister to him. They had been similar in many ways. Stubborn and short-tempered and hyperactive in public, somewhat quieter alone. You're welcome. Haruki smiled warmly at her, not noticing the startled looks around him or the fact that this action made him look much younger, putting a brighter light in his eyes as his features lit up. Thanks for trusting me. The red that rose in Anko's cheeks was quickly covered up with a fierce scowl. Whatever. Pretty boy, I always pay my debts. Before Haruki could say anything else, Anko quickly motioned towards Kurenai. I hear you've met. Kurenai wants to ask you something. Haruki blinked, surprised, but obligingly turned to face the black-haired Kunoichi. Kurenai shifted, looking suddenly embarrassed. Well, actually, I have a request of sorts. I talked to Asuma a few days ago and he told me about your training session with his team. Wait, Kotetsu interrupted, taking a step forward. You're the one who made those genin walk sideways all the way to the Hokage's office. He grinned at Haruki's nod. Man, I wish I had been there. Must have been fun to watch. And those genin must be something else. Haruki nodded. They're the next generation of Ino Shikacho. They'll surpass their fathers one day. Confident, aren't you? Azumo eyed him curiously. One of them's our commander and the other two are nothing to laugh about. Their kids will have to work hard. Haruki just grinned back, relaxed and sure. They're going to be great. I guarantee it. Azumo exchanged a glance with Kotetsu, mouth quirking up involuntarily. Well, when put like that, it was hard to doubt the redheads. Words. Then again, there was something about Haruki that made what he said believable, even if there was no proof. Haruki glanced back at Kurenai, already guessing what her request was. Wool, do you like me to join your team for a day? Kurenai nodded with a smile. If you're not too busy. How about tomorrow? Haruki hemmed thoughtfully. He didn't have much to do tomorrow and he had already trained with Team 7 for the last 3 days. He glanced over at Kakashi who shrugged and I smiled his agreement. Sure, I'm free. When should I meet you? The Genjutsu mistress brightened. We usually start practice at 7 so just come to training grounds 16 around that time. Haruki nodded. I'll be there. A chirp from a nearby window distracted them and they turned to see one of the village's messenger birds perched on the sill. The bird spread its wings when it saw that it had been noticed and flew across the room to land on Haruki's shoulder. Its beak opened and a distinctive trill sounded in the lounge. The tune that summoned a Junin to the Hokage's office. Ah! Haruki straightened, nodding slightly at the bird on his shoulder. Message delivered. The bird took off again, disappearing as quickly as it had come. It seems that the Sandame wants to see me. I should get going. Before he could take one step for the door, Yugo quickly moved forward, frowning sternly at him. After your meeting with the Sandame, remember to go eat something. It's not healthy to skip meals. Haruki rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. The ramen wasn't exactly a meal, it was more of a late afternoon snack. But he doubted that Yugo wanted to hear that. Yes, ma'am, I'll get dinner afterwards. I'll make sure of it. Kakashi spoke up from beside him, lazy-eyed as ever as he turned to Haruki. I'll bring my team over again. Haruki immediately scowled and opened his mouth to protest but Kakashi beat him to it and compromised. We'll even bring the groceries, and I'll cook. Haruki's eyes immediately narrowed. You can't cook. Kakashi looked indignant. You've never tried my cooking. How would you know? A lifetime ago, you almost burned down my kitchen. You just don't seem the type, Haruki retorted. You can bring the groceries, but Naruto and I will cook. Kakashi looked almost sullen for a moment. You trust a kid's cooking skills more than mine. Haruki waved a hand in the air. Naruto lives alone. He has to be able to cook. Turning back to the others who all looked somewhat dumbfounded at their exchange, Haruki nodded at them. I'll be going now. It was nice meeting you all. Sorry for the trouble earlier. Several reassurances and see you arounds later. Haruki had disappeared from the station, coat flapping behind him. Seconds after he was gone, Kakashi was patting himself down. Looking mildly panicked. He didn't give me back my book. Kotetsu and Azumo guffawed while Genma and Hayate grinned. A laughing Yugo quickly explained to the two newcomers. And Anko and Kurenai quickly joined in at the horrified expression in Kakashi's visible eye. Serves you right, Hatake. Anko cackled. I hope Red doesn't give it back. It'll teach you a lesson about whipping that thing out in public. Kakashi huffed and poofed away without waiting to say goodbye. He would get the book back tonight, and maybe bring over a few copies of his other Ika as well. And wave them around a bit in front of the kids. That would teach Haruki not to steal his precious literature. Old man. Sarutobi glanced up with a smile, doing a quick scan of the time traveler as he activated the privacy seals. Still tired, he noted, and still a bit pale, not to mention thin. but at least it was better than when he had first arrived. Good afternoon, Haruki. Sorry to call you on such short notice, but the Raikage has finally replied. We'll be meeting them in Kuni 3 days from now. Their daimyo has agreed to lend us part of their land in the forested area outside of Yugakure for the summit conference. We have agreed to bring 12 shinobi each as our guard. I wanted to ask your opinion on that. Haruki blinked in surprise. This he hadn't expected. He had no WN that a maximum number of ninja would be set, but he had thought that Sarutobi would pick his own people. Well, he started slowly, going over the shinobi he knew. Hiyashi-san and Hizashi-san would have to come, of course. Sarutobi nodded in agreement. Having Shikaku with you doesn't hurt either, and you might as well bring the other clan reps with you too. It would probably be best if you owed a united front when it comes to the clans in Konoha. Sarutobi nodded thoughtfully. Sume and Shibi are both on a mission at the moment. That's why they weren't present at the council meeting concerning Hizashi. Then again, those two try to avoid council meetings as much as possible anyway. They should be done and rushing back though. No doubt, they've heard about the new development. They'll be back by the day after tomorrow at the latest, so they'll be able to join us. Shuza and Inoichi should agree as well. That's 8 in total. 8. Haruki mentally counted again. He came up with 7. Sarutobi arched an eyebrow at him. You will be coming along as well, Haruki. Haruki blinked. Well, that actually made a lot of sense. Right, of course. He smiled sheepishly. That's 8 then. I'd like Kakashi to come. Sarutobi nodded at the questioning look directed at him, finding himself mildly amused. Kakashi's grown attached to you. I don't believe he's ever voluntarily spent so much time with anyone. Haruki rolled his eyes. He's just curious. He can't figure me out. Ah, well, Sarutobi hid a smile. As far as he knew, not even curiosity could make Kakashi lose the distance he usually set between himself and other people. The copy nin didn't have many people who called him friend, and even less people he called friends. Haruki was already one of the latter, whether either of them knew it or not. He will figure it out eventually. Eventually, Haruki agreed, but not right now. Sarutobi inclined his head. Who else then? 3 more. Haruki tilted his head in contemplation. Asuma, he finally decided. It'll show the Raikage that you trust blood as much as your other shinobi. I can guarantee that the Raikage will bring his own brother as well. And it'll mean a lot to Asuma. Sarutobi nodded. He had been debating on whether or not to bring his son, and was glad that Haruki had pushed his final decision for him. I'd like one Anbu with me as well, Sarutobi brought up. Haruki nodded immediately. I was thinking that we could bring Azuki Yugo. She's a captain, and she's dependable. Keeps a cool head in tough situations but fierce as heck when she needs to be. There will be a woman in the Raikage's party who will be a lot like her. Sarutobi nodded. He knew Yugo. The Kunoichi had been one of the Anbu he had picked out for consideration. And the last, Hayate, handy with a sword, works well with Yugo, and he's a Tokubetsu Junin. You should have at least one representative from that group as well. Sarutobi frowned. Gecko Hayate, Haruki. I'm not saying he isn't up to the standards of the other Tokubetsu Junin, but he does have that cough. Perhaps Shiranui Genma would be a better choice. Haruki shook his head. The CKNESS won't be a problem by the time we set out for the conference. My old teammate created a cure for it and she told me about it. I'll write it out tonight and then send it over to the medics at the hospital to sort out. They should have all the necessary ingredients already, and if Hayate rests for the next 2 days, he'll be fine when we head out. Besides, he added, you need Genma here. The other Junin respect him and he's calm and collected in difficult situations. He wouldn't be a Tokubetsu Junin if he actually got off his ass and took Junin exams. There's a reason he's one of the first people Shikaku talks to whenever there's a crisis. Sarutobi was silent as he mulled over Haruki's words. You seem to have a cure for everyone, Haruki. He smiled a little at the embarrassment on the time traveler's face. Very well, we'll go with that lineup. But you know that the people you picked will have to know the part you played in Hizashi's retrieval, right? Haruki nodded. I think they're all trustworthy people. And they know how to keep their mouths shut. He paused for a moment before adding, and I think Genma, Kotetsu, Azumo, Raida, Kurenai, Gai-san, Anko, Hana, and Ibiki-san should be brought into the loop as well, even though they're staying behind. It would be better if someone in the village knows what's going on. Kotetsu and Azumo, and Hana-chan, aren't they Chunin? Haruki shrugged. Kotetsu and Azumo will be on gate duty and Hana's in Inuzuka. We should probably have a tracker on standby just in case. I want them to know the full story if Kumo tries anything to sneak into Konoha. I trust them. Very well. Sarutobi glanced out the window at the setting sun. I'd also like my Anbu general and second to be there. Haruki nodded. He had worked under both in his time. Of course. Sarutobi nodded briskly. Then I think that's all for today. Wait, there's one more thing, Haruki cut in. There's something I want to talk to you about. It concerns the two Kumo nin I mentioned earlier. The Raikage's brother and the woman. I have an idea. Sarutobi's eyebrows got steadily higher as he listened to the redhead lay out his plan. It wasn't a bad idea. It wasn't a bad idea at all. Excuse me. Miki glanced up, blinking in surprise at the red-haired shinobi standing in front of her. She hadn't sensed anyone approaching. Quickly pasting on a pole. Ite smile even as she scanned the ninja with mostly a medic's eyeshadows under tired eyes, too pale, too thin and partly a woman's eye quite good-looking, even with the visible exhaustion, man would be gorgeous when he was completely healthy. She asked, "Hi, may I help you?" The shinobi nodded. "Could you direct me to the medic that usually treats Gecko Hayate?" The medic nin frowned thoughtfully, quickly opening a file cabinet and flicking through the numerous dossiers neatly sorted there. "Ah yes, you must mean Kano Takumi-sensei. He should be free in 10 minutes actually." She turned back, smiling again. "Would you like me to book you an appointment then?" The red-haired Junin shook his head. "I'm only here to see him about Hayate. It won't take more than a few minutes. If you could, just point me to his office and tell him that I'd like to see him, that'd be great." Miki pursed her lips. How could this man just stand there looking like death warmed over and tell her that he wasn't here for medical attention? The Junin seemed to sense her concern and smiled reassuringly at her. "I am fine. Just had a late night." Miki glared at the shinobi, unimpressed. She was a medic nin for heaven's sake. But short of the Hokage's own order, it wasn't as if she could force him to see a doctor. "Very well," she acquiesced reluctantly. "I'll contact Kano-sensei and tell him to meet you in his office, She trailed off, glancing questioningly at the Junin. "Kazama Haruki," came the prompt reply. Miki did a double take. This was the shinobi everyone was talking about. The crazy sensei that had made a team of genin practice their chakra control through the Hokage Tower, favored by the Hokage himself, and had practically been adopted by Konoha's famed Sharingan no Kakashi. "Ma'am, yes, of course, Kazama-san." Miki managed to splutter out, cheeks flushing at being caught staring. "Just head up the stairs. Kano-sensei's office is the second door on the left in the east wing." "Thank you." With a last grateful smile, the red-haired Junin left, leaving a flustered Miki behind. As Haruki waited patiently in the office, he flipped through the folder containing the information on the cure one more time. It had taken 5 hours last night to write everything out. Kurama knew the information of course, but the fox's knowledge of it was a bit skewed, apparently. Demo. NS just didn't retain human facts the same way humans did. The order, for one, really meant nothing to the Kyuubi. After all, what would it matter if one item went before another when demons simply used chakra to heal? But they had worked it out in the end, and by that time, it had been past 4 in the morning. The earlier dinner with Team 7 hadn't exactly helped either. He and Naruto had cooked up a meal fit for kings while Kakashi had wandered around with multiple copies of porn, pissing off Sakura and embarrassing Sasuke to no end. But they had gotten through the evening without needing to. Much damage control, and Haruki had promptly shoved them all out the door at 10. As he now tended to do, he had walked Naruto back next door, not leaving until the boy was tucked in and halfway to sleep. Closing the folder, Haruki sighed. Kakashi had been extra vigilant last night as well, hovering a few feet from him even as he teased his students as if afraid that the redhead would keel over at any given time. Haruki had been appreciative and annoyed in equal measure. Kazama-san. Haruki blinked and straightened up as a man in his late 30s walked in, medic coat flapping around him. He had thick brown hair and kind green eyes that reminded Haruki of Sakura's. Yes, that's me. Haruki offered a hand that was firmly shaken without hesitation. I'm sorry to bother you while you're working. Takumi waved a hand in the air as he ushered Haruki towards the 2 chairs by his desk. It's fine. I'm free at the moment. What can I do for you? Never one to beat around the bush, Haruki pushed the folder across the desk towards the medic. It's about one of your patients, Gecko Hayate. This is a cure for his sickness. Across from him, Takumi froze, hand hovering over the folder, eyes wide. You're serious? At Haruki's nod, the doctor quickly flipped open the folder, eyes keen as he scanned the contents. Haruki stayed quiet as the man read through his notes, waiting patiently for him to finish. Are you a medic, Nin? The quiet question didn't come as a surprise, though the fact that it was the doctor's first was. No, Haruki denied as Takumi stared at him with a sharp green gaze. But a while back, I met a woman. She was a medic, Nin, and she told me about a few things. This was one of them. I only recently returned from a mission and met Hayate for the first time. I recognized the symptoms and thought I'd pass on what I learned. And this medic Nin would be. Haruki smiled blandly at the doctor. She's dead. Takumi nodded once and pursued the issue no further, glancing back down at the file. Well, this is amazing. You've written out every step. And it would only take a few hours to develop this cure. The process is simple enough. I suppose the only reason no one else has been able to create this is because the formulas are so complicated. They're completely based on each other. One mistake would throw the entire thing off. So you'll be able to heal Hayate? Haruki pressed. Takumi nodded again, a faint smile surfacing on his features. Most definitely. We'll call him in later today and start the treatment. Haruki relaxed and found himself smiling as well. That's great. Thank you. The doctor raised an eyebrow. I should be thanking you. You've just cured a supposedly incurable lung disease. He paused, a frown forming at his brow. I suppose I should ask now. How much would you say you'd want in return for giving this to our medical community? Haruki stared stupidly for several seconds. Want? Takumi tilted his head. Well, yes. What would be the cost of such information? Haruki blinked at the doctor, feeling completely out of his depth. Was this how medical circles worked? Buying and selling what might as well be people's lives? He shot to his feet, ignoring the startled look on the medic's face. Why would I want anything? He demanded, anger tightening his chest. Hayate's life is on the line here, as well as all other people who have the same disease. I don't want you giving me money or whatever. I just want you to do your job and heal them. Haruki's voice had risen a little and he forced himself to calm down. It had been a long time since he had found anything to explode over, but this was something new. What if the medical community refused to pay someone's price for a cure? Did that mean that the patients who could benefit from it would be left to die? Weren't medics supposed to cherish life once they took their oaths? I apologize. Takumi's soft acknowledgement made Haruki narrow his eyes at the doctor. You have to realize that cures like this don't usually come freely. Haruki pressed his lips together but sat down again. Well, they should, he snapped darkly. What if the price is too high? What would happen to the patients then? Takumi studied the redhead carefully, trying not to smile. This Junin was one surprise after another. When Miki had told him of the shinobi waiting to see him in his office about Hayate, he had expected another friend come to insist on knowing if any progress had been made on the cure. He hadn't expected a cure to land, quite literally, in his hands. Akumi had been prepared to pay whatever price Haruki wanted. He liked Hayate and didn't want to see him or his lover and friends suffer more than they had to. But again, the Junin had surprised him, refusing payment and even taking offense at the implication. Most people do not think the way you do, Kazama-san, Takumi smiled somewhat deprecatingly. They only think of how much they can earn and forget that there are lives at stake. Or if they do remember, they do not care. Haruki snorted derisively. Then they're all idiots. There are enough people dying every day without greedy fools hurrying it along. Very true. Takumi nodded. not holding back a smile this time. He liked this shinobi. There weren't many nowadays with such honor. Then I can only say thank you, Kazama-san, and IP. Reminds you that Hayate will be cured as soon as possible. Haruki nodded and made to rise, but hesitated at the last second. Takumi frowned. Something wrong. There is one thing. Two, actually. The redhead frowned, looking troubled enough that Takumi immediately found himself wanting to promise anything Haruki asked, but he held his tongue and heard the man out. The first is that I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention my name to Hayate or Yugo or anyone else who asks about the cure. Takumi stared in utter bemusement. Did the man not want any credit? I can agree to that, he finally allowed. Though they'll want to know who to thank and I won't lie to them about it. Just tell them that I don't want them to know. Takumi nodded in agreement. And the other, Haruki, glanced at the office door before lowering his voice even further. It's pretty much the same as the first. Just don't tell anyone who gave you that cure. And since I gave it to you, you'll be heading its production, right? At Takumi's nod, Haruki continued, eyes intent, then please keep this away from Yukushi Kabuto. Takumi's eyebrows shot up, thoughts flickering through his eyes at light speed. Yukushi-kun, you say? As he observed the Junin staring back at him, Takumi thought back to the genin that usually helped out around the hospital. There had always been something about the young man that rubbed him the wrong way. But the other doctors and nurses all seemed to like him well enough, and Takumi had never seen anything outwardly bad. Kabuto had impeccable manners, was always kind to the patients, and worked hard at everything he did. The general agreement in the hospital was that Kabuto took after Konoha's medic corps captain, but to him, Yukushi Taichi had something genuine about him that his adoptive son had never managed to inherit. I see, Takumi finally spoke. I don't have a problem with that, though this information will have to pass through his father before I can begin making it. Haruki nodded. That's fine. I hear Taichi-san is very well respected. Takumi nodded back and rose to his feet as Haruki did the same. Then I will get started immediately. Whoa, do you like me to send word to you once Hayate has been cured? Haruki shook his head. No need. I'll leave it to you. They shook hands again, but before Haruki could depart his office, Takumi called out one last time, perhaps sometime in the near future, Kazama-san, you'll come in for a checkup of your own. It seems you are in need of one, and just the other day, Yamanaka Inoichi came around to ask after you. Haruki stiffened momentarily before tossing a small smile over his shoulder. Thank you, Kano-sensei. I'll keep that in mind. Takumi shook his head as the Junin left. He had recognized the name the moment Miki had mentioned it, of course. But he hadn't really thought about the Yamanaka clan head until he had laid eyes on Haruki and seen the detrimental signs in the man's health. It was no wonder that Inoichi had come by to personally ask after the redhead if they knew each other. But that would be a matter for later. At the moment, he had made a promise to Haruki to get this cure out as soon as possible. And if he had his way, which he would because it was the very least he could do for the red-haired Junin, then Hayate would be cured before the day was out. Kurenai stared critically at her students. Holding back a sigh, Hiba was at it again, his short temper exploding over something Shino had said. She had just arrived herself, and hadn't managed to catch their no doubt one-sided argument. Hinata on the other hand was standing off to one side, hands wringing together and eyes darting nervously between her teammates. After hearing from Asuma about his team's sudden motivation, Kurenai had figured that it couldn't possibly hurt to invite Haruki to one of her team's training sessions as well. Perhaps he could help her pull these kids together. Kurenai almost started, quickly turning around to meet the startlingly blue gaze of the Junin she had just been mulling over. How did he do that? She hadn't been able to sense his chakra signature at all. Haruki. She smiled cheerfully in welcome. Good morning, you're right on time. I'm glad Kakashi hasn't been rubbing off on you. The boyish grin he sent her way lifted some of the fatigue from his face, though Kurenai frowned. Maybe she should sick Yugo on him again. He was obviously not getting enough rest. So these are your students. Kurenai nodded and quickly called the three genin over. They lined up in front of her, staring curiously, at least in Kiba's case anyway. Shino was as blank as ever and Hinata was staring at the ground at the redhead. This is Aburame Shino, Inuzuka Kiba, and Hyuga Hinata. Guys, this is Haruki. He's the one who's going to train you today. What can you do? Kurenai winced as Kiba immediately piped up, bold and demanding. Haruki only smiled, calm and untroubled in the face of the younger version of his hot-headed friend. He had already been prepared to deal with these three, and he was finding it easier to meet each of his old friends as he spent more time in the past. That depends on the team. He glanced at the kunoichi beside him. Do you have anything specific for them to do today, or can I just train them any way I want? Kurenai nodded. Go ahead. I've cleared their schedule today. All right then. Haruki turned back to the three genin. Basically, we're going to play a game of hide and seek. Kurenai and I will be hiding, you three will be seeking. Kiba immediately scoffed. That's easy. Akamaru can find anyone. Haruki shrugged easily. There will be rules of course. Or rather, obstacles. I will be using cage buncheons for one. That would be a bit difficult for Akamaru, don't you think? Kiba frowned, glancing up at the dog perched on his head. Haruki pulled out 3 ribbons, one green, one blue, and the last yellow. This will be your goal. Either I or Kurenai will be holding these. All you have to do is ask. But our cage buncheons will be holding these too. The only rule is that you will fail if you take the wrong ribbons. Time limit is the rest of the day. You can use your dog. He looked at Kiba before switching his gaze to Shino. Are your bugs, and then turned to look at Hinata. Are your eyes? Use whatever means you can. Understand. Kiba nodded determinedly while Akamaru yipped above him. It didn't matter that there would be cage buncheons. He would disperse them and, if they didn't, they would be the real ones. This would be easy. Shino inclined his head, silently directing one of his female bugs to land on Haruki's shoulder. The Junin didn't seem to notice. He would be able to find him soon enough. His Kikaichu would only stay on the real one. Hinata nodded meekly, glancing up briefly. She knew Kiba and Shino already had a plan. They always did, but she wondered if they would ask for her help. She had the Byakugan after all. She would be able to tell the difference between the cage buncheons and their real senseis. But, probably not. Just because she had the Byakugan didn't mean that she could use it well enough to help her teammates. Her shoulders slumped. She supposed she would leave this to them then. Haruki eyed all 3 of them. Geez, this was the quietest team he had ever worked with. Even Neji and Sasuke had been more talkative than this lot, with the exception of Kiba. He sighed inwardly. He hoped this exercise would help. He didn't know what else to do. He had spent a lot of time thinking up this plan and had even approached a few other shinobi for help earlier as he had set up the village-wide obstacle course. They had both agreed, eager for something to brighten up the monotone day. All right then, when I say, he glanced meaningfully at Kurenai and the woman blinked in abrupt understanding, tensing subtly and nodding slightly in return. Begin. Kiba blinked when neither Junin moved. Haruki still holding onto the ribbons. Well, he asked impatiently, aren't you going to hide? Haruki shrugged, hefting the ribbons absently. Kurenai tilted her head at them, frowning a little. From his right, Shino suddenly spoke up. These are clones. They are already gone. Kiba glared sullenly at his teammate. How would you know that? Shino nodded at the copy of Haruki. The Kikaichu I placed on Haruki-san's shoulder is no longer there. Thus, this is a cage buncheon. Kiba huffed in irritation when the 2 in front of them smiled and dispersed, leaving only small puffs of smoke. Fine then, Akamaru. His partner leapt to the ground, nose already twitching. Let's find them, boy. Which way do we go first? Shino frowned, irritation tilting his mouth down behind his collar. Why didn't Kiba ever listen? He should at least hear him out fully. After all, Shino had already noticed the clones. Feeling disgruntled, he headed off on his own, a male Kikaichu flying ahead of him. If Kiba didn't want to listen, then Shino would find the Junin on his own. Hinata glanced uneasily between the 2 boys. Now what was she supposed to do? Kiba had shot a nast. Why glare at Shino as the bug user walked off before ignoring him entirely? Should she follow Kiba, or maybe Shino? Come on, Hinata, Kiba suddenly called out, waving at her. They're this way. Well, Kiba seemed to want her along. Nodding timidly, Hinata hurried after him. Maybe they could meet up with Shino later. I admit, I didn't think this exercise would be very hard for them earlier, but this could get interesting. Kurenai leaned against a tree as they watched several pairs of cage buncheons walk off in different directions. After Haruki explained the plan to her, Kurenai had found hers. LF looking forward to the rest of the day. This exercise would take all three of their skills combined and would help strengthen their tracking skills as well as their teamwork. Could I see some of those seals then? She asked eagerly as they watched the last pair walk off. I've never seen anything that could block the Byakugan. Haruki chuckled but motioned her forward, extending a hand to touch the air. Kurenai gasped in surprise when Kanji flashed into appearance in front of her, glowing with blue chakra. Wait a minute, she murmured, leaning forward. Her eyes widened as she saw wind currents shifting in the air. Knotted tightly together with chakra. You drew the seal with wind and chakra. No one does that, no one can. Haruki grinned at her, something like pride shining from that expression. Well, I can. Pretty awesome, right? I can only hold it together for about a day though. Wind is damn hard to control. Kurenai tried not to gape as the seal faded again. A day, she didn't. She know anyone who could do this for a second, much less a full 24 hours. There was a reason why wind-based ninjutsu was quick and lethal. Shinobi used chakra to shape the wind and throw it at the enemy. But even seasoned ninja couldn't hold it for too long or the attack would injure themselves. Wind was untamable. For Haruki to shape it into a seal and keep it activated with nothing but his own chakra was nothing short of insane. Asuma is going to have a heart attack when he finds out, Kurenai said with feeling. You have amazing control over the wind element. Haruki just smiled at her. Thanks. He glanced distractedly to the right. Shino-kun's coming this way. Oh, that's right. Almost forgot. Kurenai blinked when Haruki created another buncheon before removing a Kikaichu F. Rom his shoulder and placing it on the clone instead. Shino always does plan several steps ahead, Kurenai voiced, amused. You're not going to kill it. Haruki frowned thoughtfully as he examined the Kikaichu. There was no way he was going to kill any of the Aburame bugs if he could help it. They had saved his life on more than one occasion. It's her, I think, and no, Shino-kun would be very angry with me. With a nod, he sent the buncheon off and they took to the roofs again. Kikaichu only have a lifespan of a few hours, Kurenai pointed out. She'll die soon anyway. Haruki shrugged. Shino-kun is a bit different. I believe he cares about his bugs. Kurenai glanced sidelong at her companion. Strange. Haruki seemed so sure. So what now? She asked instead. Sit around and watch. The redhead flopped down on the roof before pulling out 2 paper seals and handing one to her. Here, press this to your clothes. It'll hide scent and chakra signatures until we deactivate them later. Kurenai accepted one, examining it curiously as she pressed it to her clothes. It was a complex seal, one she had never seen before, but then again, she hadn't expected anything less from He-Man who had removed Anko's cursed seal. Damn it, is this the real one or the fake? Kiba glared furiously at the redhead in front of him. Haruki had dodged all his kunai, looking more and more amused as time passed. And he still couldn't tell if this was the real one or another clone. He frowned in thought, absently scratching behind one of Akamaru's ears. And then he brightened. Hinata. Kiba whirled on her excitedly, ignoring the way she flinched. Use your Byakugan. You can tell, can't you? Hinata shifted nervously in place. Why yes. Do you want me to check? Kiba nodded vigorously. That'd be great. Hinata took a deep breath and then activated her Kekkei Genkei. Kiba wanted her help. She had to be able to do this. No, he's just a cage buncheon. She trailed off and looked around. What? Thanks, Hinata. Ha, we can totally do this. I'll find all of them and you can check if they're clones or not. Wait. Kiba-kun, Hinata stuttered out, almost forgetting herself as she spun in a circle, bewildered. Kiba frowned, taking a step towards her. Hinata, are you all right? Hinata squinted. What was going on? Why wasn't her Byakugan working? But it worked fine a moment ago. She could tell the clone apart from the real one. I did say that there would be obstacles, the cage buncheon spoke up suddenly. Hinata whirled around again. Pardon. The Haruki lookalike smiled a little. Find the correct route, Hinata-chan. That's the only way you'll be able to find us. Abruptly, the clone dispersed, leaving only a cloud of smoke behind. Hinata, what's he talking about? Hinata blinked at Kiba's confused voice before deactivating her Byakugan. My Byakugan, she murmured. It doesn't work when I'll look in some directions. Her face crumpled miserably. I'm sorry. The hand on her shoulder made her jump. Don't worry. Kiba grinned at her. You heard Haruki-san. You just have to find the correct route. That's a hint. Once you find it, we can go straight. HT to him instead of just wasting time on every cage. Bunshin. Hinata stared before managing a tremulous smile. Thanks, Kiba-kun. Maybe she wouldn't be too much of a burden after all. Shino Street. Ared at the Junin standing in front of him, eyeing his Kikaichu. This was the real one, he was sure. Holding out a hand, he waited for Haruki to hand him the ribbons. Oi, Shino, that ain't him. Instinctively, Shino jerked his hand back and turned to look irritably at his teammate. My Kikaichu is still attached to him. He is the real one. Kiba rolled his eyes as he raced up to his teammate. Why did Shino always have to be so stuck up? Look, he explained impatiently, gesturing at Hinata behind him. Hinata says that's a cage Bunshin and she can't be wrong. Haruki-san probably found your bug and moved it. Shino stiffened, glancing at his female teammate. Hinata had her Byakugan activated and was between them anxiously. He pressed his lips together and turned back to the clone. So Haruki had caught on after all. Well, he was a Junin. It wasn't so surprising. He silently summoned the Kikaichu back to him and the cage Bunshin smiled before dispersing in a cloud of smoke. All right then, Akamaru can catch the scent of the next Bunshin until Hinata can find her way through the village. Kiba looked at both of them expectantly. Come on then. Shino frowned at the youngest Inuzuka. Just because Kiba had Hinata's help didn't mean his own Kikaichu couldn't do the same thing as Akamaru. I will find my own way, he announced firmly as he sent out his Kikaichu. Hinata watched, wide-eyed as Kiba predictably exploded, yelling at the stoic bug user once again as they moved off to the side. She sighed and glanced up. This was getting old. At the rate they were going, they would definitely fail this mission. But what could she do? They weren't going to listen to her. She could barely hold her own in a spar with either of them and with her Byakugan closed off. Won't you at least try, Hinata-chan? Hinata jumped and spun around, eyes widening when she caught sight of their temporary sensei. Why you're... Haruki chuckled, leaning against a tree on the side of the road. Ah, I'm the real one, but unfortunately, Kurenai has the ribbons right now. Hinata's face fell even as she deactivated her Byakugan. She quickly ducked her head when she caught a glimpse of steady blue eyes studying her. Haruki's gaze made her feel uneasy, as if the Junin could see all her faults and shortcomings. Well, won't you at least try? Hinata flushed, ashamed. God, Haruki must think so little of her. I'm not good enough. She trailed off, floundering for more words. A thoughtful silence. How do you know? Hinata froze, not sure how to answer. She just knew. She wasn't good enough. Her sister never looked at her with anything but subtle contempt. Her father was always disappointed in her. And her cousin whom she had played with as a child didn't even bother hiding his dislike and scorn for her. Hinata, she jerked up at the stern voice, not quite sure what to expect. Her gaze caught Haruki's again and she found herself unable to drop her eyes this time. Haruki frowned a little as he moved forward to crouch down in front of the Hyuga heiress. Hinata-chan, how do you know you can't if you don't at least try? Wide-eyed and nervous, Hinata opened and closed her mouth several times before whispering, because Otu-sama and Neji-ni-sama and Hanabi all think so. And my entire clan thinks so too. Haruki tilted his head, remaining silent for a while longer. The embarrassed flush quickly returned to the kunoichi's cheeks and she made to duck her head again. A startled yelp escaped her when a gentle finger poked her in the forehead. First of all, Haruki smiled at her. No looking down. You've got nothing to be ashamed of. And you're beautiful. Why would you want to hide your face all the time? Hinata turned beet red, flushing violently at the Junin's words. She automatically tried to lower her head again but was immediately met with a poke to the forehead once more. Hesitantly, she raised her head a little instead, shifting nervously when Haruki arched an eyebrow. Now, Haruki continued once the timid girl met his gaze again. You said that your family all think you can't do anything. At Hinata's nod, Haruki frowned again, leaning forward a little to peer more closely at her. And what if they're all wrong? Hinata jerked, staring wide-eyed at the red-haired Junin as she gaped at him. They see can't be wrong. She stammered out, twisting the hem of her jacket. I'm Hinata-chan, Haruki interrupted, choosing his next words carefully. The only way they can be right is if you believe they are. Hinata fell silent, hands frozen in motion as Haruki's words replayed themselves in her head. Haruki inwardly sighed. God, this was hard. He was much more used to the quiet but confident woman Hinata would eventually grow up into. It's easy. Hinata-chan, Haruki continued patiently. There's only one thing you have to decide. Do you want them to be right? Hinata instantly shook her head before she could stop herself. Flushing again, she just managed to remember not to look down and felt a stir of warmth in her chest as Haruki smiled his approval. Well then, Haruki reached out to gently untangle her fingers from her jacket. I don't see the problem. If you don't want them be right, then prove them wrong. Hinata deflated. I can't. Try. Haruki cut in again. You never know until you try. And you just keep trying until you get it right. Besides, what do they know? Who can possibly know you better than you know yourself? Your thoughts, your feelings, your insecurities, your dreams, no one see. And possibly know those things better than you. And anyone can do anything as long as they never give up. Hinata stared at the man in front of her, not quite sure how to react. No one had ever said these things to her. As if they thought she could do it. As if they believed in her. A tear slipped unbidden down her cheek and she quickly reached up to scrub it away. She didn't want Haruki to see her crying. But, checking his expression, all he did was continue smiling back at her. Her father would have disapproved. They both glanced up as Kiba's voice rose again, loud even at this distance. Hinata sometimes wondered how her teammates managed to stay alive in each other's presence. They're both far too proud, Haruki commented mildly as he stood up again. He GLANCED down at the Hyuga heiress beside him. That's where you come in, you know. You're their bridge. Hinata frowned, feeling confused. Bridge. She made sure to keep her head up instead of glancing down. Somehow, she felt herself relaxing in this Junin's presence. Haruki nodded. Well, as you can see, those two definitely aren't going to become friends by themselves anytime soon. Someone's got to pull them together. But I don't know if they'll listen to me. Hinata glanced anxiously at her teammates again. Haruki chuckled, slipping his hands into his coat as he rocked back on his heels. Every team's like that, Hinata-chan, noting her quizzical expression, Haruki clarified, your cousin's team is like that. Neji-kun and Lee-kun are as different as night and day. Tenten's one who keeps both of them grounded and tied to the team. Hinata blinked, thinking back to the few times she had glimpsed her cousin during one of his training sessions. The green-clad teammate of his was a bit different. But the female kunoichi did seem more level-headed and Hinata had even caught her lecturing Neji once. What about Naruto-kun's? She trailed off, blushing furiously. Haruki held back a smile. Hinata did have a crush on him back in the day, didn't she? And being the clueless idiot he had been, he had completely missed the Hyuga heiress affections, but perhaps that was best. Things had turned out fine in the future and Hinata had found her own love in the end. Naruto's team is just as bad, probably worse, Haruki told her cheerfully. He and Sasuke are similar and different in so many ways. Those two fight all the time. If it wasn't for Sakura, they'd be at each other's throats every 5 minutes. Half the time, I'm surprised Sakura doesn't go insane having to deal with those two all the time. An unexpected giggle slipped out and Hinata quickly clapped a hand over her mouth. But Haruki only laughed softly, one hand giving her a soft pat on the shoulder. Don't worry, laugh at them all you want. Those two are a comedy show all on their own. This time, the giggles came more freely and Hinata found herself smiling openly for the first time in a long while. She hesitated for a moment, glancing between the boys and her temporary sensei before asking shyly, what do you think I should do? A- about them. Haruki hemmed thoughtfully, inwardly dancing on the inside. Well, you could try yelling at them. He grinned at the horrified expression on Hinata's face. Hey, it would definitely work. You could shock them into compliance. But I suppose that's not your style. He paused, glancing down at the kunoichi again. What do you think you should be doing right now? Hinata looked around nervously before activating her Byakugan and scanning their surroundings again. She had caught a glimpse of something that looked like a path and she concentrated in that direction now. Yes, she could still see it. There was nothing blocking her Byakugan. This time, and she could see right through the buildings blocking her way. Deactivating her Byakugan again, she glanced brightly up at Haruki, forgetting her reticence as she piped up excitedly, I found it. I can see the way. Haruki quirked a smile at her as he nodded. Okay then, you're already one up your teammates. Now you just have to get them to listen. He reached out to give the Hyuga Iris a gentle push forward when she remained frozen in place. You're constantly changing at your own pace and you're fine just the way you are. What you want to become, what you want to prove, you already have the strength to do both. All you have to do is find it in yourself and take the leap. Now go on, show them what you can do, Hinata-chan. Hinata watched as the Junin gave her a last SMI. Before melting into a nearby alleyway, a mixture of hope and disbelief forming hard lump in her throat. That was the first time anyone had ever told her she could do something. But what could Haruki see in her? She turned back to stare at her teammates, one still shouting, the other doing his best to ignore him. You're constantly changing at your own pace and you're fine just the way you are. What you want to become, what you want to prove, you already have the strength to do both. All you have to do is find it in yourself and take the leap. Hinata pressed her lips together before straightening her shoulders. She didn't want to stay like this forever. She wanted to get stronger. And if she already had the potential to do that, then the only thing stopping her right now was herself. Taking a deep breath, Hinata marched forward, coming to a stop just a few steps behind her two teammates. Kiba-kun, she frowned when her voice came out barely above a murmur. That wouldn't do. If she wanted them to listen to her, then she'd have to speak up. She winced when Kiba reached out to grab Shino. That probably wouldn't be a good idea. Kiba-kun, Shino-kun, stop fighting. Her voice almost cracked at the end. But Hinata determinedly held the volume until the very last word. To her shock, both boys froze, heads snapping in her direction with shock evident on even Shino's face. She flushed, but kept her head up defiantly when she remembered Haruki's words. I found the path Haruki-san left for us. Hinata forced the stammer out of her words as much as she could. Shino-kun, Haruki-san gave us this mission as a team. I think it would be best to stick together. Kiba-kun, don't get mad at everything Shino-kun does. You both specialize in tracking. You have your way and Shino-kun has his. Wouldn't we finish this mission even faster if you two work together? Hinata felt her clenched hands tremble just a little by the end of her monologue. She had never spoken so much at one time. Actually, she was pretty sure she had never spoken so much in a day. Both her teammates were staring at her as if she had suddenly grown a second head, and Hinata fought the urge to shrink away and look down. Staring resolutely back at the boys. Surprisingly, Shino was the first to capitulate, shoulders suddenly losing their tensed slant and his entire countenance regaining their previous stoicism. If you have found the path Haruki-san designated for us, Shino muttered, then it is logical to stay together. Kiba couldn't quite tear his eyes off his female teammate. What the heck had happened to Hinata? Where was the shy, timid girl he knew as his teammate? At the moment, all he could see was a subtle ferocity in Hinata's face, almost daring him to argue with her. He managed, rubbing the back of his neck as his expression turned sheepish. Well, if you know which way to go, then staying together sounds good. Hinata brightened visibly. They listened to her. Was this all she had to do? Give them something important enough that they would see the value of sticking together as a team. Oh, okay then, she stammered out when she noticed that both boys' attentions were still glued on her. Let's go this way. I think we're heading towards the V Village's gates. Hinata turned and began walking, stamping down the urge to check if they would follow. She ooned herself, smiling when she heard the shuffle of footsteps fall into step behind her. Maybe she could do something if she tried. Asuma was right. You're great with children. Haruki snorted, perched at the edge of a rooftop. Kurenai, it was touch and go for a while there. I'm not used to talking to girls like Hinata. Until the last moment, I still hadn't decided how I was going to get through to her. Kurenai blinked, leaning forward curiously, undecided. What would you have done instead if not that? Haruki shrugged before grinning wryly. Got her mad, insulted her until she got pissed enough to yell back at me. Haruki raised his hands in a placating gesture at the appalled look on the kunoichi's face. Hey, don't look at me like that. I know people that just won't respond unless I piss them off. Like Anko, Kurenai shot back huffily. Not Hinata. I would have punched you if you had picked that method. The redhead rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Good thing I didn't then, huh? Kurenai just rolled her eyes before nodding at her students. Let's go then. They're almost at the gates. Kotetsu perked up from his slumped position at the wooden desk when he caught sight of 3 distant figures making their way toward them. Hey, they're coming. Azumo rolled his eyes but couldn't help straightening up as well. Gate duty was damn boring when there wasn't anything going on and damn annoying when there was. Either way, it wasn't the best job in the world. You think they'll ask us? Kotetsu leaned forward impatiently, peering at the approaching genin. Maybe we should give them a hint. Azumo couldn't suppress an exasperated sigh as he reached out and yanked his partner back into his seat. Would you stop that? With the way you're acting, you might as well be waving a red flag at them. Besides, Haruki said they'd get it. We're supposed to give them the hint after they come to us, not give them a hint to get the real hint. Kotetsu huffed but settled back down in his chair. He had been bored all morning and it was already nearing midday. There hadn't been so much as an ant crossing into Konoha. No one could blame him for being a little excited. And Haruki had approached them at 6:30 this morning looking like death warmed over. They had immediately inquired after his health. The redhead had assured them that he was fine and had just had a late night. Looking almost puzzled at their concern, the two of them had been hard-pressed not to call Yugo up immediately and have the woman drag Haruki to the hospital. The man looked like Hayate on a bad day. But before they could make up their minds, Haruki had launched into a brief explanation of the training exercise he had in mind for Kurenai's genin team and had asked them if they wanted to help. Neither of them needed any time to think on it and agreed immediately. The makeshift mission sounded entertaining and would make their day more interesting. Genins are kinda slow, Kotetsu. You commented in a low voice and Azumo held back the urge to whack him over the head. They're just starting, he whispered back. What did you expect? Kotetsu shuffled his feet as he watched the group draw closer. They could at least walk faster. And how exactly was that dog supposed to pick up on all the chakra threads if it was sitting on top of the boy's head? And he couldn't see a single Kikaichu flying around either. He squinted at them and willed them to walk faster. They stopped and looked around. Kotetsu twitched and growled, damn, they're either not that bright or, well, not that bright. An elbow in his ribs made him grunt. Azumo glared irately at his partner. If you don't shut up, I'm going to knock you out and do our part by myself. His voice bordering on a whine, Kotetsu retorted, come on, Zumo. We could have done this when we were genin. Azumo gave him a pointed look. You sucked at sensing chakra signatures. How would you have found the chakra threads? Kotetsu grinned at his partner. You were amazing at sensing chakra. I'd just ask you. Anyway, Kurenai's team have an Aburame and an Inuzuka, plus the Hyuga. They should be rushing through this with no problem. Azumo just heaved another sigh but didn't bother arguing back. Prolonged arguments with Kotetsu usually resulted in headaches. The man just didn't give. Hey, they're moving again. They're coming this way. Act normal. Azumo could feel a tic developing over one eye as he tried not to slam his head into the wooden table. A bored Kotetsu was a stupid and mildly hyperactive Kotetsu. He aimed a kick at his partner's shin. Settle down. He snapped as best he could without raising his voice. If anyone needs to look normal, it's you. Calm down, idiot. Azumo turned to glance at the genin as Kotetsu. Yu obeyed somewhat reluctantly and settled back again, shifting occasionally in his seat. He glanced down at one hand and flexed it. He was no puppeteer, and sending out chakra threads wasn't something he did on a regular basis. But it was challenging enough to be fun. Maybe he would try to lead them astray. Haruki had said they could do anything they want. The trail ends here. Hinata stopped to look around. The main gates loomed in front of them, but there wasn't anything eye-catching within sight. Shino glanced around, noting the two chunin on gate duty. He frowned. One of them looked excited. Silently, he directed his bugs out. They were back within seconds, relaying their conversation to him. He took a step towards the two shinobi before stopping to consider his options. And then, with a mental sigh, he turned back to his two teammates. My Kikaichu say that those two chunin are part of this mission. They will direct us to our next destination. Kiba's jaw dropped open, blinking in surprise at his teammate. Did Shino just offer up information of his own free will? Hinata smiled timidly at the older boy. Thanks for telling us, Shino-kun. I guess we should go ask them. Kiba closed his mouth with a click and offered a wary grin at the bug user. All right then. Let's go see what they know. A minute later, they were assembled in front of the two suddenly bored-looking shinobi, and like always, Kiba spoke up first, bounding up to the wooden desk with his usual enthusiasm. Hi, did Haruki-san, Junin, red hair, blue eyes, did he come by? The two chunin exchanged a disinterested glance. Or at least tried to. The one on the left suddenly made a face and broke out into a grin. Okay, I can't do this, he announced as the chunin on the right face palmed. Come on Zumo, what am I supposed to do? I can't treat a bunch of genin like they're foreign nincome to visit. The shinobi on the right snapped, looking annoyed. No one told you to. We're supposed to pretend we don't know anything until they give us enough proof that they know what they're doing. The first chunin shrugged and turned back to them. They asked about Haruki. That's good enough for me. Now let's get started. The second chunin sighed and gave up, casting a critical eye over them. Kiba exchanged bemused expressions with his fellow teammates. What could these two possibly tell them? Couldn't they just point them in the right direction? All right then, here's the deal. Katetsu stood up and came out from the station. Azumo, that's him by the way, and I'm Katetsu. We're going to send out chakra threads toward certain parts of the village. Your job is to follow the right thread to find Haruki. And Kurenai, I suppose. Understand? Azumo frowned over at his partner as he also stood up. I seem to recall longer instructions, Katetsu. He turned back to the genin. There will be 2 correct threads among 20. One will lead you straight to them while the other will lead you back to us eventually. And then you'll be able to follow the other one to find them. The 2 correct threads will have the most amount of chakra put into it. Any questions? All 3 genin shook their heads. Katetsu and Azumo exchanged a glance before turning simultaneously towards the rest of the village, spread their hands, and shot out a web of chakra threads, the shimmering blue almost glinting under the midday sun. Azumo frowned in concentration, mentally ticking off the list of places Haruki had given him as he directed his threads to different parts of the village. Well, this wasn't too bad. So long as the genin didn't take too long, he could probably keep this up for a few hours. Although, he twitched a finger to extend one last thread, reducing the chakra output by about 1/10, towards Shushiya. He figured it took Suna-nin quite a while to become puppet masters. Katetsu inwardly made a face as he controlled the chakra regulation in his threads. This was harder than he thought it would be. But, he thought as he tagged the side wall of Ichiraku Ramen with a thread, it was also just as much fun as he had thought it would be. Guiding the threads through the twists and turns of the village any way he wanted was good practice, and it would be interesting to see what these genin could do when he adjusted the chakra level of some of the threads. Alright, Kiba turned to Hinata. Hinata, just find the right threads and leave the rest to Akamaru. He paused, glancing hesitantly at his other teammate before adding grudgingly, and Shino's bugs can help too. Hinata nodded and activated her Byakugan, and then almost reeled when she saw the village open before her. Haruki-san took down the barriers. She stared in surprise. Kiba glanced between her and the village. Really? So you can see through stuff again? Hinata nodded happily before her face fell a little. But I can't see that far. Kiba shrugged nonchalantly. Who cares? You can work on that from now on and it'll get better, right? Hinata smiled tentatively at that as she nodded. Turning her Byakugan to the chakra threads, she frowned closely at the strings, quickly ruling out 9 of them. He glanced nervously at the 2 Chunin and quietly pointed them out. The shinobi exchanged an amused look before releasing them, leaving 11 behind. This time, Hinata had to peer more closely at the threads. Ruling out 2 more before becoming stumped. The last 9 looked identical. She glanced uncertainly back at her teammates and Kiba promptly bounded forward. All right, let's each take a path and follow it. Whoever finds them first can use a bunshin to send for the others, okay? Hinata nodded and Shino inclined his head before all 3 set off. The threads faded in color as they drove farther away from the 2 Chunin, but Akamaru had already jumped to the ground to lead Kiba. Shino had his bugs spread out in front of him, and Hinata quickly followed the trail with her eyes. Behind them, Kotetsu and Izumo smirked. Haruki had said they could do anything they wanted to the incorrect strings and none of them had picked the right one. Without a word, they adjusted the threads so they ran through alleyways and down streets, looping around the buildings to lead the genin in useless circles. Wonder how long it'll take for them to catch on. Kotetsu settled on the ground, transferring his remaining 4 strings to his right hand and withdrawing the kunai with his left to draw idle doodles on the ground. Izumo rolled his eyes but sat down as well. They made a rather strange sight. He was glad Anko wasn't around to laugh at them as they sat in front of the entrance gates with chakra threads attached to their hands. Then again, she could just as easily want to join in. It was always hard to tell her. 3 hours later, they were both twitching. God, how long are they going to take? Kotetsu flopped back on the ground, ignoring the fact that it shook the 2 remaining chakra threads attached to his fingers. Damn, he was starving. Izumo tried not to scowl and reminded himself that they were only genin. Seeing as he had been telling himself that for the past 2 hours, it wasn't working very well, he transferred the 3 threads from one hand to the other. By some sort of bad luck, all 3 genin had managed to pick every thread except the 2 that they needed. He and Kotetsu had played with them for a while, adjusting the threads so that they led the students in circles. But seriously, how much longer were they going to take? Hungry. An amused voice sounded from beside them and they turned to see Haruki and Kurenai approaching, weighed down with boxes of food. Our saviors. Kotetsu cheered, shooting up again as he accepted a box from Haruki. Ooh, yakisoba, thanks. Izumo grinned a thanks up at the 2 Junin as well before digging in. You really should have come earlier, he commented reproachfully. I had to listen to Tetsu moan about his stomach. Kotetsu shot him a scowl as he swallowed a big mouthful. Hey, you were just as hungry as I was. Don't put this all on me. Haruki exchanged an amused smile with Kurenai. These 2 were always good for a few laughs. Hey, are your students doing anyway? Izumo inquired. Kurenai shrugged gracefully. They're following the trails well enough. Shino's been the quickest to figure out that his strings are just misleads. Kiba's the slowest. Hey, we played with them for a bit, Kotetsu remarked with a grin. We can't extend chakra strings through the entire village so we just keep looping back. Needless to say, it's been working. They all glanced up as they sensed Kiba's chakra signature storming towards them and Shino and Hinata not far behind. Ah, Haruki straightened. We better get going. Thanks for the help, you too. The 2 Chunin waved their chopsticks in the air. No problem. It was pretty fun. Come back anytime. And remember to buy lunch for us again. Haruki chuckled. Dian waved a hand behind him before sunshining away, Kurenai a few steps behind him. We found you. Haruki and Kurenai turned from their spots on the Hokage monument, legs dangling over the edge. They both held back smiles as Kiba stormed up to them, expression thunderous and looking dusty and exhausted. Akamaru was resting on top of Kiba's head, obviously dozing, and Shino and Hinata didn't look to be faring much better. The Aburame heir was as stoic as ever, but there was a tired air around him as he came up to them. The Hyuga heiress was panting, her Byakugan deactivated as she half stumbled towards them as well. Haruki smiled and stood up. Congratulations. We just talked with Kotetsu and Izumo a few minutes before you followed the last string. You've gotten faster. Kiba scowled and glared suspiciously at the ribbons. sniffing at them. All right, they're the right ones. Now I can rest. He flopped to the ground, reclining back on his hands. Kurenai chuckled and rose to her feet as well, smiling at her students. Hinata had somehow managed to pull them together, though she suspected that there was still something unresolved between Kiba and Shino. Good job, she said instead. I didn't expect you to get here so quickly after returning to Kotetsu and Izumo again. Despite his fatigue, Kiba grinned up at her. Akamaru's the best. He can find anyone quickly once he gets a lead. A near-invisible frown marred Shino's brow as his irritation from the long mission and Kiba's usual antics came to a breaking point, and he remarked sharply, my Kikaichu helped as well. If it were not for them, your dog would not have been as fast. Kiba was immediately on his feet, almost dislodging Akamaru. Hey, don't insult Akamaru. His temper flared as Kurenai tried to calm him down. He's an Inuzuka dog. We're the best trackers in the world. Shino's voice was tight with tension as he retorted flatly, Kikaichu are less noticeable. They are obviously better trackers. Akamaru got confused when two chakra threads crossed each other. If you were older, perhaps you two would have been able to tell the diff. Kiba cut in, eyes glaring as he snarled, we're getting better every day. And Akamaru's the best partner anyone could have and I'm not weak so just shut up. And then, without a backwards glance, the Inuzuka rushed off, shoving roughly past both of them as he descended the Hokage monument again. Kurenai stared at her team, wondering how things had gone downhill so quickly. Why would Kiba snap like that? Granted, he was more tired than usual but Shino's first remark hadn't been very out of character. It was along the same things the bug user always said. Hinata stared between Shino and Kiba, unsure of how to proceed. A soft voice interrupted her thoughts and she turned to look at Haruki. Could you go after him, Hinata-chan? Haruki hadn't moved from his spot and he waited for Hinata to nod and, throwing one last worried glance at the motionless Aburame, hurry after Kiba. He glanced at Kurenai and tilted his head at Shino. The kunoichi seemed to understand because she nodded after a moment and, reaching out to pat Shino's shoulder as she passed, took off after her other two students. Haruki waited until the others were out of sight before letting his gaze slide over to Shino. For once, the bug user looked almost unsettled, shifting subtly on the spot as his Kikaichu, sensing his anxiety, stirred beneath his coat. Shino-kun, Haruki finally called out softly as he dropped back down to sit at the edge. Indulge me and come sit with me for a bit, please. A long moment of silence resounded around them, broken only by the soft whistle of the wind. And then there was a shuffle of footsteps and the Aburame heir carefully sat down on the ledge as well, leaving a good 2 feet between them. Haruki remained quiet, staring out over the village as he waited for Shino to speak. From long experience, he knew that the bug user would only talk when he was good and ready and no amount of prodding would get him to do otherwise. The fact that Shino had chosen to sit next to him instead of simply walking away meant that he was actually willing to talk. I did not mean it that way, Shino finally said, hands stuffed deep in his coat as sat stiffly beside the red-haired Junin. He wasn't quite sure why he was even sitting there really, but his fate had brought him over to Haruki so there he was. Kiba as always. He trailed off, not knowing how to describe his teammate without insulting him too badly. Touchy, the Junin beside him offered, a tinge of hollow amusement in his voice. You could say that he has reason to be. Shino glanced over at Haruki out of the corner of his eye. What did that mean? But the Junin didn't expand any further, instead continuing with a completely different line of conversation. What did you think of the exercise today? Shino frowned, absently tapping a heel against the Yondaime's hair. An amused snicker made him glance to the side again, only to find Haruki staring at his foot with a private smile glinting in his eyes. Abruptly, he stilled his foot even as Haruki turned his gaze back to the village again. It was different, Shino revealed. Kurenai-sensei has never done something like that with us. Why, you asked? Because Aburames and Inuzukas and even Hyugas are natural trackers. Our skills are honed with age. He paused for a moment, considering the difficulty he had had. It was easier with Hinata and Kiba, he admitted at last. It would have taken much longer if I had had to do it alone. Haruki smiled. Ma, that's what teammates are for. so you don't have to carry your burdens alone. It takes a while for teams to click. Some teams fall together immediately, like Shikamaru-kun, Ino-chan, and Choji-kun. Other teams have a lot of infighting, but they pull together when it really counts, like Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Then there are teams like yours. The redhead glanced down at Shino, who don't really mesh until you get the opportunity to understand each other. Shino's frown deepened, but he remained silent. He still wasn't sure he understood. Was it hard? Haruki asked, going off on another tangent again. Sending out your bugs to retrieve information and all. Shino glanced suspiciously at the Junin before inclining his head cautiously. It was time-consuming, especially in places where my bugs have not been yet. He hesitated before continuing. I have been working on a new jutsu, but it is not going well. Oh, Haruki looked over. Maybe I could help. What's the jutsu? Shino silently pressed a hand against the ground, muttering, Haijutsu, Mushios. A faint web of chakra extended from his hand, but it stuttered to a stop about a meter away. Lips pressed together in frustration. Shino withdrew his chakra and turned back to the village. Haruki hemmed thoughtfully before extending his own hand. Well, why don't you try making chakra threads, like Katetsu and Izumo today? Shino blinked as blue threads shot from the Junin's fingers and attached itself to a nearby rock. With a subtle twitch, the string yanked the rock off the ground and Uki caught it neatly as it flew through the air. How did you? He leaned forward before catching himself. But Haruki only grinned, dropping the rock and reaching for his own hand. Shino hesitated. He usually didn't like anyone touching him. His Kikaichu sometimes didn't move fast enough and would get crushed in the few times someone did. But to his surprise, Haruki made sure to circle his finger's only around his hand and not above his wrist, gently extending his fingers. First of all, concentrate a controlled point of chakra to your fingers. Try your index to begin. And then just imagine pushing your chakra out in a controlled way, only through that finger. Try it. Shino silently did as he was told, eyes narrowing in concentration as he released the chakra. To his alarm, a burst of chakra poured out of his hand, jerking him backwards and shaking a few Kikaichu loose from where they were resting under his coat. The Kikaichu instinctively flew towards the small explosion of chakra, and Shino instinctively opened his mouth to cry out a warning. Two hands suddenly shot out and caught the three Kikaichu in cupped hands, drawing them away from the fading burst of energy, and returning them to his coat. Wide-eyed, Shino stared at the very much alive bugs fluttering lazily on his sleeve. Shino-kun. Shino jerked up to stare at the Junin. Are they all right? Sorry, I guess I should have warned you that might happen. Haruki reached up to tuck a stray lock of hair behind one ear and Shino caught the reddened skin on the back of one hand. You are hurt, he stated somewhat stupidly, he thought. Of course the Junin knew he was hurt. Chakra burns stung. Haruki glanced down at his hand. He had barely noticed. Don't worry, he reassured the genin. I've had much worse. This will go away soon enough. Are your bugs all right? Shino nodded, letting the Kikaichu crawl back under his coat. You did not have to save them, he said after a moment, not really sure where he was going with this. Only knowing that the brief flare of panic in his stomach had faded when Haruki had saved his bugs. They would have died in a few hours. Haruki only smiled warmly down at him. Yes, but they're important to you, aren't they? No matter how unimportant something may seem to others, if it's important to you, then you have to protect it at all costs. You're my student, at least for today, so is your sensei. What's important to you is important to me. Besides, I know how important Kikaichu are. Konoha's lucky to have them. Shino stared some more, finding himself completely out of his depth. He wanted to say, thank you, or do something to show his gratitude for the Junin for doing something so seemingly insignificant, but he couldn't quite get the words out and, in the end, simply extended a hand again. Show me again, please. Shino found himself unsurprised when Haruki simply nodded and took his hand again. They worked on producing chakra threads for several more minutes until Shino could extend a weak thread of chakra outwards. It wouldn't attach to anything, but Haruki assured him that simply creating them was the first step. Now, the Junin continued briskly. Try doing your jutsu again. Shino nodded and placed his hand on the ground again. To his surprise, the web seemed to spread from his hand more easily, extending a good 2.5 meters before stopping again. He glanced up questioningly at Haruki. A web is easier to create than singular threads, the redhead explained. Chakra threads are more concentrated, so if you can do that, a web should come much easier. Shino nodded again and this time managed a quiet, "Thank you." Haruki smiled before reaching into a pocket and withdrawing a green ribbon. "Your prize for successfully completing the mission today," he announced cheerfully, extending the thin strip of cloth towards him. Shino blinked as he accepted it, not quite sure what he was supposed to do with it. His hands stilled as he caught sight of the design, small and meticulously depicted, on the surface of one end of the ribbon. It was a kikaichu. The detail was amazing. Looking closely, Shino could pick out the faint lines on his clan's bug's wings. Sewn on the forest green cloth in silver thread. Only the eyes were a different shade, an emerald green that almost seemed to shine under the afternoon sunlight. Abura. Mies were quiet because they wanted to be, not because they couldn't find words to express themselves, but for once, Shino found himself at a loss for words. "When I was young," Haruki said beside him, voice measured. "I lived alone. I had to learn to do a lot of things most of the other kids didn't and sewing was one of them. Had to fix my own clothes, you see, so I'm pretty good at that." An almost self-conscious pause. "Do you like it?" "Right away." Shino nodded, clutching the ribbon tightly in one hand. Again, he managed a soft, "Thank you," before carefully tucking the ribbon away in his pocket. He would carry it with him from now on, perhaps for good luck. "Listen to those around you, Shino-kun," Haruki's voice made him look up again. "Not just to what they say but also to what they don't say. And look at those around you too, not just at what they show you, but what you can see when you really look at them." Shino considered the words, still not quite understanding. He glanced up at the redhead and tilted his head in question. Haruki nodded decisively back at him before clambering to his feet, tugging at his coat. "All right, come on. Kiba's probably gotten into trouble by now. He always likes to pick fights when he's angry. I think you'll see something interesting if we hurry." Mystified, Shino rose to his feet as well, trotting after the Junin without a second thought. 5 minutes later, Shino stood in the shadows of an alleyway, staring with a strange mix of consternation and anger at the altercation playing out before him. "Runt of the litter is a bit far from home, isn't he?" One Chunin jeered. Kiba glared furiously back at them, fists clenched as Akamaru growled on top of his head. Behind him, Hinata stood frozen to the spot, looking shocked and uncertain. But a rising flush of anger colored her cheeks. "Shut the hell up. I'm going to be clan head one day. I'll be the strongest shinobi in Konoha." The trio of Chunin scoffed. "That's what you always say. But how are you gonna do that if you never get stronger? Besides, everyone knows Hana's going to be the next Inuzuka head. At least she's strong. All you ever do is fail at school and skip out on training to play with that pathetic excuse of a dog. Little boys shouldn't play at being shinobi." "Don't insult Akamaru," Kiba yelled, and Shino inwardly winced at the familiar words. "He's gonna own the greatest Inuzuka dog in the clan." The Chunin near the front laughed, loud and mocking. "Yeah, what's he gonna do? Woof someone to death?" The team took a step forward and Akamaru immediately leapt to the ground. Young voice yipping madly as his hackles raised. This only made the Chunin laugh harder even as one aimed a kick at the dog. Kiba lunged forward and managed to drag his partner back just in time. "Do you understand now, Shino-kun?" Haruki's voice sounded above Shino and he nodded woodenly, a funny ringing in his ears when the Chunin made for his teammate again. "Well, NTLE pushed to his shoulder propelled him forward. "He's your teammate, isn't he? Perhaps even a rival and maybe a friend one day. What are you waiting for?" That was all the prompting Shino needed and a silent command to his Kikaichu had them shooting towards the jeering teens with single-minded intensity. Kiba pulled back, still clinging onto a growling Akamaru when a cloud of bugs swarmed the Chunin in front of him, dissolving their laughter to shrieks of alarm. Seconds later, they were scrambling away, chased down the streets by the Aburame clan's signature partners. Slowly, Kiba rose to his feet, blinking bewilderedly as his other teammates stepped from the shadows of an alleyway. They stared at each other for a long moment, but surprisingly, it was Shino who spoke first. I apologize, the Aburame heir said clearly. I did not mean what I said on the Hokage monument. I was only tired and took it out on you. Kiba stared wide-eyed at the bug user, opening his mouth to say something back only to find himself gaping. That's all right, he finally spluttered, surprised to find that he meant it. I'm sorry too. I said some pretty bad things as well. Not just today. Tilted silence fell between them and Kiba concentrated on patting Akamaru. This was really weird. Usually, he and Shino just didn't get along, but, well, this side of Shino he could live with. And he had defended him. Thanks, he said awkwardly, gesturing in the direction that the Chunin had ran off in. I appreciate it. Shino nodded once and the silence this time wasn't as bad. They both glanced at Hinata when a soft giggle was heard. Sorry, she stammered out, hands clasped together. But why you two can actually get along pretty well when you both try. Kiba turned back to Shino, bemused at the change in team dynamics. They were completely different this morning. A throat clearing drew their attention to their sensei and they all straightened when Kurenai approached them. A broad smile that spoke of pride directed at them. She didn't say anything though, as if any words mentioned about their tentative camaraderie might ruin it. Behind her, Haruki followed at a more sedate pace, hands comfortably stuck in his coat. Feeling suddenly embarrassed, Kiba glanced down again, crouching to pick up Akamaru. Sheesh, he grumbled half-heartedly. You're always jumping out at people way bigger than you. Why are you always doing that? Can't you use your head first before you go rushing in? Soft laughter snapped his gaze back up and he frowned at the red-haired Junin as the man approached. Haruki quirked an eyebrow at him, mouth curved in a gentle smile. You should know, Kiba. Dogs aren't like humans, no matter how intelligent they are. They don't need a reason to protect their important people. He glanced down at the white puppy. Right, Akamaru. Akamaru yipped in agreement, tail wagging. Kiba stared in shock at Haruki before blinking down at his partner. No, many people talked directly to his dog, as if Akamaru couldn't understand. A rustle drew his attention back to the Junin and his jaw dropped when Haruki pulled out a bag of Inuzuka dog treats. Where did you? Haruki grinned a little as he withdrew a treat. Akamaru's ears suddenly perked up. Your sister sold it to me earlier this morning. May I? Oh, yeah, sure. Akamaru was already wagging like crazy and he snapped up the 2 treats that were offered at once, yipping a thank you, and they're delicious, afterwards before jumping towards Haruki, settling into the arms that automatically came out to catch him. Kiba watched, astonished when Haruki chuckled and replied, You're welcome. And I wouldn't know but I'm glad you like them. You can understand him. Haruki shrugged, shaken. His head as he put away the treats before passing Akamaru back. No, but I can guess. I've spent time around a few dogs over the years. Without waiting for a reply, he withdrew a blue and a yellow ribbon next, offering the yellow one to Kiba and the blue one to Hinata. Kiba examined it curiously as Akamaru clambered back up onto his head to get a better view. Hey, that's Akamaru. And it was. The depiction of his partner and best friend was sewn in white and brown thread against the sunshine golden yellow of the ribbon, and even as small as it was, the figure was clearly standing guard over something. Jaws opened as if barking and tail flaring behind him. Thanks, Haruki-san. Kiba openly beamed up at Haruki, grinning happily as he showed it to Akamaru. Haruki only gazed back almost solemnly. You did well today. Regardless of what other people say, if you think you can do it, then show everyone else what you and Akamaru can do. Become the best Inuzuka combo to ever come out of Konoha. Kiba stilled, hand clenched around the ribbon. Haruki hadn't told him to train harder, like his mother, or study more, like his sister, simply do. Show me you can do it. Show the world you can do it. He looked back up, gaze firmer this time and nodded sharply, once. Being one of the strongest shinobi with Akamaru beside him had always been what he wanted. If he tried hard enough, if he didn't give up. He glanced up at his partner. They could do it, and they'd show those who called them runts just who were better. Hinata-chan, something wrong. Haruki turned to the Hyuga heiress who was looking mildly confused as she stared down at her ribbon. Why a tiger? Hinata asked timidly. She had always liked the magnificent cats, but surely one wouldn't fit her. Haruki smiled, a tinge of wistfulness entering his expression. One day, Hinata would sign a summoning contract with tigers, and he couldn't say any other animal suited the Hyuga heiress more than the majestic animals. Tigers symbolize courage, Hinata-chan. Haruki chuckled at the blush that rose in the girl's face. They also represent improvement and change, triumphs in the impossible, and above all else, freedom. Don't let anyone or anything hold you back, Hinata-chan, and that includes yourself. You'll become far greater than you could ever imagine. All you have to do is let yourself do that. Hinata was wide-eyed and blushing when Haruki stopped, but she didn't hesitate to nod this time, and she carefully wrapped the indigo ribbon with the flame orange and black tiger design around her wrist, carefully tucking the ends away. She would carry it with her, as a reminder of what Haruki had taught her today. All right then, Haruki took a step back and glanced briefly at a bemused-looking Kurenai. I've gone on long enough. Thanks for going along with my tedious mission. All three of you have done really well today. I was impressed with the way you clicked together once you actually started trying to work as a team. But I'm sure you've had enough of me for one day, so I guess I'll just let Kurenai take over now. Kurenai quirked an eyebrow at him but stepped up with a warm smile. Great job today, everyone. Your teamwork's improved quite a bit, and I've spotted some areas in your tracking skills that could use some work, so we'll start on that tomorrow. Training is at the same time in the morning, so get a good night's rest, okay? All three genin nodded obediently, and it wasn't long before Kurenai and Hinata departed first. Kurenai brushed by Haruki, thanking him warmly for the training session, though her eyes thanked him for a much deeper reason. He had pulled her team together for her, something she wasn't sure she would have managed for at least a few months more. Of course, the dynamics still needed work, and Kiba and Shino would no doubt get into another fight sooner or later, but something between the boys had disappeared, and Hinata now looked at her and nodded at the ground. Hinata left next, needing to be home before her sparring session with Hanabi started. She would try harder this time. Her sister couldn't look up to her if she was always looking down. She thanked Haruki shyly, and the Junin smiled back at her, friendly and warm and entirely focused on her. She left the practice with an almost skip in her step. Haruki stared with some puzzlement at the last two of Team 8, not quite sure what they wanted. They glanced at each other and then seemed to come to some sort of silent agreement. Haruki-san, would you be free for a couple minutes tomorrow, sometime around 6? Kiba asked eagerly. It's just that our parents, my mum and Shino's dad, are coming home, and I want my mum to meet you. No one's ever actually took the time to listen to Akamaru before, and she'd be interested to see you. She can be a bit scary though, and she's impatient and gets angry easily and really tough. Haruki's sweat dropped. Yeah, that sounded a lot like the Sum he knew. Should I be worried? Kiba rubbed the back of head. Nah, Ka-chan's great once you get to know her, and she can be all those things, but I love her anyway, ya know. He ducked his head, hiding the embarrassed red as it rose in his face. Haruki chuckled but nodded. I get it. He turned to Shino. And you'd like me to meet your dad too? Shino inclined his head. You treat Kikaichu very different than most people outside of the Aburame clan. I would like to introduce my father to you. Haruki sighed, running a hand through his hair. Well, he would have to meet the last two clan heads sooner or later, so it might as well be now. All right, but on one condition. Both boys blinked at him. Go get a bowl of ramen together. Both genin looked taken aback, glancing at each other before looking back at him. Haruki held back a smile and nodded firmly. Go on. I'll meet you at the park near the academy tomorrow at 6 if you go get dinner together. Consider it boys-only team bonding training. Hurry up. The two boys blinked at him again before Kiba shrugged and grinned a little, less cautious and friendlier. Shino remained stoic, but he nodded once and made no move to protest. Haruki grinned inwardly. It was a start. He waved the two boys off and didn't start moving away until they disappeared around a corner, Kiba already talking a mile a minute about something or other. Satisfied, Haruki turned and headed back to his own apartment. Overall, he supposed he did an okay job with Team 8. He had given them a push in the right direction, and he hoped it was enough to cement the team together. Resting beside the hospital bed in the uncomfortable plastic chair, Yugo listened to the steady beep 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 of the heart monitor and offered up thanks once again for the umpteenth time that day. Her boyfriend was going to live. Hayate would live a long and healthy life, missions notwithstanding. And she couldn't even thank the right person for it because she didn't know who it was. I'm sorry, but he doesn't wish to have his name revealed, Takumi shrugged apologetically at them. Yugo clutched at Hayate's hand as the man slept on, for once undisturbed by rasping coughs. But I have to thank him, she said. Earnestly. I didn't think this could ever happen. I have to at least thank him. Takumi merely shook his head. He doesn't want you to know, and I gave him my word that I wouldn't say. Yugo's face fell. But why would he do this and not want anything in return? Here, the doctor smiled, genuine and thoughtful. He is something of a rarity these days. I asked him what he wanted in return for the cure and he got angry with me. He chuckled, refused payment right then and there. Yugo couldn't help the bewilderment that surfaced on her face. But why would he help Hayate specifically? Takumi smiled again. Yugo-chan, there are people out there who help just because they can. He seems to be one of them. He turned to leave, tossing one last comment over his shoulder. You two have a very good friend. Perhaps one day, if you ever find out, you might be inclined to help him in return. He certainly looks like he needs it. Yugo leaned forward and rested her head on the edge of the bed, cheek against the white sheets. What did the medic mean by that? Was their mysterious benefactor in some sort of trouble? And did Takumi really mean that he was a friend? But why would any of their friends keep something like this from them? Yugo. The sleep-roughed voice stirred her from her position and she quickly jerked up, leaning over her lover anxiously. It was the first time Hayate had woken up since going through the surgery. Hayate, you're awake. How do you feel? Hayate smiled sleepily up at her. Fine. Great. I don't think I've ever been able to breathe so well. Yugo almost burst into tears as a wave of relief crashed into her. Takumi had assured her that the surgery had been a success, but it was far better to hear it straight from Hayate. I'm so glad, she whispered, clasping one of her boyfriend's hands again. Takumi-san said that you'll need to rest for a couple more days, just to get any lingering side effects of the treatment out of your system. But you're going to be back to full strength really soon. Hayate quirked another crooked smile at her, the one that always made her feel like the luckiest woman alive, and yes, she definitely was. Because how many other women with terminally ill boyfriends were suddenly given another chance right out of the blue? So did you have any luck finding out who saved my life? Yugo shook her head, absently lacing her fingers with Hayate's. No, Takumi-san wouldn't tell me. But I think he did say it was a friend though. Hayate's brow furrowed. All our friends act like they walking on ice when they talk about my sickness. They'd never be able to keep something like this a secret. Yugo nodded in agreement. Well, whoever it is doesn't want to be known. Hayate arched an eyebrow at her. I don't suppose that's going to stop you. Yugo grinned back. Of course not. I'll do some digging. Surely someone must know something. Hayate chuckled, shifting a little. I'll leave you to it then. In the meantime, when should we tell the others? Yugo brightened, eyes dancing. Do you really think I was going to keep it from them any longer than necessary? I sent Sai off with messages a while ago. She's to deliver them the moment you woke up. Her cat summon had the odd ability to communicate telepathically with her from certain distances. Quite useful in tight situations. Hayate gave her a puzzled look. You told them I've been cured with pieces of paper. Yugo scowled good-naturedly at him. Of course not. I just told them that you're in the hospital and to come right away. Hayate started, eyes widening as he pushed himself up. What? Wait. Then there. Hayate. The door burst open and Kotetsu and Izumo piled in, looking frantic and prepared for the worst. Another flurry of footsteps sounded behind them and Anko, Raida, and Genma pushed their way in as well. Anko's expression was darker than a storm cloud, brow furrowed as she tried to cover up the anxiety flashing in her eyes. Beside her, Raida's lips were pressed tightly together and he began scanning Hayate as if by simply looking hard enough, he would be able to tell what was wrong. And bringing up the rear was Genma, who looked as calm and collected as ever, Senbon stuck in his mouth, but his face was almost completely white and the brown eyes that surveyed him were narrowed with tightly reined apprehension. "Hayate, what's wrong? Why are you in here? A relapse? The fuck is the doctor? Shouldn't he be here doing his fucking job?" Exclamation mark quote. "How do you feel? Nausea, fever, pain, are you even dying?" Genma's pointed question overrode everyone else's babbling and they all turned to stare at him. The Senbon wielder's face seemed less pale now as he studied the Kenjutsu expert sitting up in the hospital bed. He had come in expecting the worst news possible, that his longtime friend had finally used up his 9 lives fighting the disease and they were supposed to come and say their last goodbyes. He had almost thrown up when he had gotten Yugo's message. But when he had walked in, inwardly terrified to the core, his friend's rapid-fire questions had given him not time to take in the situation and he had noticed the light in Yugo's eyes and the relaxed slant of Hayate's shoulders, no longer tense to stave off continuous bouts of coughing. On the bed, Hayate sighed and shot his girlfriend an exasperated look. Yugo grinned sheepishly. "Whoops, whoops," Enko snapped, taking another step forward. "What? Whoops, what the hell's going on?" Both Yugo and Hayate smiled at this. Bright and happy, Hayate spread his arms, smile morphing into a small grin. "All cured." Stunned silence descended on the room and Yugo hurried on with an explanation. "Early this morning, someone approached Takumi-san and gave him the cure for Hayate's sickness. Takumi-san called us in, explained the treatment, did the surgery to remove the disease, and here we are." She leaned in, pressing closer to Hayate. "He's all cured, totally and completely cured." Nobody moved for several long seconds and the ticking of the clock on one white wall echoed loudly around them. And then Kotetsu and Azuma were surging forward, all but tackling Hayate as Yugo hastily backed away, laughing and almost crying. At the same time, Enko whooped happily, bounding forward as well as she promised to buy Hayate a number of sweets that he had previously been unable to eat. Raida and Genma remained a few feet away but Raida was grinning broadly and Genma was smiling around his Senbon, shoulders slumped in relief. 10 minutes later, when they had all calmed down enough that the nurses had finally stopped threatening to kick them out, Raida inevitably asked, "So who exactly approached Kano-sensei? Or are you not supposed to say?" Yugo shook her head. "We don't know either. Takumi-san promised him that he wouldn't say anything." She glanced at them. "Though I guess your reactions rule out you lot." Azuma frowned a little. "Rule us out? Why would we have anything to do with it?" Hayate shrugged, now reclining against the raised bed. "Apparently, whoever he is, he's supposed to be a friend." "Dude," Kotetsu quirked a smile at him. "I think anyone who saves your life can be considered a friend." "But the way Takumi-san said it made it sound as if he knew us," Yugo spoke up again. "And he said that whoever he is seems like he needs help too." Hayate glanced sharply at her, having not heard that part yet. "Needs help? Is he hurt? In trouble?" Yugo shook her head again. "Takumi-san said he certainly looks like he needs it." "Could be both." "Well, if he needs help," Enko announced, "we'll just find him and do that. We can all do some pokin' around." There was a general round of agreement from all of them before Kotetsu and Azuma turned the conversation to something lighter, filling them in on the fun they had had earlier that day during the training exercise that Haruki had invited them to take part in. Enko chimed in enviously, grouchy that she hadn't been invited as well. Until Raida reminded her that she had been away on border patrol with him and Genma. None of them noticed the thoughtful frown that passed over Genma's face as the red-haired Junin was brought up. It was a few hours later before the nurses finally had enough of them and shooed them out. They all departed for the day, promising that they would return early the next morning. Hayate just waved them out cheerfully, falling back on the bed to get the first peaceful night of sleep since he could remember. As Genma made his way home, waving a lazy goodnight to his friends when they parted, his mind turned back to the sneaking suspicion that had crept up on him the meant Yugo and Hayate had revealed what little information they had on their benefactor. A friend, someone who knew them, or more accurately, someone who knew of Hayate's sickness and had most likely found out only recently. And someone who looked like they needed help. There was only one person Genma could think of that fit all 4 descriptions. But why? Why would Haruki not want them to find out? Surely the Junin wouldn't mind some appreciation from them all. But did it really matter? Haruki had helped Hayate without asking for anything in return, had acted like a real friend even though they had only just met the day before. And judging from Kotetsu and Azumo's recount of their day, the red-haired Junin seemed to honestly want to help the people around him, from 12-year-old genin to terminally ill adults. As far as Genma was concerned, that was enough to convince him of the redhead's sincerity. Takumi had said that Haruki seemed to need help, and after the FAINTING episode yesterday and the fatigue that Genma had noticed was always weighing the man down, the Senbon wielder fully agreed with the assessment. If Haruki didn't want anyone to know what he had done for whatever reason, then Genma would respect that. The others would find out eventually anyway. But that didn't mean he couldn't keep an eye on the redhead in the meantime, just to make sure he didn't do anything recklessly stupid or keeled over again because he was too stubborn to go to the hospital. After all, it was the least Genma could do for the man who had saved one of his closest friends from a premature death. As Sume rushed towards her village's gates with Kuromaru loping at her side and Shibi on her tail, she expected to head straight to the Hokage Tower, check in with the Sandame, be briefed on whatever the hell was happening with the Hyugas at the moment, and then go home and crash for the next 10 hours. That didn't happen. Ka-chan, welcome home. Sume kidded to a stop in front of the main gates, feeling mildly bemused as her son bounded up to her, Akamaru on his head and an excited grin on his face, and wasn't that Shibi's kid behind him? Ah, I'm back, Sume managed to return. What's with the personal reception, brat? Come on, Shino and I wanna introduce you to someone. Her son glanced at her mission partner as he stepped up beside her. And Shino's dad too, of course. Come on. Sume shared a look with Shibi, not bothering to hide her bewilderment. Shino and I, last time she checked, their sons didn't get along at all. What the hell was going on? What the hell is going on? She demanded, crossing her arms and ignoring the warning elbow she got from Shibi to curb her language. What are you planning, Kiba? Her son took a mildly hurt countenance and glanced at Shibi's son for support. And Shino stepped up to give it. Had the world flipped itself when she wasn't looking? Kiba is not planning anything, Sume-sama. Shino started in that stilted way all Aburame talked in. We simply wish to introduce both of you to someone we know. Drop the sama, kid. Seriously, Sume told him absently as she stared between the two of them. Standing companionably next to each other, she traded another glance with Shibi. Her former teammate and longtime field partner looked as emotionless as ever to most people. But Sume could pick out the confusion in the slight frown creasing the man's brow. Oh good, so it wasn't just her then. Who is this person then? Sume finally asked, letting her son tug her along as they entered Konoha while Shibi followed at a more sedate pace. She flicked a glance at Kuromaru and the dog nodded and loped off towards home. Her partner deserved some rest after such a long mission. A Junin, Shino spoke first, and since when did an Aburame speak first, especially in the presence of an Inuzuka? He was our temporary sensei yesterday. Why you asked? Because Kurenai sensei invited him to join us. He helped with our tracking skills. The Aburame heir trailed off and glanced at Kiba with an almost thoughtful air. And our teamwork. I see, Sume really didn't say. Because she had always thought that it would take months and a miracle for their sons to see eye to eye. She and Shibi hadn't gotten along at first either, and it had only been after their third Ms. Scion when she had been saved by her reticent teammate that she had started to see him as something more than an annoyance, and she had thought that Kiba would be the same. Walking beside her, Shibi observed his son from behind. Shino was still keeping several inches between himself and his boisterous partner, but he didn't shy away or step to the side when Sume's son brushed against him. What had happened? His son usually came home from the academy in a typically silent but foul mood whenever he had a brush in with Kiba. Granted, he hadn't seen Shino in almost 2 months, missing his graduation because of the damn mission. But surely being put on the same team wouldn't suddenly make them friends. As if sensing his gaze, Shino turned to look over his shoulder and glanced up at him. Otu-san. Shibi blinked behind his sunglasses. Which Junin is it, Shino? His son cocked his head. Kazama Haruki. Recently returned from an extended mission. A short pause. He is respectful of our bugs, Otu-san. Shibi's eyebrows shot up a fraction even as Kiba jumped in enthusiastically, and it's like he understands Akamaru. I mean, he says he doesn't really, but he can guess what Akamaru's saying. Right, boy, Akamaru yipped happily, wagging his tail. Kiba laughed. That's right. Haruki-san spoils you with treats too. Ka-chan, Haruki-san knows how to treat our dogs properly. Before he came to train us, he bought a bag of the food that only Inuzuka dogs eat. Shibi glanced at his former teammate, noting the consternation on her face. He knew the food Inuzukas fed their dogs were only old in one specific store and was completely run by the Inuzuka clan. One would have to do some very fast talking and have a very good reason to buy anything from them. Who was manning the store? Soom demanded. Kiba looked confused at the annoyed tone that his mother had taken on. Nei-chan was. Soom blinked, stunned. Her own daughter, who was almost as protective of her clan's dogs and secrets as she was, had sold their specially developed food to some Junin Soom had never heard of. Who was this guy? We told him to wait for us at the park near the academy, Kiba continued, walking even faster now. Hurry up. 5 minutes later, they walked into the park and Kiba pointed excitedly, there he is. That's him, Ka-chan. Soom squinted at the red-haired shinobi. He had his back turned so she couldn't see his face. But she was sure she had never laid eyes on any ninja with hair that color for a long time. Do you know him, Shibi? She muttered quietly, glancing beside her. Shibi shook his head minutely, eyes glued to the shinobi across the playground. Moments later, he felt his Kikaichu stir. He frowned. They recognized the Junin to some degree. He silently asked for a clarification, but his bugs didn't seem all that inclined to answer him. Shibi only managed to pick up detached whispers that didn't particularly make much sense. Familiar. Descendant. Know him, strong, very strong. Stronger than the one before. Sad, so very sad. Sacrifice. Alone, always alone. Lost forever. Danger, help him. Shibi quickly cut the connection, mind racing. Though Kikaichu only lived for several hours, they had the ability to pass on knowledge to each generation after them, retaining a long memory of people they had come into contact with even decades after. Remarkably, they were also able to sense a shinobi's chakra as well as anything they had come into contact with, and pick up on their emotional state to an extent. A useful skill when judging an enemy shinobi's condition in a fight. But Shibi had never met anyone who could cause such a strong reaction from his bugs. Obviously, this Kazama Haruki reminded them of someone that their earlier generations had met before. But Shibi didn't know any ninja with this Junin surname. And his Kikaichu, who usually simply reported back to him as they were trained to do, were openly insisting on giving assistance, as if they sensed something of great enough importance that helping this shinobi was for the best. Kikaichu didn't live long, as helpful as they were to the Aburame clan. They didn't particularly care whether or not their hosts died and vice versa, they simply moved on once their chakra supply was cut off. Death was literally part of life for them, and they didn't have complicated feelings about it like humans did. But did this mean that something was going to happen, something big enough that even the Kikaichu were worried? Shibi, what's wrong with you? Soom hissed beside him, gaze sharp. Shibi shrugged a little, trying to settle down again. My bugs recognize him to some degree. Soom glanced at the red-haired Junin again. I don't sense malicious intent. Your bugs. Shibi remained silent for a moment before replying slowly, they seem partial to him. Soom did a double take. They like him. Shibi's frown deepened. Something has them worried. Soom tensed, hand automatically drifting down to her hip pouch. Is it this guy? Because I've never seen him before. I don't care how long a mission he's been on, I've never laid eyes on him before. Shibi glanced sharply at her. No, they are worried for him. Soom pulled up, hand dropping back to her side. What? Why? Shibi shook his head. I do not know. Before either of them could say anything more, the Junin they had been discussing turned to face them, and both took an immediate sprint down memory lane as brilliant cerulean pinned them in place. Shibi, Soom murmured without looking away from the blue-eyed Junin. Is it just me, or does this guy remind you of the Yondaime? Shibi finished gravely. He would never forget their old friend's eyes. Minato always seemed to be able to look straight into a person's soul with them, and even from this distance, Shibi got the exact same feeling from this shinobi. Are you two alright? They both blinked and tore their gazes away from the red-haired Junin to look down at their children. Kiba was blinking up at them with confusion, and even Shino had raised a questioning eyebrow. We're fine, brats, Tsume told them briskly. Now are you going to introduce us or not? We don't have all day. Haruki-san. Sorry to keep ya waiting. Haruki smiled down at the two boys of Team 8 as they approached. Shibi and Tsume several feet behind their children. Don't worry about it, I wasn't waiting long. How are you today? Still tired from yesterday? Kiba grinned up at him. Nope, I bounce right back. And Akamaru's back to full strength too. Akamaru yipped and leapt off Kiba's head, settling in the arms that automatically came out to catch him. He liked this person. Haruki smelled like Sunli, GHT and summer and always gave him treats. And whenever Akamaru snuggled against him, some of the loneliness he could sense disappeared as well. He hoped his human visited this man more often. Kiba say, Imed less angry and more relaxed ever since meeting Haruki. Akamaru would have to do his best to repay him. Haruki sighed as the white pup made himself comfortable in his arms. Kiba-kun, I think there is something wrong with Akamaru. He keeps doing this. Kiba grinned even wider, baring sharp canine teeth. He just likes ya, so ya better get used to it. He's gonna be doing that a lot. Haruki just sighed again and turned to Shino. And how are you, Shino-kun? How's that new jutsu coming along? Shino nodded once. I am fine. The jutsu is difficult. I am still working on it, but I have improved. The distance to 5 meters since I started making chakra threads. That is much harder to do. Haruki nodded, not missing the minuscule but sharp jerk of Shibi's head. Keep at it then. When you can extend them from all your fingers at the same time, I'll teach you how to attach them to objects so you can move them. Shino nodded back, silent again, but there was a hint of a smile peeking out from behind his collar. Haruki smiled back, amused as he watched the younger version of his friend, before finally looking up at the two adults still standing several paces away. And these are your parents then? Oh yeah. Kiba bounded back to his mother. What was wrong with her today? He didn't usually have to drag her anywhere. Maybe she was tired from her mission. This is my mum, Tsume. Ka-chan, this is Haruki-san. Tsume stepped forward, eyes narrowed as she studied the redhead. Haruki only smiled back and nodded a greeting. Hello, Tsume-san. Kiba's talked about you. Tsume arched an eyebrow, so this Junin knew not to call her by the formal honorific. Did Kiba mention that to him? Oh, what about? She knew her son. Kiba wouldn't hold back on the comments. He would have told Haruki both good and bad. Haruki tilted his head, considering the woman in front of him. He knew how to handle Tsume from his time. The woman was loyal to the core, as were all Inuzukas. She appreciated honesty, no matter how harsh, and detested sugar-coated words and traitors more than anything else. So, impatient, Haruki stared steadily back at the clan head, catching the surprise that flitted across her face and ignoring the slightly nervous look on Kiba's. Short-tempered, tough, quite frightening when lecturing Kiba-kun. But your son says that's okay because he knows you love him anyway. Haruki-san. Kiba spluttered, looking embarrassed and indignant. Haruki smiled innocently down at him. You did say that, Kiba-kun. You're not supposed to repeat it to her. The younger Inuzuka sibling wailed, face red. He yelped when Tsume suddenly laughed and slung an arm around his shoulders. Tsume could only stare in astonishment as Haruki told her straight to her face what he had heard. Of course, it sounded just like her son. But she really hadn't expected the Junin to repeat it word for word. Most people took one look at her and quailed. Haruki looked at her without the slightest bit of apprehension. Hearing the end of Kiba's account of her, she couldn't help but bark out a laugh as a rush of affection welled up inside her. That last part she hadn't expected. Tsume's fine, she told the redhead as she straightened up and offered him a sharp smile. I hear you've been teaching them. Haruki shrugged. Just for a day. Kurenai invited me. Kiba grinned proudly. It was really hard but we managed it in the end. He blinked, glancing up at Shibi as if suddenly remembering his presence before reaching over to poke his teammate. Oi, Shino. Introductions. Shino arched an eyebrow at Kiba but didn't get too annoyed. Yesterday was still fresh in his mind. He turned a little to his father instead. Otu-san, this is Haruki-san. Haruki-san, my father, Aburame Shibi. Haruki's greeting to him came just as freely as it did to Sume. Shibi nodded briefly back, noting how the Junin's gaze seemed to slice right through his sunglasses and straight to his eyes. He wanted to ask more, very out of character for him. But he wanted to know why his Kikaichu picked up such a tangled mess of emotions when all Shibi could see right now was a warm smile and a cheerful countenance. But, well, we'd like to talk more. But we haven't reported into the Hokage yet, Sume said briskly, one hand on top of Kiba's hood. Maybe later, Haruki. Haruki nodded quickly. Sarutobi would need to fill them in before he called everyone together tomorrow. Of course, I won't key. He stiffened and glanced to the right, as did Shibi and Sume. The children looked confused and Akamaru raised his head, sniffing the air questioningly. Ah, Haruki rubbed the back of his head. I suppose it would be bad manners to run away right now. Sume glanced curiously at him. Run away. It's just Shikaku. Man's not that bad. Granted, he could lighten up a bit but it could be worse. Haruki just heaved another sigh, stuffing his hands into his coat pockets. Ma, that's not it. He's been looking for you for the last 3 days. If I didn't know better, Haruki, I'd say you've been avoiding me. The sarcasm was thick in the Junin commander's voice and Haruki inwardly winced as he turned around to face the Nara head. Good evening, Shikaku. Shikaku stared menacingly at him, torn between wanting to wring the redhead's neck for forcing him to endure so many troublesome hours and congratulating the man for avoiding him so well. He knew Anbu couldn't hide from him, which only served to pique his curiosity even more. You are a difficult man to track down, Haruki, he finally said, frowning irritably at the redhead. Haruki tried a Kakashi-eye smile as his lips tilted up unrepentantly. Ma, I didn't want to play another round of shogi so soon. Shikaku just sighed before glancing at newly returned clan heads standing behind the Junin. Shibi, Sume, good to see you back. He frowned again as he glanced at Haruki. They needed to be filled in soon. You need to head over to the Hokage Tower. Sandaime Sama's been expecting you. Both shinobi heard the weight in his voice and they quickly nodded. I'll see you at home, Kiba. Sume ruffled her son's hair before giving a general nod at the others and shining away. Shibi patted his son on the shoulder before following his old teammate. He would ask Shino about Haruki when he got home, and inquire about the chakra threads as well. Well, see y'all later. Haruki-san. Kiba waved as Akamaru jumped back onto his head. The dog yipped as well, looking almost expectant. Haruki chuckled and reached into a pocket to withdraw a small bag of dog treats. That's it. Akamaru snapped up the treat, wagging vigorously as his best friend laughed below him. Haruki was quickly becoming one of his favorite humans. See you tomorrow, Kiba-kun, Shino-kun. Haruki glanced up at the darkening sky. Go straight home, all right. It's getting late. Both boys nodded before heading off in their compound's direction. It helped that their homes were so close to each other. Haruki watched them go before turning warily back to Shikaku. The man had watched the entire exchange quietly, content to wait Haruki out. So, Haruki began, slouching a little in his coat. You want a match? Partly, Shikaku agreed. At the moment, I mostly just want to figure you out. Haruki eyed him dryly. You'd suck as an interrogator. Shikaku shrugged easily, motioning for Haruki to join him as he headed away from the park. That's why I leave that job to Inoichi. Or Ibiki now. They walked in easy silence for a while. Despite Shikaku's desire to figure out his secret, Haruki was almost completely relaxed in this man's company. The Nara clan head wasn't all that different in the future, always a steady, solid presence that Haruki had learned to depend on. Of course, there would be no depending here, but that didn't mean that he couldn't feel comfortable around the Junin commander. Inoichi is worried about you, Shikaku started again, glancing sidelong at the redhead. Haruki nodded. I heard. I don't know why. Shikaku dearly wanted to ask, have you looked in a mirror lately, but held his tongue. You haven't been by the Yamanaka flowers either, he said instead. Haruki shrugged. Inoichi is one of your best friends. He wouldn't have let me leave until you came. Would that be such a bad thing? Shikaku asked dryly. I simply have a theory I wish to confirm. Haruki automatically scoffed, amused and nostalgic in equal parts. Of course you have a theory. A Nara without theories is a dead Nara. A slightly stilted silence followed as Haruki blinked at the odd look on Shikaku's face. Be careful with your words, Haruki, Shikaku said at last, and Haruki frowned a little as a belated alarm bell rang in the back of his mind. You have the disturbing tendency to repeat things that you shouldn't know. Haruki frowned a little more and repeated his words in his head. A Nara without theories is a dead Nara. He had heard this from Shikamaru. But it wasn't something his chief strategist had ever voiced as a kid. This time Shikamaru shouldn't have said it yet. My wife once said that to me, Shikaku revealed quietly, face half hidden in shadows as they passed under an alcove. Haruki remained stubbornly blank-faced. Before Shikamaru was born. As a joke, of course. His head tilted in a mockingly contemplative manner. But I could swear you've never met Yoshino before. Haruki walked on, refusing to acknowledge Shikaku's faint smirk and cursing himself inside his head. And of course, the Junin commander continued relentlessly. The day you trained my son and his team, you repeated my words as well. And I know I have never said them to Shikamaru, and it would be somewhat redundant to say them to someone who isn't a Nara. Strange, isn't it? In his coat, Haruki's hands clenched into fists. How the hell had their conversation deteriorated to this point so quickly? There were times that he hated this side of Shikaku, the ruthless, uncompromising shinobi who excelled at continually boxing in his target even after they were completely cornered with no way out. Even worse was that Shikaku wielded this skill like he would a piece in a shogi game, seemingly careless, outwardly effortless, and utterly destructive. In the future, Shikaku had passed this skill on to his son, and during the few times either of them had carelessly turned it on him, Haruki had been beyond pissed off. He had spent his entire childhood running, always running, and knew the pain and fear of being surrounded with no way out. It was why, when he had to kill, he almost always made sure to do it as quickly as possible. If someone was going to die either way, the terror that set in if a kill was drawn out too long was unnecessary. They were ninja, not psychopaths, though he'd seen the two combined more than once in his life. At the moment though, Haruki was facing a friend, someone he would gladly die for, and the man was playing mind games with him. Maybe he would have to retract his previous statement. Shikaku could give Inoichi a run for his money when he was like this. I've made you angry, Shikaku's sudden observation, quiet and a touch apologetic, snapped Haruki out of his thoughts but not his anger. Damn straight, he snapped back, low and dark and not bothering to hide the fury and, even after all this time, just the smallest amount of panic that roared in his chest. Either get to the point or get lost, Shikaku. Don't turn that cornering crap on me. Shikaku almost stepped back at the unveiled tangle of emotion that made Haruki's eyes blaze. Shit, he had overstepped his boundaries. It occasionally happened when he was angry or when he caught onto something interesting that kept him occupied for more than a couple days. The habit had slowly gotten better after Inoichi had taken him aside one day, years ago, after he had reduced a fellow shinobi to a shaking heap of fear for insulting Yoshino, and had warned him of the consequences of what he could so easily do. You're smart, Shikaku, Inoichi had told him, blue eyes intent. And that brain of yours is as deadly as any weapon, but you have to be careful. Say the wrong thing one too many times and you could destroy someone's mind. I don't care if you do it to enemy nin, but keep a lid on it when it comes to allies. You could seriously hurt them. And here he was, doing the exact same thing Inoichi had warned him not to do to someone that Shikaku knew didn't have the best mental health at the moment. Shit, I apologize, he said quickly, automatically raising his hands in a placating gesture when gleaming cerulean narrowed. It's a bad habit. I did not mean to turn on you like that. Haruki studied the Junin commander for a moment longer, struggling to shove his emotions back down as he did so. He took a quiet deep breath, slowly letting it out along with his anger and then immediately wishing he hadn't. Now that he was no longer angry, the heavy exhaustion from before seemed to come back in full force, settling on his shoulders like deadweight once again. What do you want, Shikaku? Haruki suppressed the urge to close his eyes. God, he just wanted to go back to his apartment and rest, maybe even risk sleeping for a few hours. Shikaku stayed silent for a long moment. A part of him wanted to just leave and call it a night. It was obvious that he had just botched their entire conversation. But a bigger part of him, the shinobi side, the strategist side, the Nara side, wanted to know. I was going to ask you for another shogi match. Shikaku spoke at last, choosing his words carefully. Just to verify some things, but I'm pretty sure I've already figured it out, so I won't. All I want right now is a confirmation. This time, Haruki did close his eyes, sighing deeply before opening them again. What exactly do you know right now? Quote. You have the Kyuubi sealed inside you, Shikaku started after making sure Haruki really did want to know. You have Namikaze Minato's eyes, and your face is a bit like his. I thought you were his brother or cousin, but I forgot to consider his wife, and you have her smile and mainly her facial structure. So I'm inclined to believe that your hair color is a henge, and you've hidden the whisker marks on your face because you can only be one person. But that should be impossible because Uzumaki Naruto is just a boy and I know you have not hanged into one or the other. You have the Hokage's ear, you repeat words that you shouldn't know, you navigate the Nara compound like a second home, and Shikaku stopped for a heartbeat, watching the shadows creep into those sorrowful eyes again before ending softly, and apparently, you look at my son and you see someone else, someone you can't bear to look at. Quote. Whatever light that remained in Haruki's eyes flickered out and Shikaku almost wanted to take every word back as a deadened gaze stared back at him. But he had come this far, said this much. And he needed to push because if he was right and he knew he was, then Haruki needed help since there was just no way he could do everything alone, no matter how strong he was. So he continued, concluding in a gravelly voice that was barely above a murmur, one person from two different times. You were Uzumaki Naruto from the future, from a different timeline, from a world beyond repair. So you came back, to change things. Shikaku stared hard as dull blue eyes closed. Am I correct, Haruki? Haruki didn't answer him directly, only opening his eyes and turning to stare down a surprisingly empty street. The sunlight was almost completely gone by now and most people had headed home for dinner. Bodies and ashes, Haruki finally spoke, and Shikaku contained a shudder at the raw haunted expression that finally surfaced on the redhead's face. Can you imagine Konoha reduced to nothing but bodies and ashes? And everyone dead, everyone. Babies, children, civilians, shinobi. All gone. He turned back. Can you imagine that, Shikaku? Because, funny enough, until I saw it myself, I couldn't imagine it either. It won't happen. Shikaku was startled to hear how rough his voice had become but continued anyway, looking the time traveler in the eye. We won't let it. Haruki smiled, humorless. We, Shikaku. Yes, Shikaku frowned sternly at the Junin. I don't know what kind of person I'll become in the future, I can only speak for myself in the present. I know what's going on now. Don't think I'll let you handle this on your own, especially if Konoha's on the line. The Sandaime has told Inoichi that you can't be helped, that we should simply leave you alone. I won't lie and promise you that everything will be alright. After everything you've been through. Maybe you'll never completely heal, I don't know. But the Hokage is wrong to leave everything to you. We can at least try. Haruki stared at him, expression twisting a little in a way that Shikaku couldn't read. You're exactly the same, the redhead finally muttered, shoulders hunching just a bit. You wouldn't leave me or Shika alone in the future either. He glanced up, a morbid smile curling at the corners of his lips. It got you killed. Shikaku didn't blink. I'll be more careful this time around. Haruki snorted but Shikaku felt something loosen in his gut when some of dead expression lifted from the Junin's face and blue eyes became a little more alive again. I won't tell you everything, Haruki said at last. I might not even come close to telling you half of that. Shikaku shrugged, shoving his hands into his coat as he walked forward, unbelievably glad when Haruki didn't move away from him. That's fine, so long as you warn me of something that's about to happen so we can prevent it. I won't push anymore. Much, he added as an afterthought. Haruki let out a sound that was a half laugh, half sob. But his shoulders relaxed and he walked willingly beside Shikaku as they moved aimlessly down the street again. You called my son Shika, Shikaku recalled. You were good friends then. Haruki smiled a little, more genuine this time. More like brothers. I made him my chief strategist. Other chief strategist anyway. I kept you on until you, well. Shikaku nodded thoughtfully and absently wondered how he had died. Ah, Rokudaime Hokage, I assume. Haruki nodded but didn't expand on it and Shikaku didn't ask. Instead, I haven't had sake in 3 days because of you. Let's go to Shushuya. You can tell me who knows what over dinner. Haruki bit back a smile as he nodded and followed the Nara clan head to the popular restaurant. It was strange. He had thought that it would complicate matters if more people found out, had thought that maybe Shikaku would insist on knowing everything right away, but the man had never, at any point in time, rushed into things without thinking it over first. And Naras were always smart enough to know when to defer to someone else when they weren't as knowledgeable in the area. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad then. The Sandaime knew, but the Hokage could hardly sit around all day listening to ales of another time if they weren't relevant to any immediate danger. And while Hazashi knew, Haruki wasn't all that comfortable relying on someone whom he had never known in any time. But Shikaku was someone he was familiar with. Even if this was a younger version of him. Haruki had properly met the Nara head when he was 15, so a couple years wouldn't make much of a difference. And Shikaku as patient and a good listener and an excellent advisor. He had been a steady rock for Haruki right up until the day he died, so maybe depending on this man in this timeline was something he could do after all. Besides, it didn't look like Shikaku was going to give him much of a choice anyway. Shikaku heaved a tired sigh as he sat down on the wooden porch, reaching down to take off his sandals. What a night! Hyuga Hazashi was the only person other than the Sandaime who knew the truth. No wonder Haruki looked so tired all the time. He doubted the Hyuga clan head's brother had been much help. Hyugas were an emotionally stunted lot. Even if Hazashi was better than the rest, he doubted that the man would ever go out of his way to take on such an emotional mess like Haruki. Shikaku. Aku stifled a yawn before glancing up to smile at his wife. Sorry I'm late, Yoshino. Got held up with some business. Yoshino could no doubt smell the alcohol on him, but Shikaku had always marveled at her ability to tell when he was giving a half-assed excuse and when he was serious, even when he said both in the same tone of voice. His wife only nodded before taking a seat next to him, leaning into him when he curled an arm around her waist. Can you imagine Konoha reduced to nothing but bodies and ashes? And everyone dead, everyone. Babies, children, civilians, shinobi. All gone. Can you imagine that, Shikaku? Because, funny enough, until I saw it myself, I couldn't imagine it either. His arm tightened just a little around Yoshino and his other arm suddenly felt a little empty without his son beside him. No, he couldn't imagine it, couldn't see it at all, and God he hoped he never would. He had always known that real cages were a rare breed of shinobi, set apart from the rest of the population. But he had always contemplated on what it was that made them different. Physical and mental strength, of course, but it couldn't just be that. Charisma and a genuine desire to protect the village and its people. But Shikaku had seen quite a few shinobi like that as well. So perhaps it was what he had seen in Haruki tonight. The will and resolve to never give up, to sacrifice not the people but himself to protect what was important. To keep on going even after everything had been destroyed. To put the people who followed him above everything else. The Shadaime had been like that. Killed in the many battles of the First Great Shinobi War, but not before passing on his will of fire to the next generations of Konohagakure. The Nadaime had been that way as well, sacrificing high MSELF to give Konoha a future in Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Sandaime had lost 2 teachers, a student, a wife, a successor, and many shinobi in the Third War, and had still come back to take up the mantle to keep the village going. And the Yondaime, of course, had sacrificed himself and both his family members to ensure Konoha's survival from the Kyubi. But his old friend would be disgusted with The very village he had protected if he ever saw his son's abysmal childhood. Shikaku, are you all right? His wife's concerned voice made him blink and he managed a small smile for her. Of course, Yoshino. I just have a lot on my mind. More theories, Shikaku. Her gentle teasing warmed his heart. He'd do anything to keep this in his life. Well, you know us, Shikaku grinned a little, repeating. Her words even as he recalled his earlier conversation. Naris without theories are dead Naris. Yoshino huffed exasperatedly, but her mouth curled up into a smile. Just don't think too much. You'll get frown lines if you do. She settled against him again and Shikaku turned to look up at the moon. They had a chance now. Haruki had come all the way back, 14 years into the past, and Shika. Who would be damned if the same thing happened again? Another day passed without further incident and Konoha went about its business per usual, but that very evening, 21 messenger birds were sent out. And 21 people received the Hokage's urgent summons to a meeting. Dinner utensils were dropped, books were set aside, training equipment was put away, and 21 shinobi from all across Konoha headed for the Hokage Tower. Kagashibari no Jutsu, Shadow Bind Jutsu Yu no Kuni, Land of Hot Water. Shimo no Kuni, Land of Frost. Yugakure no Sato, Village hidden in hot water Haijutsu. Mushios, Secret Jutsu, Insect Gathering. Okay, that was part 1, as you can tell from the title of this chapter. Effing hell. 108 pages. Part 2 will take a while since I have exams coming up, I'm working on it right now and will post it ASAP. In the meantime, please review for this one and tell me what you think. Lots of people had a lot of questions that ran along the same line, so instead of answering everyone individually, I'll just try to answer them all here. If something isn't answered, it'll be because I don't want to reveal too much about it at the moment. This was most meant. Ion. Haruki Naruto disappearing at the end of this FIC. I won't say anything on this right now to keep people guessing. Right now, Shikaku knows that Haruki Naruto is from the future, but he doesn't know that Haruki will disappear once his job is done. Haruki Naruto's not planning on telling anyone either, and that's one of the main struggles he'll have. Getting close to people will only hurt them once he leaves. This will be a Gen FIC. I will not be putting any pairings with Haruki Naruto. Hinata and Neji will come up quite soon and they'll be seen interacting with their family. About the Byakugan. In this FIC, the Byakugan can tell Kage Bunshins apart from the real ones, but most Hyugas find it quite difficult. I've decided that Hinata will have this skill naturally, but in terms of physical strength, Neji is still much stronger. I don't think I want a lot of people finding out that Haruki Naruto is related to Minato or Kushina in any way at the moment, though that might change in the future. Haruki's mental issues will come out eventually, and I'm planning that part around the Chunin exams. And since he's a shinobi, no normal civilian means of therapy will really work for him. For now, Shikaku will be the only one to figure this out so quickly. Jiraiya and Tsunade will be told later on, but at the moment, no one else will make the connection. If or when Haruki disappears, it will be within a year. Give or take. I'm planning for this FIC to span about that time. If or when Haruki disappears, everyone will still remember him. This would be a reason as to why he doesn't want to get too close to anyone, though Kakashi's already stomped on that plan. About Tsunade and Jiraiya, I already have a general idea of what I'll be doing with them in this FIC. With Tsunade, both Haruki and Naruto will be involved and she won't return until after the wave mission but before the Chunin exams. As you will see eventually, Team 7 will be assigned the wave mission at the end of this chapter. And yes, I have an actual plot for that mission. The genin will eventually all meet and Haruki will be brought up, but not just yet. To Deathstalker 982, hopefully, I haven't butchered this part too badly. Thanks for giving me the idea. Write this chapter, so I haven't been able to finish it yet. I promised I'd put something up this week though, so I've decided to upload. Add what I could and continue working on the rest. This does not mean I'm putting it on hiatus or anything, just that I haven't finished this part. When I do finish it, which I'm not sure when that'll be, I'll post a complete chapter 8 in place of this. The Hokage couldn't have called us earlier or something. Or tomorrow. I was eating dinner. Kurenai patted her irate friend on the shoulder. Enko, Sandaime-sama wouldn't have called us at this time if it wasn't important. Enko rolled her eyes but settled for sulking as they approached the Hokage's office. She had bumped into Kurenai outside the Hokage tower and, after realizing that they had both been summoned but having no idea why, had made their way up together. As they stepped into the office, they both blinked in surprise when they saw other shinobi already assembled in the room, a bunch of chairs lined up neatly in the room. Yugo, Hayate. Enko made her way over to the small group gathered on one side of the office, Kurenai following behind her. And you four idiots too. What's going on? Used to her personality, they all took the insult, which was really more of an endearment, in stride and greeted the two kunoichi with a round of nods. Not sure. Hayate was the one to reply, straddling a wooden chair with his arms propped on the back of it. We all got here only a few minutes ago. As they pulled up chairs as well, Kurenai frowned at Hayate, studying the Kenjutsu expert closely for a long moment. There were only the faintest of bags under his eyes and his shoulders were completely relaxed for once. Hayate. Kurenai noted the other's grins with some consternation. You look better today. A lot better. Did something happen? Hayate grinned openly at her. Oh good. It really is noticeable. I just got out a few hours ago and haven't really seen anyone yet. Kurenai looked around, feeling completely lost. Guys, what's going on? Got out from where? Enko spoke up again, waving an excited hand in Hayate's direction. Ya can't tell, Kurenai. Hayate's been cured. Kurenai sat frozen in her chair, stunned as she looked from one face to another, all smiling broadly back at her. You're serious? Taking turns. Genma and Raida explained the previous day's events to her as Kurenai took it in with wide eyes. And then, smiling in delight herself, she congratulated Hayate enthusiastically. She wasn't as lose to Hayate or the others as much as Enko was, but she still considered them friends and she was grateful to whoever it was that had managed to pull something like this from thin air. You all seem happy. What's the occasion? They all turned to see Asuma walk in, Guy following close behind. The story was repeated again with no less feeling and Asuma smiled and clapped the Kenjutsu specialist on the back before taking a seat next to Kurenai while Guy all but bounced in his chair, proclaiming about the wonders of youth. This continued on for several seconds before Enko shut him up with a well-placed threat to his manhood. So does anyone know what's going on? Kotetsu asked as they all finally settled down. Asuma shrugged. I got a message to head to the Hokage's office but nothing more than that. That's what the rest of us got too, Azumo nodded, leaning back in his chair. Wonder what the Hokage wants. Genma suddenly straightened, eyes focused over their heads. I'm going to guess that it has something to do with what Haruki was saying the other day. Take a look. They all turned and then hastily straightened in their seats as the 6 clan heads of Konoha filed in, with Hayu Ga Hazashi walking alongside his brother and Inuzuka Hana walking beside her mother. All of them glanced briefly around the office before quietly taking seats on the left side of the room. Hana exchanged a few more words with the Inuzuka clan head before rising and making her way over to them. Hana-chan, is this about the meeting with Kumo? Kotetsu immediately asked as she took a seat with them. At her amused nod, he exchanged a bewildered glance with Azumo. Then what the hell are we doing here? We're Chunin. Hana shook her head. I'm not sure about the details. My mom just mentioned a summit conference with Kumogakure. But I got the Hokage's summon as well, so, she shrugged. Here I am. Footsteps at the door made them turn a third time, and the entire room rose to their feet as the Hokage walked in, Ibiki, the ANBU general, and the Anbu second a few steps behind him. Sarutobi moved to the front of the room while Ibiki veered off, stopping near the back a few feet away from Enko. Arms crossed and looking as imposing as ever. The 2 masked shinobi settled similarly on the right behind the clan heads. Please sit, the Hokage called from the front, taking a seat himself behind his desk. This will take a while. Thank you for coming on such short notice. They all sat down again, attention focused entirely on Sarutobi now. The Hokage looked around before releasing a resigned sigh. It seems we're still waiting for 2 more though. He paused before glancing at Hayate. I heard about the good news, Hayate. Congratulations on the recovery. Hayate bowed his head respectfully. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Beside him, Anko piped up, Hokage-sama, do you know who gave the doctors the cure? Everyone was focused on this exchange now, even as Sarutobi inclined his head. I do, but I believe we both know he has no wish to be identified. Anko scowled, crossing her arms. Come on, Hokage-sama, even a hint would. Leave it, Anko, Genma interrupted from his seat, Senbon stuck in his mouth as usual. Whoever he is doesn't want to be known. The purple-haired Kunoichi snapped her head around to study the Senbon wielder suspiciously. From Hayate's other side, Yugo spoke up, interest clear in her voice. Do you know who it is? Genma shrugged. Just suspicions. Anko immediately glared. Well, let's hear them then. The Tokubetsu Junin grunted indifferently. I only have suspicions, Anko. Nothing concrete. And you wouldn't say anyway, would you? Raida observed dryly. He knew his friend. If Genma was being tight-lipped on purpose, no amount of prying would get anything out of him. Genma smirked around his Senbon and proceeded to ignore the dark glower Anko sent his way. A few of the clan heads had blatant interest on their faces, but none of them had Tim. Ida raised their own questions before two voices, muffled but slowly coming closer, drew their attention to one of the office windows. Ven know where I live. Only the Hokage knows where I live. I used to be a spy. I'm rather good at finding things out. Do you have any idea what this is going to do to my reputation? I'm going to give the Hokage a heart attack. I doubt the old man's gonna KL over just because you showed up only a few minutes late. Now stop complaining. We're here. A moment later, two shadowed figures landed on the windowsill, silver and crimson gleaming against the evening sky in the light of the Hokage's office. Hey old man, Haruki jumped inside, absently tugging his coat back in place as Kakashi followed him in. Sorry we're late. The entire room stared, speechless for several long seconds. Kakashi and Haruki exchanged a glance and before turning to stare back. It isn't that shocking, is it? Haruki finally said, exasperation leaking into his voice. He's still a few minutes late. Sarutobi was the first to speak, chuckling as he rose to his feet. True, Haruki, but it has never happened before. Haruki just grinned a little, nudging the copy nin forward. Kakashi looked as bored as ever, but there was a pleased glint in his eye as he surveyed the surprised shinobi in the room. How in the world did you do it? Kurenai voiced, astonishment clear on her face. We'd usually have to wait at least an hour before Kakashi turns up. Haruki shrugged, stepping further into the office as he glanced back at Kakashi and tipped his head towards the chairs. Wordlessly, Kakashi sauntered forward and took a seat at the end next to Asuma. I just went to pick him up. Has no one ever thought to do that? He can't exactly avoid a meeting if someone makes sure he gets here on time. No one knows where he lives, Genma pointed out, but Haruki caught a puzzlingly thoughtful look in the Senbon wielder's eyes, as if he was thinking about something else entirely as he studied the redhead. Ah, well, he lives, Haruki. The warning came from the copy nin and Haruki sighed and shrugged apologetically. Sorry, can't say. Again, the rest of the room was watching them with something akin to incredulous fascination, and Haruki frowned a little before glancing at the Hokage again. Sarutobi just shook his head before coming around the desk to stand beside Haruki. All right, let's get this meeting started. I'm sure everyone realizes that we are here to discuss the summit conference with Kumogakur. Before we start on that though, some of you still need to be filled in on the real details of what brought us to this point in the first place. He gestured to the Junin next to him. As most, if not all of you know, this is Kazama Haruki. He is the one responsible for bringing back Hyuga Hazashi. The next 10 minutes were spent giving a semi-detailed explanation of the circumstances surrounding the Hyuga clan head's brother as Haruki stood motionless under the other shinobi's sharp gazes. Features blank. When Sarutobi finished, there were varied expressions on each of the room's occupants' faces. The clan heads and Hazashi already knew, but the other half of the room hadn't and was now staring at Haruki with everything from thoughtfulness to amazement. So this is why no one really seems to know you? Kotetsu inquired. You haven't been back in 8 years. Haruki inclined his head, ignoring the part of his mind that admonished him for lying. It was necessary, and he didn't have time to indulge in his conscience at the moment. That's amazing, Yugo remarked. Respect evident in her words. You managed to corner Kumo in less than 2 weeks and they won't even be able to accuse us of anything in this. Yes, Sarutobi agreed. Which brings us back to the point of this meeting. The conference with Kumo will consist of myself and 12 others. Haruki will be one, of course, and we have come up with a list of those who will accompany me as well. The clan heads make 7, and Hizashi will make 8. There was a general round of nods from the right side of the room. Yugo and Hayate will come as well. Mild surprise flashed across Hayate's face, but he nodded a moment after Yugo inclined her head. Asuma blinked, mildly startled, but straightened and nodded without pause. And Kakashi. The copy nin acknowledged. This with a single nod, though his visible eyes slid over to the red-haired Junin for a brief moment, calculating behind the lazy perusal. The rest of you will remain in Konoha on standby in case Kumo tries anything while I am away. Sarutobi continued before gesturing to Haruki again. One of the things we will request from Kumo is something Haruki and I came up with. I'll let him explain. Haruki nodded and took a step back, steadying the mild stir of apprehension in his stomach with relative ease. He had long since gotten used to talking in front of crowds. Right, he started, noting the attentiveness in every shinobi's expression. I'm sure you all know Uzumaki Naruto. There was a rush of murmurs around the room before Anko spoke up. He's the demon brat, isn't the Kunoichi abrupt? Lee cut herself off when cerulean eyes froze over and pinned her with an icy stare. From her right, Kakashi's typical lazy drawl wasn't so lazy anymore. There was just the slightest edge of steel underlying his voice as he spoke. Ma, Anko, that demon brat is my student. It was strange, a detached part of Anko's mind thought. Sharingan no Kakashi was famed for his detached nonchalance and cool head in any situation and often showed nothing but disinterest in everything not directly related to the immediate safety of Konoha. The man was hard-pressed to care about anything on a good day. And yet, here he was, defending one of his students for something Anko had said that she hadn't even meant as an insult. She wondered if Haruki had anything to do with this change. That's not what I meant, she snapped back. Mostly at Kakashi because Haruki wasn't even frowning and she could already feel the chill trickling down her spine. She almost pitied any poor fool who pissed him off enough to receive the full brunt of that glare. I've got nothing against the kid. I can tell a child from a demon, Hitaki. Anko breathed an inward sigh of relief when Kakashi relaxed enough to eye smile and almost apology at her. She shot an irritated glare back before turning to Haruki again to check his expression. The frigid stare was gone, replaced by his typically neutral expression again. What about him then? She asked, not quite able to hide a scowl from surfacing on her face. Haruki had the decency to look apologetic for a brief moment and Anko settled back down with a huff. Well then, Haruki continued, his gaze sweeping around the room. As you know, Naruto is the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. But right now, all he knows is why this village hates him so much. Cerulean darkened to indigo as he spoke. He doesn't understand the Kyuubi's power, nor does he realize how strong he can become if he manages to work together with the fox. Wait, Asuma straightened from his seat, Summit. Hing-like alarm flashing across his face. We don't want Naruto to use that demon fox's power. Why not? Haruki immediately countered, and several in the office noted the way his shoulders squared, as if preparing for battle. The Kyuubi's chakra is just another source of strength one can use. The Uchihas have their Sharingan, the Hyugas have their Byakugan, the Abarames have their Kikaichu, the Inuzukas have their dogs. Naruto and Kurama are no different. Working together, they could become very strong. Kurama. Asuma frowned, confused. The Kyuubi's name, Haruki answered shortly, leaving half the room looking nonplussed. If Naruto can work together with the fox, his potential would increase even more and Konoha would become that much stronger. The Kyuubi tried to destroy Konoha 12 years ago. Sume cut in flatly, eyes narrowed. I've got nothing against the brat. My own son is friends with him, but who knows what that monster would do if he could influence the boy. Ha! Ruki opened his mouth before closing it again, mentally calming Kurama as growls resonated in his mindscape. They don't know yet, he reminded the fox. Then tell them. This is degrading. All right, Haruki said aloud, glancing sideways at the Hokage. I think I'll have to go further back and tell you something else then. Old man, you remember what I said about who was really behind the Kyuubi attack? Sarutobi nodded thoughtfully as his gaze swept over the occupants of the room. He had been told of the real mastermind behind several disasters hitting Konoha, but he suspected that there was still something Haruki was holding back from him. But the former Hokage had said nothing more on the subject, so Sarutobi had not pushed. He trusted Haruki to tell him when he needed to know. Tell them. But this is an S-class secret. Word of this must not get out. There was a general round of nods as the Chunin shifted uncertainly, glancing at each other. Why exactly were they here again? They wouldn't tell anyone of anything they heard here today, but it was rare for someone below Junin to be privy to top-secret information. Okay. Haruki nodded decisively. How many of you know who Uchiha Madara is? There were several sharp intakes of breath as all the clan heads glanced sharply at one another. Shikaku kept his gaze firmly on the red-haired Junin. He had already heard about the events of the Kyuubi attack from Haruki when they had gone out for dinner the other night. Uchiha Madara was the clan head of the Uchiha clan during the Shidaime's reign, right? Hayate put in slowly. He helped found Konoha, but he betrayed it in the end. He and the Shidaime fought at the Valley of the End and he was killed in the battle, wasn't he? No, Haruki observed the shock that appeared on several shinobi's faces, but there were a few who only looked pensively thoughtful, as if they had suspected this all along. Uchiha Madara survived that battle. Barely, but he did, and he's still around today. Needless to say, Konoha isn't his favorite village at the moment. Madara's Sharingan has the ability to control Kurama and use him in battle. It was Madara who forced him to attack Konoha all those years ago. It was not Kurama's choice. By the time the Yondaime managed to stop Madara's influence over the Kyuubi, Kurama was already too angry to stop. Absently, twitching the senbon in his mouth, Genma glanced wryly at his friends. They looked almost catatonic with shock. Then again, he wasn't doing much better. Whatever he had been expecting in the meeting today, it was not this. In his mind, he had imagined the briefing to be something along the lines of "We will be meeting with Kumo, get your gear together, meet at the main gates, dismissed." Judging by most of the clan heads' expressions, they hadn't been expecting this either. He turned back to the front of the room, cocking his head to observe the red-haired Junin standing calmly beside the Hokage. Surely an infiltration mission to Kumo, no matter how long, wouldn't result in uncovering something of this magnitude, so how did Haruki know? He wanted to ask, but held his tongue. There was something off about Haruki's CK ground, and he wasn't sure if the questions he wanted to voice would put him in a difficult position. As it turned out, Genma needn't have worried. Someone else posted the question before he could contemplate it any further. Wait, you got all this in an infiltration mission to Kumo? Sume demanded, not understanding the heavy frown that Shikaku suddenly directed her way. Does that mean they know this stuff? No, Haruki shook his head. I'm good at finding things out and I've done a little digging while I was away. It was clear that Sume was not satisfied with this answer, but Shikaku spoke up before she could probe further, focusing everyone's attention back to the main point. Then we know to keep an eye out for Uchiha Madara. But what does the Kyuubi and Naruto have to do with the conference with Kumo? Haruki nodded. The Kyuubi is not just a mindless beast. He has his own thoughts and, in his right mind, would only attack places where human malice has collected an fe's shared, since his ability is to detect negative emotions. If Naruto gets in touch with the fox, Kurama could be convinced to work together with Naruto. And if that happens, someone will have to teach him how to wield the Kyuubi's chakra. That's where Kumo comes in. During the conference, we will most likely agree to a diplomat from Kumo to come live in Konoha as a sign of continued peace between our two villages. Haruki withdrew 2 scrolls and unraveled them, showing the audience a depiction of the 2 shinobi he was about to introduce. He held up the scroll in his right hand. As the Raikage's adoptive brother, Killer B. I believe he's powerful enough to be Anbu level, but he is named the guardian of Kumogakure since, in addition to being their Kage's family, he is also the Jinchuriki of Gyuki, the Hachibi. Ignoring the startled gasps from his captivated listeners, Haruki held up the scroll in his left hand. And this is Niyugito, a Junin level kunoichi and a good strategist, as well as one of the Raikage's most trusted. She's the Jinchuriki of Matabi, the Nibi. Haruki paused and scanned the room, wondering if that had been one too many surprises in the last half hour. 2 Jinchurikis, Kurenai finally voiced faintly. But, we've never heard of any of this before. Haruki shrugged, rolling up the scrolls again. Kumo doesn't go around proclaiming it to the world, though they don't exactly hide it either. And it isn't as if either of them uses their Biju's chakra every time they enter a fight. They're both quite strong on their own. One of them can TRA. In Naruto in the beginning steps of contacting Kurama. Are you saying that they can fully control their Bijus? Inoichi inquired, blue-green gaze unwavering as he stared back at Haruki. Haruki nodded. Very well too. Both of them are quite adept at working together with their Bijus. A mirthless crooked smile flitted across his features. They are 2 of their village's most prized shinobi, Kumo's pride, you could say. The red-haired Junin's tone wasn't quite accusing, more reproachful than anything else, but several of them shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Haruki ignored this and focused on the gathered clan heads instead. I'd like the clan heads to agree to this plan before we go ahead with it. A short silence followed and Haruki forced himself to stay still. It wouldn't do to look too eager. I agree to this plan, Shikaku suddenly spoke up, cutting the tension in the air. Inoichi and Shuza both turned to blink at him, mildly startled. It wasn't like the Junin calm Onder to acquiesce so easily without going over everything several times first. Shikaku paid them no mind, continuing evenly, if Naruto can fully harness the Kyuubi's power, it would be beneficial to Konoha. And perhaps even turn the people's views of him to something more positive. Though I believe Naruto to be quite loyal to this village, what with his eagerness to become a Konoha shinobi, having almost the entire population against him is a disservice to both him and ourselves, not to mention it is downright shameful to treat the boy so badly when he is holding back the Kyuubi for us. And whether we like it or not, the fox, though dormant, could one day break free of its seal. Since that is a possibility, I'd much rather have the fox on our side than against us. Thoughtful murmurs SWE. PT the room as Haruki shot the Nara head a discreet look of thanks. Shikaku gazed back calmly, tilting his head in a minuscule nod. He had meant what he said 2 nights ago, he wouldn't leave the time traveler to fend for himself anymore. Although he would have to pull the redhead aside later and maybe lecture him a bit about giving him the full details before telling anyone else. He could have calmed up with an even stronger defense had he had time. Well, if that's the case, I agree with Shikaku, Inoichi nodded at Haruki. I'd much rather fight beside Kurama, was it? I'd much rather fight Bessie. To him than against him if it comes to that. And the boy deserves a break from the things the villagers say. Maybe if they see that he can work with the Kyuubi, they'll be more open to his presence in Konoha. Shuza wasn't far behind as he nodded in agreement. It was widely known and accepted that one concession from their clans really meant 3. Agreed. Konoha would be much stronger with a Biju on our side. And Naruto-kun would benefit from this as well. Near the back, Hiyashi glanced at his twin, raising a questioning eyebrow. He had already accepted that Hizashi knew something about Haruki that he didn't. Like how the Junin seemed to know so many things that he really shouldn't. He didn't believe for a moment that Haruki had just picked it up by doing a little digging, and usual. Lee turned to his brother in cases like this. It sounds like a good plan, he commented in a low voice as he studied Hizashi's expression. What do you think? Hizashi just smiled and inclined his head. I think it is a good plan as well. Naruto working with the Kyuubi would greatly benefit Konoha. Hiyashi nodded, shooting an exasperated look at his twin for the unhelpful agreement. He had been hoping for a hint to the mystery surrounding Haruki, at the very least. Turning to face forward again, he spoke up, I agree as well. But whoever is chosen should be closely watched. Of course, Haruki nodded. That would go for anyone coming to the village as a diplomatic envoy. Soon listened to the other clan heads, agreement before glancing impatiently at Shibi. Well, she asked in a lowered voice. What do you think? Shibi glanced sidelong at his former teammate and raised an eyebrow. Soon rolled her eyes. Sometimes, she wondered when she had managed to pick up enough patience to dissect an Abarame's silent speech. A raised right eyebrow alone had 36 different meanings she had counted. This one meant why are you asking me? Because I think it's a good idea but I'm not Jew. Saint gonna pitch headfirst into this like everyone else is doing today, Soom muttered back. I mean, since when does that stick up his ass Hyuga agree so easily to anything? This time, Shibi frowned. At her which had 52 different meanings, a minute crease in his brow that was only noticeable to someone looking for it. Soom huffed in irritation. You got used to my language a long time ago. Concentrate on the important thing here, Shibi. Shibi finally sighed and even Soom had lost count of how many meanings that could amount to. She had given up after 94 and had simply memorized the sounds instead and said curtly. I agree with this plan. It is sound, and advantageous too. Kanahagakure. Soom nodded, suppressing a sigh of her own as she turned back to the front. Personally, she had no objections. And if even Shibi agreed, she would support this plan fully. But still, there was something bigger here, something someone in the room must know and wasn't telling, and Haruki was smack in the middle of it. We agree too, she called out bluntly. But I'd like a general idea of each one of them before deciding who to pick. Haruki nodded, mentally releasing a relieved sigh. Soom and Shibi had been his biggest worries. He hadn't interacted with them very much in this timeline and wasn't sure if his plan would be enough to put aside the suspicions that he knew they both had of him. Great. Then, Haruki turned to look at Kakashi. We'd need to work out some sort of deal with Kumo first, and in this case, Kakashi would get the last word in Naruto's training. The copy nin lifted an eyebrow at this, gaze flickering briefly to the Hokage and then moving on to focus on Shikaku before returning to Haruki again. He had been annoyed when a spark of betrayal had stirred inside him after catching the unsurprised expression on the Nara head's face once Haruki had revealed the mastermind behind the Kyuubi attack, as well as the short exchange between them after Shikaku had defended the redhead's plan. And it was still nagging insistently at the back of his mind right now. With hidden irritation, he shoved it down and concentrated on the matter at hand. What did matter if Haruki had told Shikaku first anyway? It certainly didn't concern him. The Nara head had probably finally caught up to the redhead and had managed to worm a straight answer out of Haruki. Whoever trains Naruto will have to do it while I'm there as well, he said instead, voice light. And my other two students will have to know about Naruto's circumstances too. Haruki nodded immediately. Of course, but whether or not you tell them about the Kyuubi should be up to Naruto. He should be the one to choose whether or not they should know. Kakashi inclined his head in acquiescence. That sounds fine. I'll take it up with him after the conference. Haruki nodded again. His younger counterpart would most likely want his teammates to know, nervous though he'd be, but he was sure Sakura and Sasuke would take it in stride. Alright then, moving on, Haruki turned back to the crowd in general. I'll give you an overview of Killer Bee first. He pulled out a small booklet that He had spent a few hours filling up with all the things he could remember about the allies and enemies he had had in his former life. Killer Bee is very proud of his own power, so the first thing to remember during the summit is to not insult his Biju. Like Naruto can be at times, Killer Bee can be quite cocky and stubborn, especially in terms of his own strength, and he demands respect from others and asks to be called Jinchuriki-sama, and his Biju be called Hachibi-sama. Haruki paused and glanced up. The entire room looked to be in a unified state of incredulity. Smothering laughter, he continued his summarization. He has a special way of expressing his pride through song, more specifically in rap style. Oh, and he'll even write his rhymes in the middle of a fight, or during an important meeting. Even if they're no good, which is usually the case, so just go along with it. Haruki looked up again. The incredulity had turned into the beginnings of traumatized disbelief. Kakashi. I was glancing between the booklet Haruki was reading out of and Guy. The taijutsu specialist was the only one who seemed to be completely at ease with Killer Bee's description. Still trying not to snicker, Haruki returned to his report. Bee doesn't respect anyone who makes fun of rap or his lyrics, so in other words, don't laugh, or mouth off to him, or do anything to offend him if you want to work out a deal to bring him back to Konoha. For his battle skills, he's not the type of person to work with strategies with other people. He was already completing missions that were supposed to be assigned for both him and his brother. Without the Raikage's knowledge, the only person B will listen to is the Raikage, since he's the only one able to keep him in check. B knows talent when he sees it though, and he respects those with it. A good example would be his fellow Kumo Jinchuriki, Yugito. He really looks up to her for her abilities. B has a very close relationship with his older brother, N. D. The reason behind him becoming a Jinchuriki in the first place was for the sake of the Raikage. He didn't complain, and he's always cheerful and determined, much like Naruto is. However, even though he sounds pretty hot-headed, when someone close to him is in danger, he has no qualms about putting himself at risk to save them, if necessary. As far as I know, he has a pretty good relationship with Gyuki. They don't have any problems working with each other, and both of them are damn strong by themselves. As far as abilities go, B's good at taijutsu and kenjutsu, and he has the ability to flow lightning-natured chakra through his blades to increase their cutting power. Haruki stopped for a moment. He was very familiar with B's skills, but he wasn't quite sure if they reached the level he knew them to be yet. Never underestimate his ability with Raiden techniques, he said at last. He's a monster with them. He scanned his book. He has full control over his Biju, and he's the only living Jinchuriki who can retain his full Biju form indefinitely. He paused again, hesitating for a moment. Though when I say control, Haruki clarified, B and Gyuki are more like partners than anything else, which makes them even stronger in battle. Anyway, B's also kind and compassionate, so he'd probably make a pretty good teacher for Naruto if we go with him. Haruki looked up once more as he finished, studying his audience for a reaction. Most looked a little stunned at the summary of Killer B's abilities, but surprisingly, it was Kakashi who spoke first. So basically, Kakashi said in an oddly neutral voice, this Killer B, with his rap and lyrics and whatever else he's got, is the meta guy of Kumogakure. It wasn't a question, but Haruki contemplated it for a moment before nodding somewhat cautiously. He supposed, in terms of, well, eccentricities, that was true. I guess so, yeah. I see. Kakashi raised one hand, deadpanning, I don't care who she is, I vote for the woman. This set off an immediate chain reaction. Beside him, both Asuma and Kurenai raised their hands as well and chorused, seconded. S2, Yugo, Hayate, Katetsu, Azumo, Anko, Raida, and Hana's hands all shot up. There was a distinct pause as everyone blinked. Guy looked mildly offended. I think Killer B-san is extremely youthful, he announced, much to the visible annoyance of Kakashi. I would not mind such youthfulness in Konoha. You wouldn't, Kurenai sighed. What do the clan heads think? Inoichi chuckled but turned back to Haruki. Let's hear about the other one first. Haruki nodded and flipped a few pages. Right, Ni Yugito, she's a hard worker, proud, wise, and a courageous kunoichi. I hear she's also firm and decisive in battle, and thoughtful of her teammates as well. She's younger than Killer B, but, like I said before, he looks up to her for her skills. She's a decent strategist, and better at close-ranged combat. Because of the Nibi, she can grow her fingernails and toenails into claws, and she uses fire against her enemies very efficiently. She has the ability to fully transform into the Nibi while keeping her mind, and while she doesn't have complete control over Matabi, she can control the transformation and how much of the Nibi's chakra she wants to use. Clapping his book closed, Haruki scanned the room. Obviously, I don't have as much on her as I do Killer B. But from what I gathered, she sounds like a pretty good candidate as well. She sounds like a good all-rounder, Shikaku commented. Killer B may be very strong but he sounds like more of an offensive type. And we want someone strong, not overly strong, Sum agreed. This Yugito sounds like the best option. Murmurs swept the group of clan heads while the Hokage glanced at Haruki. Who do you want here? Haruki shrugged, making sure to keep his voice low enough so not to be overheard. I don't really mind either one. Naruto would probably butt heads with Killer B at first, but then again, he butts heads with most new people. Yugito's the calmer of the two though, and B is. He trailed off, eyes glazing over a little as memories with that particular Jinchuriki surfaced. Sarutobi frowned a little with concern. You two were friends. Haruki stirred, shrugging again. Allies, friends, we were on pretty good terms. His mouth twisted a little. He saved my life. Sarutobi observed him for a few seconds. He sounds like a good man. Haruki scoffed. Drove me crazy sometimes. And he was crazy. Jumping in front of, he cut himself off before his shoulders slumped a little. He died. To save me, he finished lamely. Sarutobi said nothing. There really was nothing to say. It wasn't anyone's fault if one ninja died to save another, but there would always be a part of the survivor that would never let go of the guilt that came with it. We've agreed on Niyugido, Shikaku announced. She seems more disciplined than Killer Bee as well, which would probably be good for Naruto. Haruki quirked an enquiring eyebrow at this. What exactly are you implying here? Eyes could laugh, and Haruki knew the Nara head was mocking him right now. With a mental snort, Haruki straightened and nodded. All right then, I'm finished here. Old man. Sarutobi stepped forward again. The summit conference will be held tomorrow at 9 in the morning, in the forested area outside of Yugakure. I expect those who are coming to be at the village gates by 5, and those who aren't to be in position at that time as well. He paused and the occupants of the office took this as a cue to nod. Sarutobi continued, I will also need a sweep patrol to head out in front of the rest of us. Kumo will likely do the same. Any volunteers? I'll do it, Haruki offered immediately. He didn't know what kind of reaction he would have when he saw Bee and Yugito again. Better to catch sight of them first without a group of ninja around him. Sarutobi nodded, expecting as much. Pick someone to go with you, Haruki. Not the clan heads though. Haruki's gaze, to his belated puzzlement, jumped straight to Kakashi before Sarutobi had even finished talking, eyes already asking before he could open his mouth. He blinked when he thought he caught a pleased glint flash through Kakashi's lone eye. Well, Haruki prompted more grumpily than he had intended. Distantly, he noted that the entire room had leaned forward with interest again. Kakashi seemed to ponder his request before smiling at him and holding out a hand. Haruki understood instantly and scowled. No, Kakashi didn't look all that concerned. Lowering his hand again, then no, he countered easily. Haruki scoffed, crossing his arms. I don't need you to come with me. I could take Asuma then. Asuma put up his hands, already wary. Oh no, I'm not getting into whatever this is. Kakashi's smirk widened behind his mask. Well then, it looks like you don't have much of a choice. Haruki's scowl deepened. This is blackmail. Kakashi snorted. That's rich, coming from you. You've been doing the same thing for days. Sacrifice is good for the soul. Haruki retorted crossly. I could say the same thing, Kakashi said cheerfully. Haruki glowered at him. Seconds ticked by as the two ninja waited in a stalemate. The rest of the room waited to see who would capitulate. Finally, Haruki sighed and Kakashi's expression turned triumphant. He raised his hand again. Fine. Haruki pulled out an orange book from his vest, much to the astonishment of everyone watching. But if you pull this or any other volume out at any time during the summit, I'll show you just how creative my seals can get. Kakashi huffed but nodded reluctantly. Deal. I'll even leave it at home. He gleefully tucked his precious Ika away before turning to a bemused-looking Sarutobi. So, Haruki and I for scouting tomorrow. When should we leave? Sarutobi shook his head, half amused, half exasperated. Since when did Hitaki Kakashi act so childishly? 4:30. You'll start out half an hour before us. Report back before we reach our destination. Kakashi inclined his head along with Haruki and the meeting came to an end. Most of them filed out the door, stealing shrewd glances behind them as Kakashi and Haruki headed for the window and leapt out into the night. Hitaki's finally lost it, Anko muttered, shaking her head. He's more relaxed and not as distant, Kurenai corrected. I'm glad he's found someone to relate to. Anko rolled her eyes, not quite able to hold her tongue. Yeah, and next thing you know, he'll be handing out sweets to civilian children. What is the world coming to? To be continued. I will update as soon as I finish the rest, but please review up to this point and tell me what you thought. Yugakure no Sato, village hidden in hot water. So it's come to my attention that people have started taking some of my stories and continuing them on their own, so I guess it's high time for me to do a bit of cleanup. First of all, I will most likely not be coming back to fanfiction ever. I still read fanfics sometimes, but for the most part one don't write it anymore. I just don't have the time. And I've kind of lost interest. Secondly, for whatever reason, some of my fanfics still seem pretty popular, so here it is. I'm putting some of them up for adoption. Here is a list of the stories I'm willing to open for anyone who wants to adopt and continue them. Tempest. Almost Paradise Wanderer of strangers and friends to fight and protect. Finding family clash with the Vendis apparent shadow. Hidden light whispers of the future. Parallel worlds. Only the above fanfics are free for adoption. I'd like to keep Road to Recovery to myself because if I ever do come back, that's the FIC I'd continue and it's my favorite. And the Finding Home series that includes Finding Home, The Letter, Difference of Opinion, and Choices is already adopted by Locked Owl on AO3 linked in my profile. If they're okay with you adopting their sequel, then by all means. Requirements for adoption. If you adopt them, please credit me for the parts one wrote. Other than spelling mistakes, do not change anything in my fanfics. You can continue writing whatever you want from where I stopped, but please don't change anything that already exists, or worse, copy-paste chunks of my stories and post them into your own. I'd rather you post only on FFnet or AO3, but that's just a preference, not a requirement. You don't have to tell me beforehand if you want to adopt one or more of my stories. I'll be opening the PM function on FFnet for the next 2 weeks, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Please do not repost my fanfics solely for public reading. Adopting to continue is fine, but do NT just repost something so people have free access to it anytime. Last but not least, thank you to all readers who have stuck with me this far and left reviews and encouraging PMs and have been good about my absence and not plagiarizing my works. I've moved on from this stage of my life, but it was fun, and you guys made it more so. The 14th of August 2017 edit. To clarify, because a lot of people have been asking me this and I don't have time to reply to everyone, I will not be keeping track of who adopts what, nor is it just one person adopting each of my fics, it's whoever wants to. People were 80 taking them and continuing them, so even if I gave writing rights to just one person, I have no doubt other people will continue writing them anyway, so why bother limiting it? I did mention above that you don't have to tell me beforehand if you want to adopt one or more of my stories, and I thought it was obvious, but I guess I should have made it clearer. I will no longer be active on fanfiction, I haven't been in years. And I'll be turning off PMs again in 2 weeks, so I won't be around anymore to keep a list of adoptions even if people are going to tell me first. I hope that clarifies that confusion. Also, yes, the fics will remain posted. If I ever do delete them, I'll make another announcement.